Chapter 24 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 24. An Old Stage Coaching House. Before the waitress had shut the door, I had forgotten how many stagecoaches she said used to change horses in the town every day. But it was of little moment. Any high number would do as well as another. It had been a great stage-coaching town in the great stage-coaching times, and the ruthless railways had killed and buried it. The sign of the door was the Dolphin's Head. Why only head, I don't know, for the dolphin's effigy at full length and upside down, as a dolphin is always bound to be when artistically treated, though I suppose he is sometimes right side upward in his natural condition, graced the signboard. The signboard chafed its rusty hooks outside the bow window of my room, and was a shabby work. No visitor could have denied that the dolphin was dying by inches, but he showed no bright colours. He had once served another master. There was a newer streak of paint below him, displaying with inconsistent freshness the legend, by J. Mellows. My door opened again, and J. Mellows' representative came back. I asked her what I could have for dinner, and she now returned with a counter-question, what would I like? As the dolphin stood possessed of nothing that I do like, I was fain to yield to the suggestion of a duck, which I don't like. J. Mellows' representative was a mournful young woman with eyes susceptible of guidance, and one uncontrollable eye, which later seemed to wander in quest of stagecoaches, deepening the melancholy in which the dolphin was steeped. This young woman had shut the door on retiring when I bethought me of adding to my order the words with night's vegetables. Looking out at the door to give them an emphatic utterance, I found her already in a state of pensive catalepsy in the deserted gallery, picking her teeth with a pin. At the railway station 7 miles off, I had been the subject of wonder when I ordered a fly in which to come here, and when I gave the directions to the Dolphin's Head, I had observed an ominous stare on the countenance of the strong young man in velveteen, who was the platform servant of the company. He had also called to my driver at parting, "All right, don't hang yourself when you get there, George," in a sarcastic tone, for which I had entertained some transitory thoughts of reporting him to the general manager. I had no business in the town. I never have any business in any town, but I had been caught by the fancy that I would come and look at its degeneracy. My purpose was fitly inaugurated by the Dolphin's Head, which everywhere expressed past coachfulness and present coachlessness. Coloured prints of coaches, starting, arriving, changing horses, coaches in the sunshine, coaches in the snow, coaches in the wind, coaches in the mist and rain, coaches on the king's birthday, coaches in all circumstances compatible with their triumph and victory, but never in the act of breaking down or overturning, pervaded the house. Of these works of art, some framed and not glazed, had holes in them. The varnish of others had become so brown and cracked that they looked like overdone pie crust. The design of others were almost obliterated by the flies of many summers. Broken glasses, damaged frames, lopsided hangings, and consignment of incurable cripples to places of refuge in dark corners attested the desolation of the rest. The old room on the ground floor, where the passengers of the High Flyer used to dine, had nothing in it but a wretched show of twigs and flower pots in the broad window to hide the nakedness of the land, and in a corner little Mellow's perambulator, with even its parasol head turned despondently to the wall. The other room, where post-horse company used to wait while relays were getting ready down the yard, still held its ground, but was as airless as I conceive a hearse to be, insomuch that Mr. Pitt, hanging high against the partition, with spots on him like port wine, though it is mysterious how port wine ever got squirted up there, had good reason for perking his nose and sniffing. The stopperless cruets on the spindle-shanked sideboard were in a miserable, dejected state, the anchovy sauce having turned blue some years ago, and the cayenne pepper, with a scoop in it like a small model of a wooden leg, having turned solid. The old fraudulent candles, which were always being paid for and never used, were burnt out at last, but their tall stilts of candlesticks still lingered, and still outraged the human intellect by pretending to be silver. The mouldy old unreformed borough member, with his right hand buttoned up in the breast of his coat, and his back characteristically turned on bales of petitions from his constituents, was there too, and the poker, which never had been among the firearms, lest post-horse company should overstir the fire, was not there as of old. Pursuing my researches in the Dolphin's Head, I found it sorely shrunken. When J. Mellows came into possession, he had walled off half the bar, which was now a tobacco shop with its own entrance in the yard, the once glorious yard where postboys, whip in hand, always buttoning their waistcoats at the last moment, used to come running forth to mount and away. A scientific shoeing smith and veterinary surgeon had further encroached upon the yard, and a grimly satirical jobber, who announced himself as having to let a neat one-horse fly and a one-horse cart, had established his business, himself and his family, in a part of the extensive stables. Another part was lopped clean off from the Dolphin's Head, and now comprised a chapel, a wheelwright's, and a young men's mutual improvement and discussion society in a loft, the whole forming a back lane. No audacious hand had plucked down the vane from the central cupola of the stables, but it had grown rusty and stuck at end nil, while the score or two of pigeons that remained true to their ancestral traditions and the place had collected in a row on the roof ridge of the only outhouse retained by the Dolphin, where all the inside pigeons tried to push the outside pigeons off. This I accepted as emblematic of the struggle for post and place in railway times. Sauntering forth into the town, by way of the covered and pillared entrance to the Dolphin's Yard, once redolent of soup and stable litters, now redolent of musty disuse, I paced the street. It was a hot day, and the little sun-blinds of the shops were all drawn down, and the more enterprising tradesmen had caused their apprentices to trickle water on the pavement appertaining to their frontage. It looked as if they had been shedding tears for the stage-coaches and drying their ineffectual pocket-handkerchiefs. Such weaknesses would have been excusable, for business was, as one dejected porkman who kept a shop which refused to reciprocate the compliment by keeping him, informed me bitter bad. Most of the harness makers and the corn dealers were gone the way of the coaches, but it was a pleasant recognition of the eternal procession of children down that original steep incline, the valley of the shadow, that those tradesmen were mostly succeeded by vendors of sweetmeats and cheap toys. The opposition house to the Dolphin, once famous as the New White Hart, had long collapsed. In a fit of abject depression, it had cast whitewash on its windows and boarded up its front door, and reduced itself to a side entrance. But even that had proved a world too wide for the literary institution which had been its last phase, for the institution had collapsed too, and of the ambitious letters of its inscription on the White Hart's front, all had fallen off but these: L-Y-I-N-S-T, suggestive of lamentably insolvent. As to the neighboring marketplace, it seemed to have wholly relinquished marketing to the dealer in crockery whose pots and pans straggled half across it, and to the cheap jack who sat with folded arms on the shafts of his cart, superciliously gazing round, his velveteen waistcoat, evidently harbouring grave doubts whether it was worth his while to stay a night in such a place. The church bells began to ring as I left this spot, but they by no means improved the case, for they said in a petulant way, and speaking with some difficulty in their irritation, "What's to become of the coaches?" Nor would they, I found by listening, ever vary their emphasis, save in respect of growing more sharp and vexed but invariably went on, "What's to become of the coaches?" always beginning the inquiry with an unpolite abruptness. Perhaps from their elevation they saw the railway, and it aggravated them. Coming upon a coachmaker's shop, I began to look about me with a revived spirit, thinking that perchance I might behold there some remains of the old times of the town's greatness. There was only one man at work, a dry man, grizzled and far advanced in years, but tall and upright, who, becoming aware of me looking on, straightened his back, pushed up his spectacles against his brown paper cap, and appeared inclined to defy me. To whom I pacifically said, "Good day, sir." "What?" said he. "Good day, sir." He seemed to consider about that, and not to agree with me. "Was you looking for anything?" he then asked in a pointed manner. "I was wondering whether there happened to be any fragment of an old stage-coach here." "Is that all?" "That's all." "No, there ain't." It was now my turn to say, "Oh?" and I said it. Not another word did the dry and grizzled man say, but bent to his work again. In the coach-making days, the coach-painters had tried their brushes on a post beside him, and quite a calendar of departed glories was to be read upon it, in blue and yellow and red and green, some inches thick. Presently he looked up again. "You seem to have a deal of time on your hands," was his querulous remark. I admitted the fact. "I think it's a pity you was not brought up to something," said he. I said I thought so too. Appearing to be informed with an idea, he laid down his plane, for it was a plane he was at work with, pushed up his spectacles again, and came to the door. "Would a pouchet do for you?" he asked. "I'm not sure that I understand what you mean." "Would a pouchet," said the coachmaker, standing close before me and folding his arms in a manner of a cross-examining counsel, "would a pouchet meet the views you have expressed? Yes or no?" "Yes." "Then you keep straight along down there till you see one. You'll see one if you go fur enough." With that he turned me by the shoulder in the direction I was to take, and went in and resumed his work against a background of leaves and grapes. For although he was a soured man and discontented, his workshop was that agreeable mixture of town and country, street and garden, which is often to be seen in a small English town. I went the way he had turned me, and I came to the beer shop with the sign of the first and last, and was out of the town on the old London road. I came to the turnpike, and I found it in its silent way eloquent respecting the change that had fallen on the road. The turnpike house was all overgrown with ivy, and the turnpike keeper, unable to get a living out of the tolls, plied the trade of a cobbler. Not only that, but his wife sold ginger beer, and in the very window of espial through which the toll-takers of old times used with awe to behold the grand London coaches coming on at a gallop, exhibited for sale little barber's poles of sweetstuffs in a sticky lantern. The political economy of the master of the turnpike thus expressed itself. "How goes the turnpike business, master?" said I to him, as he sat in his little porch repairing a shoe. "It didn't go at all, master," said he to me. "It stopped." "That's bad," said I. "Bad," he repeated, and he pointed to one of his sunburnt, dusty children, who was climbing the turnpike gate, and said, extending his open right hand in a remonstrance with universal nature, "5 on 'em." "But how to improve turnpike business?" said I. "There's a way, master," said he, and with the air of one who had thought deeply on the subject. "I should like to know it." "Lay a toll on everything as comes through. Lay a toll on walkers. Lay another toll on everything as don't come through. Lay a toll on them as stops at home." "Would the last remedy be fair?" "Fair? Them as stops at home could come through if they like, couldn't they?" "Say they could. Toll 'em. If they don't come through, it's their lookout. Anyways, toll 'em." Finding it was as impossible to argue with this financial genius as if he had been Chancellor of the Exchequer, and consequently the right man in the right place, I passed on meekly. My mind now began to misgive me that the disappointed coachmaker had sent me on a wild goose errand, and that there was no post-chaise in those parts. But coming within view of certain allotment gardens by the roadside, I retracted the suspicion, and confessed that I had done him an injustice, for there I saw, surely, the poorest superannuated post-chaise left on earth. It was a post-chaise taken off its axle-tree and wheels, and plumped down on the clayey soil among a ragged growth of vegetables. It was a post-chaise not even set straight upon the ground, but tilted over, as if it had fallen out of a balloon. It was a post-chaise that had been a long time in those decayed circumstances, and against which scarlet beans were trained. It was a post-chaise patched and mended with old tea-trays, or with scraps of iron that looked like them, and boarded up as to the windows, but having a knocker on the off-side door. Whether it was a post-chaise used as a tool-house, summer-house, or dwelling-house, I could not discover, for there was nobody at home at the post-chaise when I knocked, but it was certainly used for something, and locked up. In the wonder of this discovery, I walked round and round the post-chaise many times, and sat down by the post-chaise waiting for further elucidation. None came. At last I made my way back to the old London road by the further end of the allotment gardens, and consequently at a point beyond that from which I had diverged. I had to scramble through a hedge and down a steep bank, and I nearly came down atop of a little spare man who sat breaking stones by the roadside. He stayed his hammer and said, regarding me mysteriously through his dark goggles of wire, "Are you aware, sir, that you've been trespassing?" I turned out of the way, said I, in explanation, to look at that odd post-chaise. "Do you happen to know anything about it?" "I know it was many a year upon the road," said he. "So I supposed. Do you know to whom it belongs?" The stone-breaker bent his brows and goggles over his heaps of stone, as if he were considering whether he should answer the question or not. Then, raising his barred eyes to my features as before, he said, "To me." Being quite unprepared for the reply, I received it with a sufficiently awkward "Indeed, dear me." Presently I added, "Do you—" I was going to say live there, but it seemed so absurd a question that I substituted, "Live near here?" The stone-breaker, who had not broken a fragment since we began to converse, then did as follows. He raised himself by poising his finger on his hammer, and took his coat, on which he had been seated, over his arm. He then backed to an easier part of the bank than that which I had come down, keeping his dark goggles silently upon me all the time, and then shouldered his hammer, suddenly turned and ascended, and was gone. His face was so small, and his goggles were so large, that he had left me wholly uninformed as to his countenance, but he left me a profound impression that the curved legs I had seen from behind as he vanished were the legs of an old postboy. It was not until then that I noticed he had been working by a grass-grown milestone, which looked like a tombstone erected over the grave of the London road. My dinner hour being close at hand, I had no leisure to pursue the goggles or the subject then, but made my way back to the Dolphin's Head. In the gateway I found J. Mellows, looking at nothing, and apparently experiencing that it failed to raise his spirits. "I don't care for the town," said J. Mellows, when I complimented him on the sanitary advantages it may or may not possess. "I wish I had never seen the town." "You don't belong to it, Mr. Mellows?" "Belong to it?" repeated Mellows. "If I didn't belong to a better style of town than this, I'd take and drown myself in a pail." It then occurred to me that Mellows, having so little to do, was habitually thrown back on his internal resources, by which I mean the Dolphin's cellar. "What we want," said Mellows, pulling off his hat, and making as if he emptied it of the last load of disgust that had exuded from his brain, before he put it on again for another load, "what we want is a branch, the petition for the branch bill is in the coffee house. Would you put your name to it? Every little helps. I found the document in question stretched out flat on the coffee table by the aid of certain weights from the kitchen, and I gave it the additional weight of my uncommercial signature. To the best of my belief, I bound myself to the modest statement that universal traffic, happiness, prosperity, and civilization, together with unbounded national triumph in competition with the foreigner, would infallibly flow from the branch. Having achieved this constitutional feat, I asked Mr. Mellows if he could grace my dinner with a pint of good wine. Mr. Mellows thus replied, "If I couldn't give you a pint of good wine, I'd take and drown myself in a pail. But I was deceived when I bought this business, and the stock was higgly-piggly, and I haven't yet tasted my way quite through it with a view to sorting it. Therefore, if you order one kind and get another, change till it comes right. For what," said Mellows, unloading his hat as before, "what would you or any gentleman do if you had ordered one kind of wine and was required to drink another? Why, and naturally and properly, having the feelings of a gentleman, you'd take and drown yourself in a pail." End of chapter 24. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Chapter 25 of The Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. The Boiled Beef of New England. The shabbiness of our English capital, as compared with Paris, Bordeaux, Frankfurt, Milan, Geneva, almost any important town on the continent of Europe, I find very striking after an absence of any duration in foreign parts. London is shabby by contrast with Edinburgh, with Aberdeen, with Exeter, with Liverpool, with a bright little town like Bury St. Edmunds. London is shabby in contrast with New York, with Boston, with Philadelphia. In detail, one would say it can rarely fail to be a disappointing piece of shabbiness to a stranger from any of those places. There is nothing shabbier than Drury Lane in Rome itself. The meanness of Regent Street set against the great line of boulevards in Paris is as striking as the abortive ugliness of Trafalgar Square set against the gallant beauty of the Place de la Concorde. London is shabby by daylight and shabbier by gaslight. No Englishman knows what gaslight is until he sees the Rue de Rivoli and the Palais Royal after dark. The mass of London people are shabby. The absence of distinctive dress has no doubt something to do with it. The porters of the Vintners' Company, the draymen, and the butchers are about the only people who wear distinctive dresses, and even these do not wear them on holidays. We have nothing which for cheapness, cleanness, convenience, or picturesqueness can compare with the belted blouse. As to our women, next Easter or Whitsuntide look at the bonnets at the British Museum or the National Gallery, and think of the pretty white French cap, the Spanish mantilla, or the Genoese mezzero. Probably there are not more second-hand clothes sold in London than in Paris, and yet the mass of the London population have a second-hand look which is not to be detected on the mass of the Parisian population. I think this is mainly because a Parisian workman does not in the least trouble himself about what is worn by a Parisian idler, but dresses in the way of his own class, and for his own comfort. In London, on the contrary, the fashions descend. You never fully know how inconvenient or ridiculous a fashion is until you see it in its last descent. It was but the other day on a race-course that I observed 4 people in a barouche deriving great entertainment from the contemplation of 4 people on foot. The 4 people on foot were 2 young men and 2 young women. The 4 people in the barouche were 2 young men and 2 young women. The 4 young women were dressed in exactly the same style. The 4 young men were dressed in exactly the same style. Yet the 2 couples on wheels were as much amused by the 2 couples on foot as if they were quite unconscious of having themselves set those fashions, or of being at that very moment engaged in the display of them. Is it only in the matter of clothes that fashion descends here in London, and consequently in England, and thence shabbiness arises? Let us think a little, and be just. The black country round about Birmingham is a very black country, but is it quite as black as it has been lately painted? An appalling accident happened at the People's Park near Birmingham this last July, when it was crowded with people from the black country, an appalling accident consequent on a shamefully dangerous exhibition. Did the shamefully dangerous exhibition originate in the moral blackness of the black country, and in the black people's peculiar love of the excitement attendant on great personal hazard, which they looked on at, but in which they did not participate? Light is much wanted in the black country. Oh, we are all agreed on that. But we must not quite forget the crowds of gentlefolks who set the shamefully dangerous fashion either. We must not forget the enterprising directors of an institution vaunting mighty educational pretences, who made the low sensation as strong as they possibly could make it, by hanging the Blondin rope as high as they possibly could hang it. All this must not be eclipsed in the blackness of the black country. They reserved seats high up by the rope, the cleared space below it, so that no one should be smashed but the performer. The pretence of slipping and falling off, the baskets for the feet and the sack for the head, the photographs everywhere, and the virtuous indignation nowhere, all this must not be wholly swallowed up in the blackness of the jet-black country. Whatsoever fashion is set in England is certain to descend. This is a text for a perpetual sermon on care in setting fashions. When you find a fashion low down, look back for the time, it will never be far off, when it was the fashion high up. This is the text for a perpetual sermon on social justice. From imitations of Ethiopian serenaders to imitations of princes' coats and waistcoats, you will find the original model in St. James's Parish. When the serenaders become tiresome, trace them beyond the black country. When the coats and waistcoats become insupportable, refer them to their source in the upper toady regions. Gentlemen's clubs were once maintained for purposes of savage party warfare. Working-men's clubs of the same day assumed the same character. Gentlemen's clubs became places of quite inoffensive recreation. Working-men's clubs began to follow suit. If working-men have seemed rather slow to appreciate advantages of combination which have saved the pockets of gentlemen and enhanced their comforts, it is because working-men could scarcely, for want of capital, originate such combinations without help, and because help has not been separable from that great impertinence, patronage. The instinctive revolt of his spirit against patronage is a quality much to be respected in the English working-man. It is the base of his best qualities. Nor is it surprising that he should be unduly suspicious of patronage, and sometimes resentful of it even where it is not, seeing what a flood of washy talk has been let loose on his devoted head, or with what complacent condescension the same devoted head has been smoothed and patted. It is a proof to me of his self-control that he never strikes out pugilistically right and left when addressed as one of "my friends," or "my assembled friends," that he does not become inappeasable and run amuck like a Malay, whenever he sees a biped in broadcloth getting on a platform to talk to him, that any pretence of improving his mind does not instantly drive him out of his mind, and cause him to toss his obliging patron like a mad bull. For how often have I heard the unfortunate working-man lectured as if he were a little charity child, humid as to his nasal development, strictly literal as to his catechism, and called by Providence to walk all his days, in a station in life represented on festive occasions by a mug of warm milk and water and a bun. What pop-guns of jokes have these ears tingled to hear let off at him! What asinine sentiments! What impotent conclusions! What spelling-book moralities! What adaptations of the orator's insufferable tediousness to the assumed level of his understanding! If his sledge-hammers, his spades and pickaxes, his saws and chisels, his paint-pots and brushes, his forges, furnaces, and engines, the horses that he drove at his work, and the machines that drove him at his work, were all toys in one little paper box, and he the baby who played with them, he could not have been discoursed to more impertinently and absurdly than I have heard him discourse to times innumerable. Consequently, not being a fool or a fawner, he has come to acknowledge his patronage by virtually saying, Let me alone. If you understand me no better than that, sir and madam, let me alone. You mean very well, I dare say, but I don't like it, and I won't come here again to have any more of it. Whatever is done for the comfort and advancement of the working man must be so far done by himself as that it is maintained by himself, and there must be in it no touch of condescension, no shadow of patronage. In the great working districts this truth is studied and understood. When the American Civil War rendered it necessary, first in Glasgow and afterwards in Manchester, that the working people should be shown how to avail themselves of the advantages derivable from the system, and from the combination of numbers in the purchase and the cooking of their food, this truth was above all things borne in mind. The quick consequence was that suspicion and reluctance were vanquished, and that the effort resulted in an astonishing and a complete success. Such thoughts passed through my mind on a July morning of this summer, as I walked towards Commercial Street, not Uncommercial Street, Whitechapel. The Glasgow and Manchester system had been lately set a-going there by certain gentlemen who felt an interest in its diffusion, and I had been attracted by the following handbill, printed on rose-coloured paper: Self-supporting cooking depot for the working classes. Commercial Street, Whitechapel, where accommodation is provided for dining comfortably, 300 persons at a time. Open from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. Prices. All articles of the best quality. Cup of tea or coffee, 1 penny. Bread and butter, 1 penny. Bread and cheese, 1 penny. Slice of bread, 1/2 penny or 1 penny. Boiled egg, 1 penny. Ginger beer, 1 penny. The above articles always ready. Besides the above may be had, from 12 to 3 o'clock, bowl of Scotch broth, 1 penny. Bowl of soup, 1 penny. Plate of potatoes, 1 penny. Plate of minced beef, 2d. Plate of cold beef, 2d. Plate of cold ham, 2d. Plate of plum pudding or rice, 1 penny. As the economy of cooking depends greatly upon the simplicity of the arrangements with which a great number of persons can be served at one time, the upper room of this establishment will be especially set apart for a public dinner every day, from 12 till 3 o'clock, consisting of the following dishes: bowl of broth or soup, plate of cold beef or ham, plate of potatoes, plum pudding or rice. Fixed charge, 4d. halfpenny. The daily papers provided. Nota bene. This establishment is conducted on the strictest business principles, with the full intention of making it self-supporting, so that everyone may frequent it with a feeling of perfect independence. The assistance of all frequenting the depot is confidently expected in checking anything interfering with the comfort, quiet, and regularity of the establishment. Please do not destroy this handbill, but hand it to some other person whom it may interest. The Self-Supporting Cooking Depot, not a very good name, and one would rather give it an English one, had hired a newly built warehouse that it found to let. Therefore it was not established in premises specially designed for the purpose. But at a small cost they were exceedingly well adapted to the purpose, being light, well ventilated, clean, and cheerful. They consisted of 3 large rooms. That on the basement story was the kitchen. That on the ground floor was the general dining room. That on the floor above was the upper room referred to in the handbill, where the public dinner at 4d. halfpenny a head was provided every day. The cooking was done with much economy of space and fuel by American cooking stoves, and by young women not previously brought up as cooks. The walls and pillars of the 2 dining rooms were agreeably brightened with ornamental colours. The tables were capable of accommodating 6 or 8 persons each. The attendants were all young women, becomingly and neatly dressed, and dressed alike. I think the whole staff was female, with the exception of the steward or manager. My first inquiries were directed to the wages of this staff, because if any establishment claiming to be self-supporting live upon the spoliation of anybody or anything, or eke out a feeble existence by poor mouths and beggarly resources, as too many so-called mechanics' institutions do, I make bold to express my uncommercial opinion that it has no business to live, and had better die. It was made clear to me by the account books that every person employed was properly paid. My next inquiries were directed to the quality of the provisions purchased, and to the terms on which they were bought. It was made equally clear to me that the quality was the very best, and that all bills were paid weekly. My next inquiries were directed to the balance sheet for the last 2 weeks, only the third and fourth of the establishment's career. It was made equally clear to me that after everything bought was paid for, and after each week was charged with its full share of wages, rent and taxes, depreciation of plant in use, and interest on capital at the rate of 4% per annum, the last week had yielded a profit in round numbers £1.10, and the previous week a profit of £6.10. By this time I felt that I had a healthy appetite for the dinners. It had just struck 12, and a quick succession of faces had already begun to appear at a little window in the wall of the partitioned space, where I sat looking over the books. Within this little window, like a pay-box at a theatre, a neat and brisk young woman presided, to take money and issue tickets. Everyone coming in must take a ticket, either the 4-pence halfpenny ticket for the upper room, the most popular ticket, I think, or a penny ticket for a bowl of soup, or as many penny tickets as he or she chose to buy. For 3 penny tickets one had quite a wide range of choice: a plate of cold beef and potatoes, or a plate of cold ham and potatoes, or a plate of hot minced beef and potatoes, or a bowl of soup, bread and cheese, and a plate of plum pudding. Touching what they should have, some customers on taking their feet fell into a reverie, became mildly distracted, postponed decision, and said in bewilderment they would think of it. One old man I noticed when I sat among the tables in the lower room, who was startled by the bill of fare, and sat contemplating it as if it were something of a ghostly nature. The decision of the boys was as rapid as their execution, and always included pudding. There were several women among the diners, and several clerks and shopmen. There were carpenters and painters from the neighbouring buildings under repair, and there were nautical men, and there were, as one diner observed to me, some of most sorts. Some were solitary, some came 2 together, some dined in parties of 3 or 4 or 6. The latter talked together, but assuredly no one was louder than at my club in Pall Mall. One young fellow whistled in rather a shrill manner while he waited for his dinner, but I was gratified to observe that he did so in evident defiance of my uncommercial individuality. Quite agreeing with him, on consideration, that I had no business to be there unless I dined like the rest, I went in, as the phrase is, for 4-pence halfpenny. The room of the 4-pence halfpenny banquet had, like the lower room, a counter in it, on which were ranged a great number of cold portions ready for distribution. Behind this counter the fragrant soup was steaming in deep cans, and the best cooked of potatoes were fished out of similar receptacles. Nothing to eat was touched with this hand. Every waitress had her own tables to attend to. As soon as she saw a new customer seat himself at one of her tables, she took from the counter all his dinner, his soup, potatoes, meat, and pudding, piled it up dexterously in her 2 hands, set it before him, and took his ticket. This serving of the whole dinner at once had been found greatly to simplify the business of attendance, and was also popular with the customers, who were thus enabled to vary the meal by varying the routine of the dishes, beginning with soup to-day, putting soup in the middle to-morrow, putting soup at the end the day after to-morrow, and ringing similar changes on meat and pudding. The rapidity with which every newcomer got served was remarkable, and the dexterity with which the waitresses, quite new to the art a month before, discharged their duty, was as agreeable to see as the neat smartness with which they wore their dress and had dressed their hair. If I seldom saw better waiting, so I certainly never ate better meat, potatoes, or pudding. And the soup was an honest and stout soup with rice and barley in it, and little matters for the teeth to touch, as had been observed to me by my friend below stairs already quoted. The dinner service, too, was neither conspicuously hideous for high art nor for low art, but was of a pleasant and pure appearance. Concerning the viands and their cookery, one last remark. I dined at my club in Pall Mall aforesaid a few days afterwards, for exactly 12 times the money, and not half as well. The company thickened after 1 o'clock struck, and changed pretty quickly. Although experience of the place had been so recently attainable, and although there was still considerable curiosity out in the street and about the entrance, the general tone was as good as could be, and the customers fell easily into the ways of the place. It was clear to me, however, that they were there to have what they paid for, and to be on an independent footing. To the best of my judgment, they might be patronized out of the building in a month. With judicious visiting, and by dint of being questioned, read to, and talked at, they might even be got rid of, for the next quarter of a century, in half the time. This disinterested and wise movement is fraught with so many wholesome changes in the lives of the working people, and with so much good in the way of overcoming that suspicion which our own unconscious impertinence has engendered, that it is scarcely gracious to criticize details as yet, the rather because it is indisputable that the managers of the Whitechapel establishment most thoroughly feel that they are upon their honour with their customers, as to the minutest points of administration. But although the American stoves cannot roast, they can surely boil one kind of meat as well as another, and need not always circumscribe their boiling talents within the limits of ham and beef. The most enthusiastic admirer of those substantials would probably not object to occasional inconstancy in respect of pork and mutton, or, especially in cold weather, to a little innocent trifling with Irish stews, meat pies, and toads-in-holes. Another drawback on the Whitechapel establishment is the absence of beer. Regarded merely as a question of policy, it is very impolitic, as having a tendency to send the working man to the public-house where gin is reported to be sold. But there is a much higher ground on which this absence of beer is objectionable. It expresses distrust of the working man. It is a fragment of that old mantle of patronage in which so many estimable thugs, so darkly wandering up and down the moral world, are sworn to muffle him. Good beer is a good thing for him, he says, and he likes it. The depot could give it to him good, and he now gets it bad. Why does the depot not give it him good? Because he would get drunk. Why does the depot not let him have a pint with his dinner, which would not make him drunk? Because he might have had another pint, or another 2 pints before he came. Now this distrust is an affront, is exceedingly inconsistent with the confidence the managers express in their handbills, and is a timid stopping short upon the straight highway. It is unjust and unreasonable also. It is unjust because it punishes the sober man for the vice of the drunken man. It is unreasonable because any one at all experienced in such things knows that the drunken workman does not get drunk where he goes to eat and drink, but where he goes to drink, expressly to drink. To suppose that the working man cannot state this question to himself quite as plainly as I state it here, is to suppose that he is a baby, and is again to tell him in the old wearisome, condescending, patronizing way that he must be goody-puddy, and do as he is toldy-poldy, and not be a manny-panny or a voter-poter, but fold his handy-pandies and be a childy-pildy. I found from the accounts of the Whitechapel self-supporting cooking depot that every article sold in it, even at the prices I have quoted, yields a certain small profit. Individual speculators are of course already in the field, and are of course already appropriating the name. The classes for whose benefit the real depots are
Chapter 26 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Stevens. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 26. Chatham Dockyard. There are some small out-of-the-way landing places on the Thames and the Medway where I do much of my summer idling. Running water is favourable to daydreams, and a strong tidal river is the best of running water for mine. I like to watch the great ships standing out to sea or coming home richly laden, the active little steam-tugs confidently puffing with them to and from the sea horizon, the fleet of barges that seem to have plucked their brown and russet sails from the ripe trees in the landscape, the heavy old colliers, light in ballast, floundering down before the tide, the light screw barks and schooners imperiously holding a straight course, while the others patiently tack and go about, The yachts with their tiny hulls and great white sheets of canvas, the little sailing boats bobbing to and fro on their errands of pleasure or business, and, as it is the nature of little people to do, making a prodigious fuss about their small affairs. Watching these objects, I still am under no obligation to think about them, or even so much as to see them, unless it perfectly suits my humour. As little am I obliged to hear the plash and flop of the tide, the ripple at my feet, the clinking windlass afar off, or the humming steamship paddles further away yet. These, with the creaking little jetty on which I sit, and the gaunt high watermarks and low watermarks in the mud, and the broken causeway, and the broken bank, and the broken stakes and piles, leaning forward as if they were vain of their personal appearance and looking for their reflection in the water, will melt into any train of fancy. Equally adaptable to any purpose or to none are the posturing sheep and kine upon the marshes, the gulls that wheel and dip around me, the crows, well out of gunshot, going home from the rich harvest fields, the heron that has been out a-fishing and looks as melancholy up there in the sky as if it hadn't agreed with him. Everything within the range of the senses will, by the aid of the running water, lend itself to everything beyond that range, and work into a drowsy whole, not unlike a kind of tune, but for which there is no exact definition. One of these landing-places is near an old fort. I can see the Nore light from it with my pocket-glass, from which fort mysteriously emerges a boy, to whom I am much indebted for additions to my scanty stock of knowledge. He is a young boy, with an intelligent face burnt to a dust colour by the summer sun, and with crisp hair of the same hue. He is a boy in whom I have perceived nothing incompatible with habits of studious inquiry and meditation, unless an evanescent black eye, I was delicate of inquiring how occasioned, should be so considered. To him am I indebted for ability to identify a custom-house boat at any distance, and for acquaintance with all the forms and ceremonies observed by a homeward-bound Indiaman coming up the river, when the custom-house officers go aboard her. But for him I might never have heard of the dumb ague, respecting which malady I am now learned. Had I never sat at his feet, I might have finished my mortal career, and never known that when I see a white horse on a barge's sail, that barge is a lime barge. For precious secrets in reference to beer am I likewise beholden to him, involving warning against the beer of a certain establishment, by reason of its having turned sour through failure in point of demand, though my young sage is not of opinion that similar deterioration has befallen the ale. He has also enlightened me touching the mushrooms of the marshes, and has gently reproved my ignorance in having supposed them to be impregnated with salt. His manner of imparting information is thoughtful and appropriate to the scene. As he reclines beside me, he pitches into the river a little stone or piece of grit, and then delivers himself oracularly, as though he spoke out of the centre of the spreading circle that it makes in the water. He never improves my mind without observing this formula. With the wise boy, whom I know by no other name than the spirit of the fort, I recently consorted on a breezy day when the river leapt about us and was full of life. I had seen the sheaved corn carrying in the golden fields as I came down to the river, and the rosy farmer, watching his labouring men in the saddle on his cob, had told me how he had reaped his 260 acres of long-strawed corn last week, and how a better week's work he had never done in all his days. Peace and abundance were on the countryside in beautiful forms and beautiful colours, and the harvest seemed even to be sailing out to grace the never-reaped sea in the yellow-laden barges that mellowed the distance. It was on this occasion that the spirit of the fort, directing his remarks to a certain floating iron battery lately lying in that reach of the river, enriched my mind with his opinions on naval architecture, and informed me that he would like to be an engineer. I found him up to everything that is done in the contracting line by Messrs. Peto and Brassey, cunning in the article of concrete, mellow in the matter of iron, great on the subject of gunnery. When he spoke of pile-driving and sluice-making, he left me not a leg to stand on, and I can never sufficiently acknowledge his forbearance with me in my disabled state. While he thus discoursed, he several times directed his eyes to one distant quarter of the landscape, and spoke with vague mysterious awe of the yard. Pondering his lessons after we had parted, I bethought me that the yard was one of our large public dockyards, and that it lay hidden among the crops down in the dip behind the windmills, as if it modestly kept itself out of view in peaceful times, and sought to trouble no man. Taken with this modesty on the part of the yard, I resolved to improve the yard's acquaintance. My good opinion of the yard's retiring character was not dashed by nearer approach. It resounded with the noise of hammers beating upon iron, and the great sheds or slips under which the mighty men of war are built loomed business-like when contemplated from the opposite side of the river. For all that, however, the yard made no display, but kept itself snug under hillsides of cornfields, hop-gardens, and orchards, its great chimneys smoking with a quiet, almost a lazy air, like giants smoking tobacco, and the great shears moored off it looking meekly and inoffensively out of proportion, like the giraffe of the machinery creation. The store of cannon on the neighbouring gun-wharf had an innocent toy-like appearance, and the one red-coated sentry on duty over them was a mere toy figure, with a clockwork movement. As the hot sunlight sparkled on him, he might have passed for the identical little man who had the little gun, and whose bullets they were made of lead. Crossing the river and landing at the stairs, where a drift of chips and weed had been trying to land before me and had not succeeded, but had got into a corner instead, I found the very street-posts to be cannon, and the architectural ornaments to be shells. And so I came to the yard, which was shut up tight and strong with great folded gates, like an enormous patent safe. Those gates devouring me, I became digested into the yard, and it had, at first, a clean-swept holiday air, as if it had given over work until next war-time. Though indeed a quantity of hemp for rope was tumbling out of storehouses, even there, which would hardly be lying like so much hay on the white stones, if the yard were as placid as it pretended. Ding, clash, dong, bang, boom, rattle, clash, bang, clink, bang, dong, bang, clatter, bang, bang, bang. What on earth is this? This is, or soon will be, the Achilles, iron armour-plated ship. 1,200 men are working at her now. 1,200 men working on stages over her sides, over her bows, over her stern, under her keel, between her decks, down in her hold, within her and without, crawling and creeping into the finest curves of her lines, wherever it is possible for men to twist. 1,200 hammerers, measurers, caulkers, armourers, forgers, smiths, shipwrights. 1,200 dingers, clashers, dongers, rattlers, clinkers, bangers, bangers, bangers. Yet all this stupendous uproar around the rising Achilles is as nothing to the reverberations with which the perfected Achilles shall resound upon the dreadful day when the full work is in hand, for which this is but note of preparation. The day when the scuppers, that are now fitting like great dry thirsty conduit pipes, shall run red. All these busy figures between the decks, dimly seen bending at their work in smoke and fire, are as nothing to the figures that shall do work here of another kind in smoke and fire, that day, These steam-worked engines alongside, helping the ship by travelling to and fro, and wafting tons of iron plates about as though they were so many leaves of trees, would be rent limb from limb if they stood by her for a minute then. To think that this Achilles, monstrous compound of iron tank and oaken chest, can ever swim or roll. To think that any force of wind and wave could ever break her. To think that wherever I see a glowing red-hot iron point thrust out of her side from within, as I do now, there, and there, and there, and 2 watching men on a stage without, with bared arms and sledge-hammers, strike at it fiercely, and repeat their blows until it is black and flat, I see a rivet being driven home, of which there are many in every iron plate, and thousands upon thousands in the ship. To think that the difficulty I experience in appreciating the ship's size when I am on board arises from her being a series of iron tanks and oaken chests, so that internally she is ever finishing and ever beginning, and half of her might be smashed, and yet the remaining half suffice and be sound. Then to go over the side again and down among the ooze and wet to the bottom of the dock, in the depths of the subterranean forest of dog-shores and stays that hold her up, and to see the immense mass bulging out against the upper light, and tapering down towards me, is, with great pains and much clambering, to arrive at an impossibility of realizing that this is a ship at all, and to become possessed by the fancy that it is an enormous immovable edifice, set up in an ancient amphitheatre, say that at Verona, and almost filling it. Yet what would even these things be, without the tributary workshops and the mechanical powers for piercing the iron plates, 4 inches and a half thick, for rivets, shaping them under hydraulic pressure to the finest tapering turns of the ship's lines, and paring them away, with knives shaped like the beaks of strong and cruel birds, to the nicest requirements of the design. These machines of tremendous force, so easily directed by one attentive face and presiding hand, seem to me to have in them something of the retiring character of the yard. Obedient monster, please to bite this mass of iron through and through at equal distances, where these regular chalk marks are, all round. Monster looks at its work, and lifting its ponderous head, replies, "I don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done—" The solid metal wriggles out, hot from the monster's crunching tooth, and it is done. Dutiful monster, observe this other mass of iron. It is required to be pared away, according to this delicately lessening and arbitrary line, which please to look at. Monster, who has been in a reverie, brings down its blunt head, and, much in the manner of Dr. Johnson, closely looks along the line, very closely, being somewhat near-sighted. I don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. Monster takes another near-sighted look, takes aim, and the tortured piece writhes off and falls, a hot, tight, twisted snake, among the ashes. The making of the rivets is merely a pretty round game, played by a man and a boy, who put red-hot barley sugar in a Pope Joan board, and immediately rivets fall out of window. But the tone of the great machines is the tone of the great yard and the great country. We don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. How such a prodigious mass as the Achilles can ever be held by such comparatively little anchors as those intended for her, and lying near her here, is a mystery of seamanship which I will refer to the wise boy. For my own part, I should as soon have thought of tethering an elephant to a tent-peg, or the larger hippopotamus in the zoological gardens to my shirt-pin. Yonder in the river, alongside a hulk, lie 2 of this ship's hollow iron masts. They are large enough for the eye, I find, and so are all her other appliances. I wonder why only her anchors look small. I have no present time to think about it, for I am going to see the workshops where they make all the oars used in the British Navy. A pretty large pile of building, I opine, and a pretty long job. As to the building, I am soon disappointed, because the work is all done in one loft. And as to a long job, what is this? 2 rather large mangles with a swarm of butterflies hovering over them. What can there be in the mangles that attracts butterflies? Drawing nearer, I discern that these are not mangles, but intricate machines, set with knives and saws and planes, which cut smooth and straight here, and slantwise there, and now cut such a depth, and now miss cutting altogether, according to the predestined requirements of the pieces of wood that are pushed on below them, each of which pieces is to be an oar, and is roughly adapted to that purpose before it takes its final leave of far-off forests and sails for England. Likewise I discern that the butterflies are not true butterflies, but wooden shavings, which, being spirited up from the wood by the violence of the machinery, and kept in rapid and not equal movement by the impulse of its rotation on the air, flutter and play, and rise and fall, and conduct themselves as like butterflies as heart could wish. Suddenly the noise and motion cease, and the butterflies drop dead. An oar has been made since I came in, wanting the shaped handle. As quickly as I can follow it with my eye and thought, the same oar is carried to a turning lathe. A whirl and nick, handle made, oar finished. The exquisite beauty and efficiency of this machinery need no illustration, but happen to have a pointed illustration today. A pair of oars of unusual size chance to be wanted for a special purpose, and they have to be made by hand. Side by side with the subtle and facile machine, and side by side with the fast-growing pile of oars on the floor, a man shapes out these special oars with an axe. Attended by no butterflies, and chipping and dinting by comparison as leisurely as if he was a labouring pagan getting them ready against his decease at 70 to take with him as a present to Charon for his boat, the man, aged about 30, plies his task. The machine would make a regulation oar, while the man wipes his forehead. The man might be buried in a mound made of strips of thin, broad wooden ribbon, torn from the wood, whirled into oars as the minutes fall from the clock, before he had done a forenoon's work with his axe. Passing from this wonderful sight to the ships again, for my heart as to the yard is where the ships are, I notice certain unfinished wooden walls left seasoning on the stocks, pending the solution of the merits of the wood and iron question, and having an air of biding their time with surly confidence. The names of these worthies are set up beside them, together with their capacity in guns, a custom highly conducive to ease and satisfaction in social intercourse, if it could be adapted to mankind. By a plank more gracefully pendulous than substantial, I make bold to go aboard a transport ship, Iron Screw, just sent in from the contractor's yard to be inspected and passed. She is a very gratifying experience, in the simplicity and humanity of her arrangements for troops, in her provision for light and air and cleanliness, and in her care for women and children. It occurs to me, as I explore her, that I would require a handsome sum of money to go aboard her, at midnight by the dockyard bell, and stay aboard alone till morning. For surely she must be haunted by a crowd of ghosts of obstinate old martinets, mournfully flapping their cherubic epaulettes over the changed times. Though still we may learn from the astounding ways and means in our yards now, more highly than ever, to respect the forefathers who got to sea, and fought the sea, and held the sea, without them. This remembrance putting me in the best of tempers with an old hulk, very green as to her copper, and generally dim and patched, I pull off my hat to her. Which salutation a callow and downy-faced young officer of engineers, going by at the moment, perceiving, appropriates, and to which he is most heartily welcome, I am sure. Having been torn to pieces, in imagination, by the steam circular saws, perpendicular saws, horizontal saws, and saws of eccentric action, I come to the sauntering part of my expedition, and consequently to the core of my uncommercial pursuits. Everywhere, as I saunter up and down the yard, I meet with tokens of its quiet and retiring character. There is a gravity upon its red brick offices and houses, a stage pretence of having nothing worth mentioning to do, an avoidance of display, which I never saw out of England. The white stones on the pavement present no other trace of Achilles and his 1,200 banging men, not one of whom strikes an attitude, than a few occasional echoes. But for a whisper in the air, suggestive of sawdust and shavings, the oar-making and the saws of many movements might be miles away. Down below here is the great reservoir of water, where timber is steeped in various temperatures as part of its seasoning process. Above it, on a tramroad supported by pillars, is a Chinese enchanter's car, which fishes the logs up when sufficiently steeped, and rolls smoothly away with them to stack them. When I was a child, the yard being then familiar to me, I used to think that I should like to play at Chinese enchanter, and to have that apparatus placed at my disposal for the purpose by a beneficent country. I still think that I should rather like to try the effect of writing a book in it. Its retirement is complete, and to go gliding to and fro among the stacks of timber would be a convenient kind of travelling in foreign countries, among the forests of North America, the sodden Honduras swamps, the dark pine woods, the Norwegian frosts, and the tropical heats, rainy seasons, and thunderstorms. The costly store of timber is stacked and stowed away in sequestered places, with the pervading avoidance of flourish or effect. It makes as little of itself as possible, and calls to no one, "Come and look at me." And yet it is picked out from the trees of the world, picked out for length, picked out for breadth, picked out for straightness, picked out for crookedness, chosen with an eye to every need of ship and boat. Strangely twisted pieces lie about, precious in the sight of shipwrights. Sauntering through these groves, I come upon an open glade, where workmen are examining some timbers recently delivered. Quite a pastoral scene, with a background of river and windmill, and no more like war than the American states are at present like a union. Sauntering among the rope-making, I am spun into a state of blissful indolence, wherein my rope of life seems to be so untwisted by the process as that I can see back to very early days indeed, when my bad dreams, they were frightful, though my more mature understanding has never made out why, were of an interminable sort of rope-making, with long minute filaments for strands, which, when they were spun home together close to my eyes, occasioned screaming. Next I walk among the quiet lofts of stores, of sails, spars, rigging, ships' boats, determined to believe that somebody in authority wears a girdle and bends beneath the weight of a massive bunch of keys, and that, when such a thing is wanted, he comes telling his keys like Blue Beard, and opens such a door. Impassive as the long lofts look, let the electric battery send down the word, and the shutters and doors shall fly open, and such a fleet of armed ships, under steam and under sail, shall burst forth as will charge the old Medway, where the merry Stuart let the Dutch come, while his not-so-merry sailors starved in the streets, with something worth looking at to carry to the sea. Thus I idle round to the Medway again, where it is now flood tide, and I find the river evincing a strong solicitude to force a way into the dry dock, where Achilles is waited on by 1,200 bangers, with intent to bear the whole away before they are ready. To the last the yard puts a quiet face upon it, for I make my way to the gates through a little quiet grove of trees, shading the quaintest of Dutch landing-places, where the leaf-speckled shadow of a shipwright just passing away at the further end might be the shadow of Russian Peter himself. So the doors of the great patent safe at last close upon me, and I take boat again, somehow thinking as the oars dip of Braggart Pistol and his brood, and of the quiet monsters of the yard, with their "we don't."
Chapter 27 of The Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Doughty. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 27. In the French-Flemish Country. It is neither a bold nor a diversified country, said I to myself. This country, which is 3/4 Flemish and 1/4 French, yet it has its attractions too. Though great lines of railway traverse it, the trains leave it behind and go puffing on to Paris and the south, to Belgium and Germany, to the northern sea-coast of France, and to England, and merely smoke it a little in passing. Then I don't know it, and that is a good reason for being here. And I can't pronounce half the long queer names I see inscribed over the shops, and that is another good reason for being here, since I surely ought to learn how. In short, I was here, and I wanted an excuse for not going away from here, and I made it to my satisfaction, and stayed here. What part in my decision was borne by Monsieur P. Salcy is of no moment, though I own to encountering that gentleman's name on a red bill on the wall, before I made up my mind. Monsieur P. Salcy, par permission de Monsieur le Maire, had established his theatre in the whitewashed Hôtel de Ville, on the steps of which illustrious edifice I stood. And Monsieur P. Salcy, privileged director of such theatre, situate in the first theatrical arrondissement of the Department of the North, invited French-Flemish mankind to come and partake of the intellectual banquet provided by his family of dramatic artists, 15 subjects in number. La famille P. Salcy, composée d'artistes dramatiques au nombre de 15 sujets. Neither a bold nor a diversified country, I say again, and withal an untidy country, but pleasant enough to ride in, when the paved roads over the flats and through the hollows are not too deep in black mud. A country so sparely inhabited that I wonder where the peasants who till and sow and reap the ground can possibly dwell, and also by what invisible balloons they are conveyed from their distant homes into the fields at sunrise, and back again at sunset. The occasional few poor cottages and farms in this region surely cannot afford shelter to the numbers necessary to the cultivation, albeit the work is done so very deliberately that on one long harvest day I have seen, in 12 miles, about twice as many men and women all told, reaping and binding. Yet have I seen more cattle, more sheep, more pigs, and all in better case than where there is purer French spoken, and also better ricks, round, swelling, peg-top ricks, well thatched, not a shapeless brown heap, like the toast of a giant's toast and water, pinned to the earth with one of the skewers out of his kitchen. A good custom they have about here, likewise, of prolonging the sloping tiled roof of farm or cottage, so that it overhangs 3 or 4 feet, carrying off the wet, and making a good drying place wherein to hang up herbs, or implements, or what not. A better custom than the popular one of keeping the refuse heap and puddle close before the house door, which, although I paint my dwelling never so brightly blue, it cannot be too blue for me hereabouts, will bring fever inside my door. Wonderful poultry of the French-Flemish country! Why take the trouble to be poultry? Why not stop short at eggs in the rising generation, and die out, and have done with it? Parents of chickens have I seen this day, followed by their wretched young families, scratching nothing out of the mud, with an air tottering about on legs so scraggy and weak that the valiant word drumsticks becomes a mockery when applied to them, and the crow of the lord and master has been a mere dejected case of croup. Carts have I seen, and other agricultural instruments, unwieldy, dislocated, monstrous. Poplar trees by the thousand fringe the fields, and fringe the end of the flat landscape, so that I feel, looking straight on before me, as if, when I pass the extremest fringe on the low horizon, I shall tumble over into space. Little whitewashed black holes of chapels with barred doors and Flemish inscriptions abound at roadside corners, and often they are garnished with a sheaf of wooden crosses like children's swords, or in their default some hollow old tree with a saint roosting in it is similarly decorated, or a pole with a very diminutive saint enshrined aloft in a sort of sacred pigeon-house. Not that we are deficient in such decoration of the town here, for over at the church yonder, outside the building, is a scenic representation of the crucifixion, built up with old bricks and stones, and made out with painted canvas and wooden figures, the whole surmounting the dusty skull of some holy personage, perhaps, shut up behind a little ashy iron gate, as if it were originally put there to be cooked, and the fire had long gone out. A windmilly country, this, though the windmills are so damp and rickety that they nearly knock themselves off their legs at every turn of their sails, and creak in loud complaint. A weaving country, too, for in the wayside cottages the loom goes wearily, rattle and click, and, looking in, I see the poor weaving peasant, man or woman, bending at the work, while the child, working too, turns a little hand-wheel put upon the ground to suit its height. An unconscionable monster, the loom, in a small dwelling, asserting himself ungenerously as the breadwinner, straddling over the children's straw beds, cramping the family in space and air, and making himself generally objectionable and tyrannical. He is tributary, too, to ugly mills and factories and bleaching grounds, rising out of the sluiced fields in an abrupt, bare way, disdaining, like himself, to be ornamental or accommodating. Surrounded by these things, here I stood on the steps of the Hôtel de Ville, persuaded to remain by the P. family, 15 dramatic subjects strong. There was a fair, besides, the double persuasion being irresistible, and my sponge being left behind at the last hotel, I made the tour of the little town to buy another. In the small, sunny shops, mercers, opticians, and druggist-grocers, with here and there an emporium of religious images, the gravest of old spectacled Flemish husbands and wives sat, contemplating one another, across bare counters, while the wasps, who seemed to have taken military possession of the town, and to have placed it under wasp martial law, executed warlike manoeuvres in the windows. Other shops the wasps had entirely to themselves, and nobody cared, and nobody came, when I beat with a 5-franc piece upon the board of custom. What I sought was no more to be found than if I had sought a nugget of Californian gold. So I went, spongeless, to pass the evening with the family P. Salcy. The members of the family P. Salcy were so fat and so like one another, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, uncles, and aunts, that I think the local audience were much confused about the plot of the piece under representation, and to the last expected that everybody must turn out to be the long-lost relative of everybody else. The theatre was established on the top story of the Hôtel de Ville, and was approached by a long bare staircase, whereupon, in an airy situation, one of the P. family, a stout gentleman, imperfectly repressed by a belt, took the money. This occasioned the greatest excitement of the evening, for no sooner did the curtain rise on the introductory vaudeville, and reveal in the person of the young lover singing a very short song with his eyebrows, apparently the very same identical stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, then everyone rushed out to the paying place to ascertain whether he could possibly have put on that dress coat, that clear complexion, and those arched black vocal eyebrows in so short a space of time. It then became manifest that this was another stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, to whom, before the spectators had recovered their presence of mind, entered a third stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, exactly like him. These two subjects, making with the money-taker 3 of the announced 15, fell into conversation touching a charming young widow, who, presently appearing, proved to be a stout lady, altogether irrepressible by any means, quite a parallel case to the American Negro, 4th of the 15 subjects, and sister of the 5th, who presided over the check department. In good time, the whole of the 15 subjects were dramatically presented, and we had the inevitable ma mère, and also the inevitable malédiction d'un père, and likewise the inevitable marquis, and also the inevitable provincial young man, weak-minded but faithful, who followed Julie to Paris, who cried, and laughed, and choked, all at once. The story was wrought out with the help of a virtuous spinning-wheel in the beginning, a vicious set of diamonds in the middle, and a rheumatic blessing which arrived by post, from ma mère towards the end. The whole resulting in a small sword in the body of one of the stout gentlemen, imperfectly repressed by a belt, 50,000 francs per annum, and a decoration to the other stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, and an assurance from everybody to the provincial young man that if he were not supremely happy, which he seemed to have no reason whatever for being, he ought to be. This afforded him a final opportunity of crying and laughing and choking all at once, and sent the audience home sentimentally delighted. Audience more attentive or better behaved there could not possibly be. Though the places of second rank in the theatre of the Famille P. Salcy were 6pence each in English money, and the places of first rank a shilling. How the 15 subjects ever got so fat upon it, the kind heavens know. What gorgeous china figures of knights and ladies, gilded till they gleamed again, I might have bought at the fair, for the garniture of my home, if I had been a French-Flemish peasant, and had had the money. What shining coffee-cups and saucers I might have won at the turntables, if I had had the luck. Ravishing perfumery also, and sweetmeats I might have speculated in, or I might have fired for prizes at the multitude of little dolls in niches, and might have hit the doll of dolls, and won francs and fame. Or, being a French-Flemish youth, I might have been drawn in a hand-cart by my compeers, to tilt for municipal rewards at the water quintain, which, unless I sent my lance clean through the ring, emptied a full bucket over me, to fend off which the competitors wore grotesque old scarecrow hats, or, being French-Flemish man or woman, boy or girl, I might have circled all night on my hobby-horse, in a stately cavalcade of hobby-horses, 4 abreast, interspersed with triumphal cars, going round and round and round and round, we, the goodly company singing a ceaseless chorus of the music of the barrel organ, drum and cymbals. On the whole, not more monotonous than the Ring in Hyde Park, London, and much merrier. For when do the circling company sing chorus there, to the barrel organ? When do the ladies embrace their horses round the neck with both arms? When do gentlemen fan the ladies with the tails of their gallant steeds? On all these revolving delights, and on their own especial lamps and Chinese lanterns revolving with them, the thoughtful weaver face brightens, and the Hôtel de Ville sheds an illuminated line of gaslight, while above it the Eagle of France, gas-outlined and apparently afflicted with the prevailing infirmities that have lighted on the poultry, is in a very undecided state of policy, and as a bird, molting. Flags flutter all around. Such is the prevailing gaiety that the keeper of the prison sits on the stone steps outside the prison door to have a look at the world that is not locked up, while that agreeable retreat, the wine shop opposite to the prison in the prison alley, its sign La Tranquillité, because of its charming situation, resounds with the voices of the shepherds and shepherdesses who resort there this festive night. And it reminds me, not only this afternoon, I saw a shepherd in trouble, tending his way over the jagged stones of a neighbouring street. A magnificent sight it was, to behold him in his blouse, a feeble little jog-trot rustic, swept along by the wind of two immense gendarmes in cocked hats, for which the street was hardly wide enough, each carrying a bundle of stolen property that would not have held his shoulder knot, and clanking a sabre that dwarfed the prisoner. Messieurs et mesdames, I present to you at this fair, as a mark of my confidence in the people of this so renowned town, and as an act of homage to their good sense and fine taste, the ventriloquist. The ventriloquist! Further, messieurs et mesdames, I present to you the face-maker, the physiognomist, the great changer of countenances, who transforms the features that heaven has bestowed upon him into an endless selection of surprising and extraordinary visages, comprehending, messieurs et mesdames, all the contortions, energetic and expressive, of which the human face is capable, and all the passions of the human heart, as love, jealousy, revenge, hatred, avarice, despair. Hi, hi! Ho, ho! Lulu, come in! To this effect, with an occasional smite upon a sonorous kind of tambourine, bestowed with a will, as if it represented the people who won't come in, holds forth a man of lofty and severe demeanour, a man in stately uniform, gloomy with the knowledge he possesses of the inner secrets of the booth. Come in! Come in! Your opportunity presents itself tonight. Tomorrow it will be gone forever. Tomorrow morning by the express train the railroad will reclaim the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Algeria will reclaim the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Yes, for the honour of their country they have accepted propositions of a magnitude incredible to appear in Algeria. See them for the last time before their departure. We go to commence on the instant. Hi, hi! Ho, ho! Lulu! Come in! Take the money that now ascends, madame, but after that no more, for we commence. Come in! Nevertheless, the eyes both of the gloomy speaker and of madame receiving sous in a muslin bower survey the crowd pretty sharply after the ascending money has ascended, to detect any lingering sous at the turning point. Come in, come in! Is there any more money, madame, on the point of ascending? If so, we wait for it. If not, we commence. The orator looks back over his shoulder to say it, lashing the spectators with the conviction that he beholds, through the folds of the drapery into which he is about to plunge, the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Several sous burst out of pockets and ascend. "Come in then, messieurs," exclaims Madame in a shrill voice, and beckoning with a bejewelled finger. "Come up." This presses Monsieur. "Come up." This presses. "Monsieur has commanded that they commence." Monsieur dives into his interior, and the last half-dozen of us follow. His interior is comparatively severe. His exterior also. A true temple of art needs nothing but seats, drapery, a small table with 2 moderator lamps hanging over it, and an ornamental looking-glass let into the wall. Monsieur, in uniform, gets behind the table and surveys us with disdain, his forehead becoming diabolically intellectual under the moderators. "Monsieur et Madame, I present to you the ventriloquist. He will commence with the celebrated experience of the bee in the window. The bee, apparently the veritable bee of nature, will hover in the window and about the room. He will be with difficulty caught in the hand of Monsieur the ventriloquist. He will escape. He will again hover. At length he will be recaptured by Monsieur the ventriloquist, and will be with difficulty put into a bottle. Achieve then, Monsieur!" Here the proprietor is replaced behind the table by the ventriloquist, who is thin and sallow and of a weakly prospect. While the bee is in progress, Monsieur the proprietor sits apart on a stool, immersed in dark and remote thought. The moment the bee is bottled, he stalks forward, eyes us gloomily as we applaud, and then announces, sternly waving his hand, "The magnificent experience of the child with the whooping cough." The child disposed of, he starts up as before. "The superb and extraordinary experience of the dialogue between Monsieur Tatambour in his dining-room and his domestic, Jerome, in the cellar, concluding with the songsters of the grove, and the concert of domestic farmyard animals." All this done, and well done, Monsieur the ventriloquist withdraws, and Monsieur the face-maker bursts in, as if his retiring room were a mile long instead of a yard. A corpulent little man in a large white waistcoat, with a comic countenance, and with a wig in his hand. A corpulent little man in a large white waistcoat, with a comic countenance and a wig in his hand. Irreverent disposition to laugh, instantly checked by the tremendous gravity of the face-maker, who intimates in his bow that if we expect that sort of thing, we are mistaken. A very little shaving-glass, with a leg behind it, is handed in, and placed on the table before the face-maker. "Messieurs et mesdames, with no other assistance than this mirror and this wig, I shall have the honour of showing you 1,000 characters." As a preparation, the face-maker, with both hands, gouges himself and turns his mouth inside out. He then becomes frightfully grave again, and says to the proprietor, "I am ready." Proprietor stalks forth from baleful reverie, and announces, "The young conscript." Face-maker claps his wig on, hindside before, looks in the glass, and appears above it as a conscript, so very imbecile, and squinting so extremely hard, that I should think the state would never get any good of him. Thunders of applause. Face-maker dips behind the looking-glass,
brings his own hair forward, is himself again, is awfully grave. A distinguished inhabitant of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Facemaker dips, rises, is supposed to be aged, blear-eyed, toothless, slightly palsied, supernaturally polite, evidently of noble birth. The oldest member of the Corps of Invalides on the fete day of his master. Facemaker dips, rises, wears the wig on one side, has become the feeblest military bore in existence, and, it is clear, would lie frightfully about his past achievements if he were not confined to pantomime. The miser! Facemaker dips, rises, clutches a bag, and every hair of the wig is on end to express that he lives in continual dread of thieves. The genius of France. Facemaker dips, rises, wig pushed back and smoothed flat. Little cocked hat, artfully concealed till now, put atop of it. Facemaker's white waistcoat, much advanced. Facemaker's left hand in bosom of white waistcoat. Facemaker's right hand behind his back. Thunders. This is the first of 3 positions of the genius of France. In the second position, the facemaker takes snuff. In the third, rolls up his fight hand and surveys illimitable armies through that pocket glass. The facemaker then, by putting out his tongue and wearing the wig nohow in particular, becomes the village idiot. The most remarkable feature in the whole of this ingenious performance is that whatever he does to disguise himself has the effect of rendering him rather more like himself than he was at first. There were peep shows at this fair, and I had the pleasure of recognizing several fields of glory with which I became well acquainted a year or 2 ago as Crimean battles, now doing duty as Mexican victories. The change was neatly effected by some extra smoking of the Russians, and by permitting the camp followers free range in the foreground to despoil the enemy of their uniforms. As no British troops had ever happened to be within sight when the artist took his original sketches, it followed, fortunately, that none were in the way now. The fair wound up with a ball. Respecting the particular night of the week on which the ball took place, I decline to commit myself, merely mentioning that it was held in a stable yard, so very close to the railway that it was a mercy the locomotive did not set fire to it. In Scotland, I suppose, it would have done so. There, in a tent prettily decorated with looking-glasses and a myriad of toy flags, the people danced all night. It was not an expensive recreation, the price of a double ticket for a cavalier and lady being 1 3d in English money, and even of that small sum, 5d was reclaimable for consommation, which word I venture to translate into refreshments of no greater strength, at the strongest, than ordinary wine made hot, with sugar and lemon in it. It was a ball of great good humour, and of great enjoyment, though very many of the dancers must have been as poor as the 15 subjects of the P. Salsi family. In short, not having taken my own pet national pint pot with me to this fair, I was very well satisfied with the measure of simple enjoyment that it poured into the dull French-Flemish country life. How dull that is, I had an opportunity of considering when the fair was over, when the tricoloured flags were withdrawn from the windows of the houses on the place where the fair was held, when the windows were closed shut, apparently until next fair time, when the Hôtel de Ville had cut off its gas and put away its eagle, when the 2 paviors, whom I take to form the entire paving population of the town, were ramming down the stones which had been pulled up for the erection of decorative posts, when the jailer had slammed his gate and sulkily locked himself in with his charges. But then, as I paced the ring which marked the track of the departed hobby horses on the marketplace, pondering in my mind how long some hobby horses do leave their tracks in public ways, and how difficult they are to erase, my eyes were greeted with a goodly sight. I beheld 4 male personages thoughtfully pacing the place together, in the sunlight, evidently not belonging to the town, and having upon them a certain loose cosmopolitan air of not belonging to any town. One was clad in a suit of white canvas, another in a cap and blouse, the third in an old military frock, the fourth in a shapeless dress that looked as if it had been made out of old umbrellas. All wore dust-coloured shoes. My heart beat high, for in those 4 male personages, although complexionless and eyebrowless, I beheld 4 subjects of the family P. blue-bearded though they were, and bereft of the youthful smoothness of cheek which is imparted by what is termed in Albion a Whitechapel shave, and which is in fact whitening, judiciously applied to the jaws with the palm of the hand. I recognised them. As I stood, admiring, there emerged from the yard of a lowly cabaret the excellent ma mère, with the words, "Soup is served," words which so elated the subject in the canvas suit that when they all ran in to partake, he went last, dancing with his hands stuck angularly into the pockets of his canvas trousers, after the Pierrot manner. Glancing down the yard, the last I saw of him was that he looked in through a window, at the soup, no doubt, on one leg. Full of this pleasure, I shortly afterwards departed from the town, little dreaming of an addition to my good fortune. But more was in reserve. I went by a train which was heavy with third-class carriages, full of young fellows well guarded, who had drawn unlucky numbers in the last conscription, and were on their way to a famous French garrison town, where much of the raw military material is worked up into soldiery. At the station they had been sitting about in their threadbare, homespun blue garments, with their poor little bundles under their arms, covered with dust and clay and the various soils of France, sad enough at heart most of them, but putting a good face upon it, and slapping their breasts and singing choruses on the smallest provocation, the gayest spirits shouldering half-loaves of black bread speared upon their walking-sticks. As we went along, they were audible at every station, chorusing wildly out of tune, and feigning the highest hilarity. After a while, however, they began to leave off singing, and to laugh naturally, while at intervals there mingled with their laughter the barking of a dog. Now, I had to alight short of their destination, and, as that stoppage of the train was attended with a quantity of horn-blowing, bell-ringing, and proclamation of what Messieurs les voyageurs were to do, and were not to do, in order to reach their respective destinations, I had ample leisure to go forward on the platform to take a parting look at my recruits, whose heads were all out at window, and who were laughing like delighted children. Then I perceived that a large poodle with a pink nose, who had been their travelling companion and the cause of their mirth, stood on his hind legs, presenting arms on the extreme verge of the platform, ready to salute them as the train went off. This poodle wore a military shako. It is unnecessary to add, very much on one side, over one eye, a little military coat, and the regulation white gaiters. He was armed with a little musket and a little sword bayonet, and he stood, presenting arms in perfect attitude, with his unobscured eye on his master or superior officer, who stood by him. So admirable was his discipline that, when the train moved, and he was greeted with the parting cheers of the recruits, and also with a shower of centimes, several of which struck his shako, and had a tendency to discompose him, he remained staunch on his post until the train was gone.
He then resigned his arms to his officer,
Took off his shako by rubbing his paw over it, dropped on 4 legs, bringing his uniform coat into the absurdest relations with the overarching skies, and ran about the platform in his white gaiters, wagging his tail to an exceeding great extent. It struck me that there was more waggery than this in the poodle, and that he knew that the recruits would neither get through their exercises nor get rid of their uniforms as easily as he. Revolving which in my thoughts, and seeking in my pockets some small money to bestow upon him, I casually directed my eyes to the face of his superior officer, and in him beheld the face-maker. Though it was not quite the way to Algeria, but quite the reverse. The military poodle's colonel was the face-maker, in a dark blouse, with a small bundle hanging over his shoulder at the end of an umbrella, and taking a pipe from his breast to smoke, as he and the poodle went their mysterious way.
End of chapter 27. Recording by Adam.
Chapter 28 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 28. Medicine Men of Civilization. My voyages in paper boats among savages often yield me matter for reflection at home. It is curious to trace the savage in the civilized man, and to detect the hold of some savage customs on conditions of society rather boastful of being high above them. I wonder, is the medicine man of the North American Indians never to be got rid of, out of the North American country? He comes into my wigwam on all manner of occasions, and with the absurdest medicine. I always find it extremely difficult, and I often find it simply impossible, to keep him out of my wigwam. For his legal medicine he sticks upon his head the hair of quadrupeds, and plasters the same with fat, and dirty white powder, and talks a gibberish quite unknown to the men and squaws of his tribe. For his religious medicine he puts on puffy white sleeves, little black aprons, large black waistcoats of a peculiar cut, collarless coats with medicine buttonholes, medicine stockings and gaiters and shoes, and tops the whole with a highly grotesque medicinal hat. In one respect, to be sure, I am quite free from him. On occasions when the medicine men in general, together with a large number of the miscellaneous inhabitants of his village, both male and female, are presented to the principal chief, his native medicine is a comical mixture of old odds and ends, hired of traders, and new things in antiquated shapes, and pieces of red cloth, of which he is particularly fond. in white and red and blue paint for the face. The irrationality of this particular medicine culminates in a mock battle rush, from which many of the squaws are borne out, much dilapidated. I need not observe how unlike this is to a drawing-room at St. James's Palace. The African magician I find it very difficult to exclude from my wigwam, too. This creature takes cases of death and mourning under his supervision, and will frequently impoverish a whole family by his preposterous enchantments. He is a great eater and drinker, and always conceals a rejoicing stomach under a grieving exterior. His charms consist of an infinite quantity of worthless scraps, for which he charges very high. He impresses on the poor bereaved natives that the more of his followers they pay to exhibit such scraps on their persons for an hour or two, though they never saw the deceased in their lives, and are put in high spirits by his decease, the more honorably and piously they grieve for the dead. The poor people submitting themselves to this conjurer, an expensive procession is formed, in which bits of stick, feathers of birds, and a quantity of other unmeaning objects, besmeared with black paint, are carried in a certain ghastly order, of which no one understands the meaning, if it ever had any, to the brink of the grave, and are then brought back again. In the Tonga Islands everything is supposed to have a soul, so that when a hatchet is irreparably broken, they say, his immortal part has departed, he is gone to the happy hunting plains. This belief leads to the logical sequence that when a man is buried, some of his eating and drinking vessels and some of his warlike implements must be broken and buried with him. Superstitious and wrong, but surely a more respectable superstition than the hire of antic scraps for a show that has no meaning based on any sincere belief. Let me halt on my uncommercial road to throw a passing glance on some funeral solemnities that I have seen where North American Indians, African magicians, and Tonga Islanders are supposed not to be. Once I dwelt in an Italian city, where there dwelt with me for a while an Englishman of an amiable nature, great enthusiasm, and no discretion. This friend discovered a desolate stranger mourning over the unexpected death of one very dear to him, in a solitary cottage among the vineyards of an outlying village. The circumstances of the bereavement were unusually distressing, and the survivor, new to the peasants and the country, sorely needed help, being alone with the remains. With some difficulty, but with the strong influence of a purpose at once gentle, disinterested, and determined, my friend, Mr. Kindheart, obtained access to the mourner, and undertook to arrange the burial. There was a small Protestant cemetery near the city walls, and as Mr. Kindheart came back to me, he turned into it and chose the spot. He was always highly flushed when rendering a service unaided, and I knew that to make him happy I must keep aloof from his ministration. But when at dinner he warmed with the good action of the day, and conceived the brilliant idea of comforting the mourner with an English funeral, I ventured to intimate that I thought that institution, which was not absolutely sublime at home, might prove a failure in Italian hands. However, Mr. Kindheart was so enraptured with his conception that he presently wrote down into the town requesting the attendance with tomorrow's earliest light of a certain little upholsterer. This upholsterer was famous for speaking the unintelligible local dialect, his own, in a far more unintelligible manner than any other man alive. When from my bath next morning I overheard Mr. Kindheart and the upholsterer in conference on the top of an echoing staircase, and when I overheard Mr. Kindheart rendering English, undertaking phrases into very choice Italian, and the upholsterer replying in the unknown tongues, and when I furthermore remembered that the local funerals had no resemblance to English funerals, I became in my secret bosom apprehensive. but Mr. Kindheart informed me at breakfast that measures had been taken to ensure a signal success. As the funeral was to take place at sunset, and as I knew to which of the city gates it must tend, I went out at that gate as the sun descended and walked along the dusty road. I had not walked far when I encountered this procession. 1. Mr. Kindheart, much abashed, on an immense gray horse. 2. A bright yellow coach and pair, driven by a coachman in bright red velvet knee-breeches and waistcoat. This was the established local idea of state. Both coach doors kept open by the coffin, which was on its side within, and sticking out at each. 3. Behind the coach, the mourner, for whom the coach was intended, walking in the dust. 4. Concealed behind a roadside well for the irrigation of a garden, the unintelligible upholsterer admiring. It matters little now. Coaches of all colors are alike to poor Kindheart, and he rests far north of the little cemetery with the cypress trees, by the city walls where the Mediterranean is so beautiful. My first funeral, a fair representative funeral after its kind, was that of the husband of a married servant, once my nurse. She married for money. Sally Flanders, after a year or two of matrimony, became the relict of Flanders, a small master builder, and either she or Flanders had done me the honor to express a desire that I should follow. I may have been 7 or 8 years old, young enough certainly to feel rather alarmed by the expression, as not knowing where the invitation was held to terminate, and how far I was expected to follow the deceased Flanders. Consent being given by the heads of houses, I was jobbed up into what was pronounced at home decent mourning, comprehending somebody else's shirt, unless my memory deceives me, and was admonished that if, when the funeral was in action, I put my hands in my pockets, or took my eyes out of my pocket-handkerchief, I was personally lost, and my family disgraced. On the eventful day, having tried to get myself into a disastrous frame of mind, and having formed a very poor opinion of myself because I couldn't cry, I repaired to Sally's. Sally was an excellent creature, and had been a good wife to old Flanders, but the moment I saw her I knew that she was not in her own real natural state. She formed a sort of coat of arms, grouped with a smelling bottle, a handkerchief, an orange, a bottle of vinegar, Flanders' sister, her own sister, Flanders' brother's wife, and 2 neighboring gossips, all in mourning, and all ready to hold her whenever she fainted. At sight of poor little me she became much agitated, agitating me much more, and having exclaimed, "Oh, here's dear Master Uncommercial," became hysterical, and swooned as if I had been the death of her. An affecting scene followed, during which I was handed about and poked at her by various people, as if I were the bottle of salts. Reviving a little, she embraced me, said, "You knew him well, dear Master Uncommercial, and he knew you," and fainted again, which, as the rest of the coat of arms soothingly said, done her credit. Now I knew that she needn't have fainted unless she liked, and that she wouldn't have fainted unless it had been expected of her, quite as well as I know it at this day. It made me feel uncomfortable and hypocritical besides. I was not sure but that it might be manners in me to faint next, and I resolved to keep my eye on Flanders' uncle, and if I saw any signs of his going in that direction, to go too, politely. But Flanders's uncle, who was a weak little old retail grocer, had only one idea, which was that we all wanted tea. And he handed us cups of tea all round, incessantly, whether we refused or not. There was a young nephew of Flanders present, to whom Flanders, it was rumoured, had left 19 guineas. He drank all the tea that was offered him, this nephew, amounting, I should say, to several quarts, and ate as much plum cake as he could possibly come by, but he felt it to be decent mourning that he should now and then stop in the midst of a lump of cake, and appear to forget that his mouth was full, in the contemplation of his uncle's memory. I felt all this to be the fault of the undertaker, who was handing us gloves on a tea-tray as if they were muffins, and tying us into cloaks. Mine had to be pinned up all round, it was so long for me, because I knew that he was making game. So when we got out into the streets, and I constantly disarranged the procession by tumbling on the people before me, because my handkerchief blinded my eyes, and tripping up the people behind me because my cloak was so long, I felt that we were all making game. I was truly sorry for Flanders, but I knew that it was no reason why we should be trying, the women with their heads in hoods like coal scuttles with the black side outward, to keep step with a man in a scarf, carrying a thing like a morning spy-glass, which he was going to open presently and sweep the horizon with. I knew that we should not all have been speaking in one particular key-note struck by the undertaker if we had not been making game. Even in our faces we were every one of us as like the undertaker as if we had been his own family, and I perceived that this could not have happened unless we had been making game. When we returned to Sally's, it was all of a piece. The continued impossibility of getting on without plum cake, the ceremonious apparition of a pair of decanters containing port and sherry and cork, Sally's sister at the tea-table, clinking the best crockery and shaking her head mournfully every time she looked down into the teapot, as if it were the tomb. The coat of arms again, and Sally as before. Lastly, the words of consolation administered to Sally, when it was considered right that she should come round nicely, which were that the deceased had had as comfortable a funeral as comfortable could be. Other funerals have I seen with grown-up eyes since that day, of which the burden has been the same childish burden, making game. Real affliction, real grief and solemnity have been outraged, and the funeral has been performed. The waste for which the funeral customs of many tribes of savages are conspicuous has attended these civilized obsequies, and once and twice have I wished in my soul that if the waste must be, they would let the undertaker bury the money and let me bury the friend. In France, upon the whole, these ceremonies are more sensibly regulated, because they are, upon the whole, less expensively regulated. I cannot say that I have ever been much edified by the custom of tying a bib and apron on the front of the house of mourning, or that I would myself particularly care to be driven to my grave in a nodding and bobbing car, like an infirm four-post bedstead, by an inky fellow creature in a cocked hat. But it may be that I am constitutionally insensible to the virtues of a cocked hat. In provincial France the solemnities are sufficiently hideous, but are few and cheap. The friends and townsmen of the departed, in their own dresses, and not masquerading under the auspices of the African conjurer, surround the hand-bier and often carry it. It is not considered indispensable to stifle the bearers, or even to elevate the burden on their shoulders. Consequently, it is easily taken up and easily set down, and is carried through the streets without the distressing floundering and shuffling that we see at home. A dirty priest or two, and a dirtier acolyte or two, do not lend any especial grace to the proceedings, and I regard with personal animosity the bassoon which is blown at intervals by the big-legged priest (it is always a big-legged priest who blows the bassoon), when his fellows combine in a lugubrious stalwart drawl. But there is far less of the conjurer and the medicine-man in the business than under like circumstances here. The grim coaches that we reserve expressly for such shows are non-existent. If the cemetery be far out of the town, The coaches that are hired for other purposes of life are hired for this purpose, and although the honest vehicles make no pretense of being overcome, I have never noticed that the people in them were the worse for it. In Italy, the hooded members of confraternities who attend on funerals are dismal and ugly to look upon. But the services they render are at least voluntarily rendered, and impoverish no one, and cost nothing. Why should high civilization and low savagery ever come together on the point of making them a wantonly wasteful and contemptible set of forms? Once I lost a friend by death who had been troubled in his time by the medicine man and the conjurer, and upon whose limited resources there were abundant claims. The conjurer assured me that I must positively follow, and both he and the medicine man entertained no doubt that I must go in a black carriage, and must wear fittings. I objected to fittings as having nothing to do with my friendship, and I objected to the black carriage as being in more senses than one a job. So it came into my mind to try what would happen if I quietly walked, in my own way, from my own house to my friend's burial place, and stood beside his open grave in my own dress and person, reverently listening to the best of services. It satisfied my mind, I found, quite as well as if I had been disguised in a hired hatband and scarf, both trailing to my very heels, and as if I had cost the orphan children in their greatest need 10 guineas. Can any one who ever beheld the stupendous absurdities attendant on a message from the Lords in the House of Commons turn upon the medicine man of the poor Indians? Has he any medicine in that dried skin pouch of his, so supremely ludicrous as the two masters in Chancery holding up their black petticoats and butting their ridiculous wigs at Mr. Speaker? Yet there are authorities innumerable to tell me, as there are authorities innumerable among the Indians to tell them, that the nonsense is indispensable, and that its abrogation would involve most awful consequences. What would any rational creature who had never heard of judicial and forensic fittings think of the Court of Common Pleas on the first day of term? Or with what an awakened sense of humour would Livingstone's account of a similar scene be perused, if the fur and red cloth and goat's hair and horsehair and powdered chalk and black patches on the top of the head were all at Talamongango instead of Westminster? That model missionary and good brave man found at least one tribe of blacks with a very strong sense of the ridiculous, insomuch that although an amiable and docile people, they never could see the missionaries dispose of their legs in the attitude of kneeling, or hear them begin a hymn in chorus without bursting into roars of irrepressible laughter. It is much to be hoped that no member of this facetious tribe may ever find his way to England and get committed for contempt of court. In the Tonga Island already mentioned, there are a set of personages called marabouts, or some such name, who are the masters of all the public ceremonies, and who know the exact place in which every chief must sit down when a solemn public meeting takes place, a meeting which bears a family resemblance to our own public dinner, in respect of its being a main part of the proceedings that every gentleman present is required to drink something nasty. These marabouts are a privileged order, so important is their avocation, and they make the most of their high functions. A long way out of the Tonga Islands, indeed, rather near the British Islands, was there no calling in of the marabouts the other day to settle an earth-convulsing question of precedence? And was there no weighty opinion delivered on the part of the marabouts, which, being interpreted to that unlucky tribe of blacks with the sense of the ridiculous, would infallibly set the whole population screaming with laughter? My sense of justice demands the admission, however, that this is not quite a one-sided question, If we submit ourselves meekly to the medicine-man and the conjurer, and are not exalted by it, the savages may retort upon us that we act more unwisely than they in other matters wherein we fail to imitate them. It is a widely diffused custom among savage tribes, when they meet to discuss any affair of public importance, to sit up all night making a horrible noise, dancing, blowing shells, and, in cases where they are familiar with firearms, flying out into open places and letting off guns. It is questionable whether our legislative assemblies might not take a hint from this. A shell is not a melodious wind instrument, and it is monotonous, but it is as musical as, and not more monotonous than, my honorable friend's own trumpet, or the trumpet that he blows so hard for the minister. The uselessness of arguing with any supporter of a government or of an opposition is well known. Try dancing. It is a better exercise, and has the unspeakable recommendation that it couldn't be reported. The honorable and savage member who has a loaded gun, and is grown impatient of debate, plunges out of doors, fires in the air, and returns calm and silent to the palaver. Let the honorable and civilized member, similarly charged with a speech, dart into the cloisters of Westminster Abbey in the silence of night, let his speech off, and come back harmless. It is not at first sight a very rational custom to paint a broad blue stripe across one's nose and both cheeks, and a broad red stripe from the forehead to the chin, to attach a few pounds of wood to one's under lip, to stick fish bones in one's ears and a brass curtain ring in one's nose, and to rub one's body all over with rancid oil, as a preliminary to entering on business. But this is a question of taste and ceremony, and so is the Windsor uniform. The manner of entering on the business itself is another question. A council of 600 savage gentlemen entirely independent of tailors, sitting on their hams in a ring, smoking, and occasionally grunting, seem to me, according to the experience I have gathered in my voyages and travels, somehow to do what they come together for. Whereas that is not at all the general experience of a council of 600 civilized gentlemen, very dependent on tailors and sitting on mechanical contrivances. It is better that an assembly should do its utmost to envelop itself in smoke, than that it should direct its endeavors to enveloping the public in smoke. And I would rather it buried 100 hatchets than buried one subject demanding attention.
Chapter 29 of The Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Stevens. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 29. TITBULL'S Almshouses. By the side of most railways out of London, one may see almshouses and retreats, generally with a wing or a centre wanting, and ambitious of being much bigger than they are, some of which are newly founded institutions, and some old establishments transplanted. There is a tendency in these pieces of architecture to shoot upward unexpectedly, like Jack's beanstalk, and to be ornate in spires of chapels and lanterns of halls, which might lead to the embellishment of the air with many castles of questionable beauty, but for the restraining consideration of expense. However, the manners, being always of a sanguine temperament, comfort themselves with plans and elevations of loomings in the future, and are influenced in the present by philanthropy towards the railway passengers. For the question how prosperous and promising the buildings can be made to look in their eyes usually supersedes the lesser question of how they can be turned to the best account for the inmates. Why none of the people who reside in these places ever look out of window, or take an airing in the piece of ground which is going to be a garden by and by, is one of the wonders I have added to my always lengthening list of the wonders of the world. I have got it into my mind that they live in a state of chronic injury and resentment, and on that account refuse to decorate the building with a human interest. As I have known legatees deeply injured by a request of £500 because it was not 5,000, and as I was once acquainted with a pensioner on the public to the extent of 200 a year, who perpetually anathematized his country because he was not in the receipt of 4, having no claim whatever to 6pence, so perhaps it usually happens, within certain limits, that to get a little help is to get a notion of being defrauded of more. How do they pass their lives in this beautiful and peaceful place was the subject of my speculation with a visitor who once accompanied me to a charming rustic retreat for old men and women, a quaint ancient foundation in a pleasant English country, behind a picturesque church and among rich old convent gardens. There were but some dozen or so of houses, and we agreed that we would talk with the inhabitants as they sat in their groined rooms between the light of their fires and the light shining in at their latticed windows, and would find out. They passed their lives in considering themselves mulcted of certain ounces of tea by a deaf old steward who lived among them in the quadrangle. There was no reason to suppose that any such ounces of tea had ever been in existence, or that the old steward so much as knew what was the matter. He passed his life in considering himself periodically defrauded of a birch-broom by the beadle. But it is neither to old almshouses in the country, nor to new almshouses by the railroad, that these present uncommercial notes relate. They refer back to journeys made among those commonplace, smoky-fronted London almshouses, with a little paved courtyard in front enclosed by iron railings, which have got snowed up, as it were, by bricks and mortar, which were once in a suburb but are now in the densely populated town, gaps in the busy life around them, parentheses in the close and blotted texts of the streets. Sometimes these almshouses belong to a company or society. Sometimes they were established by individuals, and are maintained out of private funds bequeathed in perpetuity long ago. My favourite among them is TITBULL'S, which establishment is a picture of many. Of Titbull I know no more than he deceased in 1723, that his Christian name was Sampson, and his social designation Esquire, and that he founded these almshouses as dwellings for 9 poor women and 6 poor men by his will and testament. I should not know even this much, but for its being inscribed on a grim stone very difficult to read, let into the front of the centre house of Titbull's almshouses, and which stone is ornamented atop with a piece of sculptured drapery resembling the effigy of Titbull's bath towel. Titbull's almshouses are in the east of London, in a great highway, in a poor, busy, and thronged neighbourhood. Old iron and fried fish, cough-drops and artificial flowers, boiled pig's feet, and household furniture that looks as if it were polished up with lip-salve, umbrellas full of vocal literature, and saucers full of shellfish in a green juice which I hope is natural to them when their health is good, garnish the paved sideways as you go to Titbull's. I take the ground to have risen in those parts since Titbull's time, and you drop into his domain by 3 stone steps. So did I first drop into it, very nearly striking my brows against Titbull's pump, which stands with its back to the thoroughfare just inside the gate, and has a conceited air of reviewing Titbull's pensioners. "And a worse one," said a virulent old man with a picture, "there isn't nowhere. A harder one to work, nor a grudginer one to yield, there isn't nowhere." This old man wore a long coat, such as we see Hogarth's chairman represented with, and it was of that particular green pea hue without the green which seems to come of poverty. It had also that peculiar smell of cupboard which seems to come of poverty. "The pump is rusty, perhaps," said I. "Not it," said the old man, regarding it with undiluted virulence in his watery eye. "It never were fit to be termed a pump. That's what's the matter with it." "Whose fault is that?" said I. The old man, who had a working mouth which seemed to be trying to masticate his anger, and to find that it was too hard and there was too much of it, replied, "Them gentlemen." "What gentlemen?" "Maybe you're one of 'em," said the old man suspiciously. "The trustees?" "I wouldn't trust 'em myself," said the virulent old man. "If you mean the gentlemen who administer this place, no, I am not one of them, nor have I ever so much as heard of them." "I wish I never heard of them," gasped the old man. "At my time of life, with the rheumatics, drawing water from that thing." Not to be deluded into calling it a pump, the old man gave it another virulent look, took up his pitcher, and carried it into a corner dwelling-house, shutting the door after him. Looking around and seeing that each little house was a house of 2 little rooms, and seeing that the little oblong courtyard in front was like a graveyard for the inhabitants, saving that no word was engraven on its flat dry stones, and seeing that the currents of life and noise ran to and fro outside, having no more to do with the place than if it were a sort of low water-mark on a lively beach, I say, seeing this and nothing else, I was going out at the gate when one of the doors opened. "Was you looking for anything, sir?" asked a tidy, well-favoured woman. Really, no, I couldn't say I was. "Not wanting any one, sir?" "No, at least Pray, what is the name of the elderly gentleman who lives in the corner there?" The tidy woman stepped out to be sure of the door I indicated, and she and the pump and I stood all 3 in a row, with our backs to the thoroughfare. "Oh, his name is Mr. Battens," said the tidy woman, dropping her voice. "I've just been talking with him." "Indeed," said the tidy woman. "Ho! I wonder Mr. Battens talked." "Is he usually so silent?" "Well, Mr. Battens is the oldest here, that is to say, the oldest of the old gentlemen, in point of residence." She had a way of passing her hands over and under one another as she spoke, that was not only tidy, but propitiatory. So I asked her if I might look at her little sitting-room. She willingly replied yes, and we went into it together, she leaving the door open, with an eye, as I understood, to the social proprieties. The door opening at once into the room without any intervening entry, even scandal must have been silenced by the precaution. It was a gloomy little chamber, but clean, and with a mug of wallflower in the window. On the chimney-piece were 2 peacock's feathers, a carved ship, a few shells, and a black profile with 1 eyelash. Whether this portrait purported to be male or female passed my comprehension, until my hostess informed me that it was her only son, and quite a speaking one. "He is alive, I hope?" "No, sir," said the widow. "He were cast away in China." This was said with a modest sense of its reflecting a certain geographical distinction on his mother. "If the old gentlemen here are not given to talking," said I hope the old ladies are. Not that you are one." She shook her head. "You see, they get so cross." "How is that?" "Well, whether the gentlemen really do deprive us of any little matters which ought to be ours by rights, I cannot say for certain, but the opinion of the old ones is they do, and Mr. Battens he do even go so far as to doubt whether credit is due to the founder. For Mr. Battens he do say, anyhow he got his name up by it, and he done it cheap." "I'm afraid the pump has soured Mr. Battens." "It may be so," returned the tidy widow, "but the handle does go very hard. Still, what I say to myself is, the gentleman may not pocket the difference between a good pump and a bad one, and I would wish to think well of them. And the dwellings," said my hostess, glancing round her room, "perhaps they were convenient dwellings in the founder's time, considered as his time, and therefore he should not be blamed. But Mrs. Saggers is very hard upon them." "Mrs. Saggers is the oldest here?" "The oldest but 1, Mrs. Quinch being the oldest, and have totally lost her head." "And you?" I am the youngest in residence, and consequently am not looked up to. But when Mrs. Quinch makes a happy release, there will be one below me. Nor is it to be expected that Mrs. Saggers will prove herself immortal. True, nor Mr. Battens. Regarding the old gentleman, said my widow slightingly, they count among themselves, they do not count among us. Mr. Battens is that exceptional that he have written to the gentleman many times, and have worked the case against them. Therefore he have took a higher ground, but we do not, as a rule, greatly reckon the old gentleman. Pursuing the subject, I found it to be traditionally settled among the poor ladies that the poor gentlemen, whatever their ages, were all very old indeed, and in a state of dotage. I also discovered that the juniors and newcomers preserved, for a time, a waning disposition to believe in Titbull and his trustees, but that as they gained social standing they lost this faith, and disparaged Titbull and all his works. Improving my acquaintance subsequently with this respected lady, whose name was Mrs. Mitts, and occasionally dropping in upon her with a little offering of sound family hyson in my pocket, I gradually became familiar with the inner politics and ways of Titbull's almshouses. But I never could find out who the trustees were, or where they were, it being one of the fixed ideas of the place that those authorities must be vaguely and mysteriously mentioned as the gentleman only. The secretary of the gentleman was once pointed out to me, evidently engaged in championing the obnoxious Pump against the attacks of the discontented Mr. Battens. But I am not in a condition to report further of him than that he had the sprightly bearing of a lawyer's clerk. I had it from Mrs. Mitt's lips in a very confidential moment that Mr. Battens was once had up before the gentleman, to stand or fall by his accusations, and that an old shoe was thrown after him on his departure from the building on this dread errand, not ineffectually, for the interview resulting in a plumber was considered to have encircled the temples of Mr. Battens with the wreath of victory. In Titbull's almshouses the local society is not regarded as good society. A gentleman or lady receiving visitors from without, or going out to tea, counts, as it were, accordingly. But visitings or tea-drinkings interchanged among Titbullians do not score. Such interchanges, however, are rare, in consequence of internal dissensions occasioned by Mrs. Saggers' pail, which household article has split Titbull's into almost as many parties as there are dwellings in that precinct. The extremely complicated nature of the conflicting articles of belief on the subject prevents my stating them here with my usual perspicuity, but I think they have all branched off from the root and trunk question, has Mrs. Saggers any right to stand her pail outside her dwelling? The question has been much refined upon, but roughly stated may be stated in those terms. There are two old men in Titbull's almshouses who, I have been given to understand, knew each other in the world beyond its pump and iron railings, when they were both in trade. They make the best of their reverses, and are looked upon with great contempt. They are little, stooping, blear-eyed old men of cheerful countenance, and they hobble up and down the courtyard, wagging their chins and talking together quite gaily. This has given offence, and has, moreover, raised the question of whether they are justified in passing any other windows than their own. Mr. Battens, however, permitting them to pass his windows, on the disdainful ground that their imbecility almost amounts to irresponsibility, they are allowed to take their walk in peace. They live next door to one another, and take it by turns to read the newspaper aloud, that is to say, the newest newspaper they can get, and they play cribbage at night. On warm and sunny days they have been known to go so far as to bring out 2 chairs and sit by the iron railings, looking forth. But this low conduct being much remarked upon throughout Titbull's, they were deterred by an outraged public opinion from repeating it. There is a rumour, but it may be malicious, that they hold the memory of Titbull in some weak sort of veneration, and that they once set off together on a pilgrimage to the parish churchyard to find his tomb. To this perhaps might be traced a general suspicion that they are spies of the gentleman, to which they were supposed to have given colour in my own presence on the occasion of the weak attempt at justification of the pump by the gentleman's clerk, when they emerged bare-headed from the doors of their dwellings, as if their dwellings and themselves constituted an old-fashioned weather-glass of double action, with two figures of old ladies inside, and deferentially bowed to him at intervals until he took his departure. They are understood to be perfectly friendless and relationless. Unquestionably, the two poor fellows make the very best of their lives in TITBULL'S almshouses, and unquestionably they are, as before mentioned, the subjects of unmitigated contempt there. On Saturday nights, when there is a greater stir than usual outside, and when itinerant vendors of miscellaneous wares even take their stations and light up their smoky lamps before the iron railings, TITBULL'S becomes flurried. Mrs. Saggers has her celebrated palpitations of the heart, for the most part, on Saturday nights. But TITBULL'S is unfit to strive with the uproar of the streets in any of its phases. It is religiously believed at TITBULL'S that people push more than they used, and likewise that the foremost object of the population of England and Wales is to get you down and trample on you. Even of railroads they know at TITBULL'S little more than the shriek, which Mrs. Saggers says goes through her and ought to be taken up by Government. And the penny postage may even yet be unknown there, for I have never seen a letter delivered to any inhabitant. But there is a tall, straight, sallow lady resident in No. 7 TITBULL'S, who never speaks to anybody, who is surrounded by a superstitious halo of lost wealth, who does her household work in housemaid's gloves, and who is secretly much deferred to, though openly cavilled at, and it has obscurely leaked out that this old lady has a son, grandson, nephew, or other relative, who is a contractor, and who would think it nothing of a job to knock down TITBULL'S, pack it off to Cornwall, and knock it together again. An immense sensation was made by a gipsy party calling in a spring van to take this old lady up to go for a day's pleasure into Epping Forest, and notes were compared as to which of the company was the son, grandson, nephew, or other relative, the contractor. A thick-set personage with a white hat and a cigar in his mouth was the favourite, though as TITBULL'S had no other reason to believe that the contractor was there at all than that this man was supposed to eye the chimney-stacks as if he would like to knock them down and cart them off, the general mind was much unsettled in arriving at a conclusion. As a way out of this difficulty, it concentrated itself on the acknowledged beauty of the party, every stitch in whose dress was verbally unripped by the old ladies then and there, and whose goings-on, with another and a thinner personage in a white hat, might have suffused the pump, where they were principally discussed, with blushes for months afterwards. Herein TITBULL'S was to TITBULL'S true, for it has a constitutional dislike of all strangers. As concerning innovations and improvements, it is always of opinion that what it doesn't want itself nobody ought to want. But I think I have met with this opinion outside TITBULL'S. Of the humble treasures of furniture brought into TITBULL'S by the inmates when they establish themselves in that place of contemplation for the rest of their days, by far the greater and more valuable part belongs to the ladies. I may claim the honour of having either crossed the threshold or looked in at the door of every one of the 9 ladies, and I have noticed that they are all particular in the article of bedsteads, and maintain favourite and long-established bedsteads and bedding as a regular part of their rest. Generally an antiquated chest of drawers is among their cherished possessions. A tea-tray always is. I know of at least 2 rooms in which a little tea-kettle of genuine burnished copper vies with the cat in winking at the fire. And one old lady has a tea-urn set forth in state on the top of her chest of drawers, which urn is used as her library, and contains 4 duodecimo volumes, and a black-bordered newspaper giving an account of the funeral of Her Royal Highness the Princess Charlotte. Among the poor old gentlemen there are no such niceties. Their furniture has the air of being contributed, like some obsolete literary miscellany, by several hands. Their few chairs never match. Old patchwork coverlets linger among them, and they have an untidy habit of keeping their wardrobes in hat-boxes. When I recall one old gentleman who is rather choice in his shoe-brushes and blacking-bottle, I have summed up the domestic elegancies of that side of the building. On the occurrence of a death in TITBULL'S, it is invariably agreed among the survivors, and it is the only subject on which they do agree, that the departed did something to bring it on. Judging by TITBULL'S, I should say the human race need never die if they took care. But they don't take care, and they do die, and when they die in TITBULL'S they are buried at the cost of the foundation. Some provision has been made for the purpose, in virtue of which, I record this on the strength of having seen the funeral of Mrs. Kinch, a lively neighbouring undertaker dresses up 4 of the old men and 4 of the old women, hustles them into a procession of 4 couples, and leads off with a large black bow at the back of his hat, looking over his shoulder at them airily from time to time to see that no member of the party has got lost or has tumbled down, as if they were a company of dim old dolls. Resignation of a dwelling is a very rare occurrence in TITBULL'S. A story does obtain there how an old lady's son once drew a prize of £30,000 in the lottery, and presently drove to the gate in his own carriage, with French horns playing up behind, and whisked his mother away, and left 10 guineas for a feast. But I have been unable to substantiate it by any evidence, and regard it as an almshouse fairy tale. It is curious that the only proved case of resignation happened within my knowledge. It happened on this wise. There is a sharp competition among the ladies respecting the gentility of their visitors, and I have so often observed visitors to be dressed as for a holiday occasion, that I suppose the ladies to have besought them to make all possible display when they come. In these circumstances much excitement was one day occasioned by Mrs. Mitts receiving a visit from a Greenwich pensioner. He was a pensioner of a bluff and warlike appearance, with an empty coat-sleeve, and he was got up with unusual care. His coat buttons were extremely bright, he wore his empty coat-sleeve in a graceful festoon, and he had a walking-stick in his hand that must have cost money. When, with the head of his walking-stick, he knocked at Mrs. Mitts's door — there are no knockers in TITBULL'S — Mrs. Mitts was overheard by a next-door neighbour to utter a cry of surprise, expressing much agitation. And the same neighbour did afterwards solemnly affirm that when he was admitted into Mrs. Mitts's room she heard a smack. Heard a smack which was not a blow. There was an air about this Greenwich pensioner when he took his departure which imbued all TITBULL'S with the conviction that he was coming again. He was eagerly looked for, and Mrs. Mitts was closely watched. In the meantime, if anything could have placed the unfortunate 6 old gentlemen at a greater disadvantage than that at which they chronically stood, it would have been the apparition of this Greenwich pensioner. They were well shrunken already, but they shrunk to nothing in comparison with the pensioner. Even the poor old gentlemen themselves seemed conscious of their inferiority, and to know submissively that they could never hope to hold their own against the pensioner, with his warlike and maritime experience in the past, and his tobacco money in the present, his chequered career of blue water, black gunpowder, and red bloodshed for England, home, and beauty. Before 3 weeks were out, the pensioner reappeared. Again he knocked at Mrs. Mitts's door with the handle of his stick, and again was he admitted. But not again did he depart alone, for Mrs. Mitts, in a bonnet identified as having been re-embellished, went out walking with him, and stayed out till the 10 o'clock beer, Greenwich time. There was now a truce, even as to the troubled waters of Mrs. Saggers' pail. Nothing was spoken of among the ladies but the conduct of Mrs. Mitts and its blighting influence on the reputation of TITBULL'S. It was agreed that Mr. Battens ought to take it up, and Mr. Battens was communicated with on this subject. That unsatisfactory individual replied that he didn't see his way yet, and it was unanimously voted by the ladies that aggravation was in his nature. How it came to pass, with some appearance of inconsistency, that Mrs. Mitts was cut by all the ladies, and the pensioner admired by all the ladies, matters not. Before another week was out, TITBULL'S was startled by another phenomenon. At 10 o'clock in the forenoon appeared a cab, containing not only the Greenwich pensioner with one arm, but, to boot, a Chelsea pensioner with one leg. Both dismounting to assist Mrs. Mitts into the cab, the Greenwich pensioner bore her company inside, and the Chelsea pensioner mounted the box by the driver, his wooden leg sticking out after the manner of a bowsprit, as if in jocular homage to his friend's sea-going career. Thus the equipage drove away. No Mrs. Mitts returned that night. What Mr. Battens might have done in the matter of taking it up, goaded by the infuriated state of public feeling next morning, was anticipated by another phenomenon. A truck, propelled by the Greenwich pensioner and the Chelsea pensioner, each placidly smoking a pipe, and pushing his warrior breast against the handle. The display on the part of the Greenwich pensioner of his marriage lines, and his announcement that himself and friend had looked in for the furniture of Mrs. G. pensioner, late Mitts, by no means reconciled the ladies to the conduct of their sister. On the contrary, it is said that they appeared more than ever exasperated. Nevertheless, my stray visits to TITBULL'S since the date of this occurrence have confirmed in me an impression that it was a wholesome fillip. The 9 ladies are smarter, both in mind and dress, than they used to be, though it must be admitted that they despise the 6 gentlemen to the last extent. They have a much greater interest in the external thoroughfare, too, than they had when I first knew TITBULL'S. And whenever I chance to be leaning my back against the pump or the iron railings, and to be talking to one of the junior ladies, and to see that a flush has passed over her face, I am
Chapter 30 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Saffery. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 30. The Ruffian. I entertain so strong an objection to the euphonious softening of ruffian into rough, which has lately become popular, that I restore the right word to the heading of this paper, the rather as my object is to dwell upon the fact that the ruffian is tolerated among us to an extent that goes beyond all unruffianly endurance. I take the liberty to believe that if the ruffian besets my life, a professional ruffian at large in the open streets of a great city, notoriously having no other calling than that of ruffian, and of disquieting and despoiling me as I go peacefully about my lawful business, interfering with no one, then the government under which I have the great constitutional privilege, supreme honor, and happiness, and all the rest of it, to exist, breaks down in the discharge of any government's most simple elementary duty. At last succeeded in capturing 2 of the notorious gang that have so long invested the Waterloo Road. Is it possible? What a wonderful police! Here is a straight, broad, public thoroughfare of immense resort, half a mile long, gas-lighted by night, with a great gas-lighted railway station in it. Extra the street lamps, full of shops, traversed by 2 popular cross thoroughfares of considerable traffic, itself the main road to the south of London, and the admirable police have, after long infestment of this dark and lonely spot by a gang of ruffians, actually got hold of 2 of them. Why, can it be doubted that any man of fair London knowledge and common resolution, armed with the powers of the law, could have captured the whole confederacy in a week? Is it to the saving up of the ruffian class by the magistracy and police, to the conventional preserving of them, as if they were partridges, that their number and audacity must be in great part referred? Why is a notorious thief and ruffian ever left at large? He never turns his liberty to any account by violence and plunder. He never did a day's work out of jail. He never will do a day's work out of jail. As a proved notorious thief, he is always consignable to prison for 3 months. When he comes out, he is surely as notorious a thief as he was when he went in. Then send him back again. Just heaven, cries the Society for the Protection of Remonstrant Ruffians. This is equivalent to a sentence of perpetual imprisonment. Precisely for that reason, it has my advocacy. I demand to have the ruffian kept out of my way, and out of the way of all decent people. I demand to have the ruffian employed, perforce, in hewing wood and drawing water somewhere for the general service, instead of hewing at Her Majesty's subjects and drawing their watches out of their pockets. If this be termed an unreasonable demand, then the tax-gatherer's demand on me must be far more unreasonable, and cannot be otherwise than extortionate and unjust. It will be seen that I treat of the thief vast majority of cases, just as well as the police know it. As to the magistracy, with a few exceptions, they know nothing about it but what the police choose to tell them. There are disorderly classes of men who are not thieves, as railway navigators, brickmakers, wood-sawers, costermongers. These classes are often disorderly and troublesome, but it is mostly among themselves, and, at any rate, they have their industrious avocations. They work early and late, and work hard. The generic ruffian, honorable member for what is tenderly called the rough element, is either a thief or the companion of thieves. When he infamously molests women coming out of chapel on Sunday evenings, for which I would have his back scarified often and deep, it is not only for the gratification of his pleasant instincts, but that there may be a confusion raised by which either he or his friends may profit. In the commission of highway robberies, or in picking pockets, when he gets a police constable down and kicks him helpless for life, it is because that constable once did his duty in bringing him to justice. When he rushes into the bar of a public house and scoops an eye out of one of the company there, or bites his ear off, it is because the man he maims gave evidence against him. When he and a line of comrades, extending across the footway, say of that solitary mountain spur of the Abruzzi, the Waterloo Road, advance towards me, skylarking among themselves, my purse or shirt-pin is in predestined peril from his playfulness. Always a ruffian, always a thief, always a thief, always a ruffian. Now, when I, who am not paid to know these things, know them daily on the evidence of my senses and experience, when I know that the ruffian never jostles a lady in the streets, or knocks a hat off, but in order that the thief may profit, is it surprising that I should require from those who are paid to know these things prevention of them? Look at this group at a street corner. Number 1 is a shirking fellow of 25, in an ill-favored and ill-sabored suit, his trousers of corduroy, his coat of some indiscernible groundwork for the deposition of grease, his neckerchief like an eel, his complexion like dirty dough, his mangy fur cap pulled low upon his beetle brows to hide the prison cut of his hair. His hands are in his pockets. He puts them there when they are idle, as naturally as in other people's pockets when they are busy, for he knows that they are not roughened by work, and that they tell a tale. Hence, whenever he takes one out to draw a sleeve across his nose, which is often, for he has weak eyes and a constitutional cold in his head, he restores it to its pocket immediately afterwards. Number 2 is a burly brute of 35, in a tall, stiff hat, is a composite as to his clothes of betting man and fighting man, is whiskered, has a staring pin in his breast, along with his right hand, has insolent and cruel eyes, large shoulders, strong legs, booted and tipped for kicking. Number 3 is 40 years of age, is short, thick-set, strong, and bow-legged, wears knee cords and white stockings, a very long-sleeved waistcoat, a very large neckerchief, doubled or trebled round his throat, and a crumpled white hat crowns his ghastly parchment face. This fellow looks like an executed postboy of other days, cut down from the gallows too soon, and restored and preserved by express diabolical agency. Numbers 5, 6, and 7 are hulking, idle, slouching young men, patched and shabby, too short in the sleeves and too tight in the legs, slimily clothed, foul-spoken, repulsive wretches inside and out. In all, the party there obtains a certain twitching character of mouth and furtiveness of eye, that hint how the coward is lurking under the belly. The hint is quite correct, for they are a slinking, sneaking set, far more prone to lie down on their backs and kick out, when in difficulty, than to make a stand for it. This may account for the street mud on the backs of number 5, 6, and 7 being much fresher than the stale splashes on their legs. These engaging gentry a police constable stands contemplating. His station and a reserve of assistants is very near at hand. They cannot pretend to any trade, not even to be porters or messengers. It would be idle if they did, for he knows them, and they know that he knows them, to be nothing but professed thieves and ruffians. He knows where they resort, knows by what slang names they call one another, knows how often they have been in prison, and how long, and for what. All this is known at his station, too, and is, or ought to be, known at Scotland Yard, too. But does he know, or does his station know, or does Scotland Yard know, or does anybody know, why these fellows should be here at liberty, when, as reputed thieves, to whom a whole division of police could swear, they might all be under lock and key at hard labor? Not he. Truly, he would be a wise man if he did. He only knows that these are members of the notorious gang, which, according to the newspaper police office reports of this last past September, have so long infested the awful solitudes of the Waterloo Road, and out of which almost impregnable fastnesses the police have at length dragged, to the unspeakable admiration of all good civilians. The consequences of this contemplative habit of the part of the executive, a habit to be looked for in a hermit, but not in the police system, are familiar to us all. The ruffian becomes one of the established orders of the body politic, under the playful name of Ruff, as if he were merely a practical joker. His movements and successes are recorded on public occasions. Whether he mustered in large numbers or small, whether he was in good spirits or depressed, whether he turned his generous exertions to very prosperous account, or fortune was against him, whether he was in a sanguinary mood, or robbed with amiable horseplay and a gracious consideration for life and limb. All this is chronicled as if he were an institution. Is there any city in Europe, out of England, in which these terms are held with the pest of society, or in which, at this day, such violent robberies from the person are constantly committed as in London? The preparatory schools of ruffianism are similarly born with the young ruffians of London, not thieves yet, but training for scholarships and fellowships in the criminal court universities, molest quiet people and their property. To an extent that is hardly credible, the throwing of stones in the streets has become a dangerous and destructive offense, which surely could have got to no greater height though we had had no police but our own riding whips and walking sticks, the police to which I myself appeal on these occasions. The throwing of stones at the windows of railway carriages in motion, an act of wanton wickedness with the very arch-fiend's hand in it, had become a crying evil when the railway companies forced it on police notice. Constabular contemplation had until then been the order of the day. Within these 12 months there arose among the young gentlemen of London aspiring to ruffianism, the cultivating that much encouraged social art, a facetious cry of, "I'll have this," accompanied with a clutch at some article of a passing lady's dress. I have known a lady's veil to be thus humorously torn from her face and carried off in the open streets at noon. I have had the honor of myself giving chase on Westminster Bridge to another young ruffian, who, in full daylight, early on a summer evening, had nearly thrown a modest young woman into a swoon of indignation and confusion, by his shameful manner of attacking her with this cry as she harmlessly passed along before me. Mr. Carlyle, some time since, awakened a little pleasantry by writing of his own experience of the ruffian of the streets. I have seen the ruffian act in exact accordance with Mr. Carlyle's description innumerable times, and I never saw him checked. The blaring use of the very worst language possible in our public thoroughfares, especially in those set apart for recreation, is another disgrace to us, and another result of constabular contemplation, the like of which I have never heard in any other country to which my uncommercial travels have extended. Years ago, when I had a near interest in certain children who were sent with their nurses, for air and exercise, into the Regent's Park, I found this evil to be so abhorrent and horrible there that I called public attention to it, and also to its contemplative reception by the police. Looking afterwards into the newest Police Act, and finding that the offense was punishable under it, I resolved, when striking occasion should arise, to try my hand as prosecutor. The occasion arose soon enough, and I ran the following gauntlet. The utterer of the base coin in question was a girl of 17 or 18, who, with a suitable attendance of blackguards, youths, and boys, was flaunting along the streets, returning from an Irish funeral, in a progress interspersed with singing and dancing. She had turned round to me and expressed herself in the most audible manner. to the great delight of that select circle. I attended the party on the opposite side of the way, for a mile further, and then encountered a police constable. The party had made themselves merry at my expense until now, but seeking me speak to the constable, its male members instantly took to their heels, leaving the girl alone. I asked the constable, did he know my name? Yes, he did. Take that girl into custody on my charge for using bad language in the streets. He had never heard of such a charge. I had. Would he take my word that he should get into no trouble? Yes, sir, he would do that. So he took the girl, and I went home from my police act. With this potent instrument in my pocket, I literally, as well as figuratively, returned to the charge, and presented myself at the police station of the district. There, I found on duty a very intelligent inspector. They are all intelligent men, who, likewise, had never heard of such a charge. I showed him my clause, and we went over it twice together, or thrice. It was plain, and I engaged to wait upon the suburban magistrate tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. In the morning, I put my police act in my pocket again, and waited on the suburban magistrate. I was not quite so courteously received by him as I should have been by the Lord Chancellor or the Lord Chief Justice, but that was a question of good breeding on the suburban magistrate's part, and I had my clause ready with its leaf turned down, which was enough for me. Conference took place between the magistrate and clerk respecting the charge. During conference, I was evidently regarded as a much more objectionable person than the prisoner, one giving trouble by coming there voluntarily, which the prisoner could not be accused of doing. The prisoner had been got up, since I last had the pleasure of seeing her, with a great effect of white apron and straw bonnet. She reminded me of an elder sister of Red Riding Hood, and I seemed to remind the sympathizing chimney-sweep, by whom she was attended, of the wolf. The magistrate was doubtful. Mr. Uncommercial Traveller, whether this charge could be entertained. It was not known. Mr. Uncommercial Traveller replied that he wished it were better known, and that, if he could afford the leisure, he would use his endeavours to make it so. There was no question about it, however, he contended. Here was the clause. The clause was handed in, and more conference resulted, after which I was asked the extraordinary question, Mr. Uncommercial Traveller, do you really wish this girl to be sent to prison? To which I grimly answered, staring, if I didn't, why should I take the trouble to come here? Finally, I was sworn, and gave my agreeable evidence in detail, and White Riding Hood was fined 10 shillings under the clause, or sent to prison for so many days. Why, Lord bless you, sir, said the police officer, who showed me out, with a great enjoyment of the jest of her having been got up so effectively, and caused so much hesitation. If she goes to prison, that will be nothing new to her. She comes from Charles Street, Drury Lane. The police, all things considered, are an excellent force, and I have borne my small testimony to their merits. Constabular contemplation is the result of a bad system, a system which is administered, not invented, by the man in constable's uniform. Employed at 20 shillings a week, he has his orders, and would be marked for discouragement if he overstepped them. That the system is bad, there needs no lengthened argument to prove, because the fact is self-evident. If it were anything else, the results that have attended it could not possibly have come to pass. Who will say that under a good system, our streets could have got into their present state? The objection to the whole police system, as concerning the ruffian, may be stated, and its failure exemplified, as follows. It is well known that on all great occasions, when they come together in numbers, the mass of the English people are their own trustworthy police. It is well known that wheresoever there is collected together any fair general representation of the people, a respect for law and order, and a determination to discountenance lawlessness and disorder may be relied upon. As to one another, the people are a very good police, and yet are quite willing, in their good nature, that the stipendiary police should have the credit of the people's moderation. But we are all of us powerless against the ruffian, because we submit to the law, and it is his only trade, by superior force and by violence, to defy it. Moreover, we are constantly admonished from high places, like so many Sunday school children out for a holiday of buns and milk and water, that we are not to take the law into our own hands, but are to hand our defense over to it. It is clear that the common enemy to be punished and exterminated first of all is the ruffian. It is clear that he is, of all others, the offender for whose repressal we maintain a costly system of police. Him, therefore, we expressly present to the police to deal with, conscious that, on the whole, we can, and do, deal reasonably well with one another. Him the police deal with so inefficiently and absurdly that he flourishes, and multiplies, and, with all his evil deeds upon his head as notoriously as his hat is, pervades the streets with no
Chapter 31 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 31. Aboard Ship. My journeys as uncommercial traveller for the firm of Human Interest Brothers have not slackened since I last reported of them, but have kept me continually on the move. I remain in the same idle employment. I never solicit an order, I never get any commission. I am the rolling stone that gathers no moss, unless any should by chance be found among these samples. Some half a year ago I found myself in my idlest, dreamiest, and least accountable condition altogether, on board ship, in the harbor of the city of New York, in the United States of America. Of all the good ships afloat, mine was the good steamship Russia, Captain Cook, Cunard Line, bound for Liverpool. What more could I wish for? I had nothing to wish for but a prosperous passage, my salad days, when I was green of visage and seasick, being gone with better things, and no worse, no coming event cast its shadow before. I might but a few moments previously have imitated Sterne, and said, "And yet methinks, Eugenius," laying my forefinger wistfully on his coat-sleeve, thus, "and yet methinks, Eugenius, 'tis but sorry work to part with thee, for what fresh fields, my dear Eugenius, can be fresher than thou art? And in what pastures new shall I find Eliza? Or call her, Eugenius, if thou wilt, Annie?" I say I might have done this, but Eugenius was gone, and I hadn't done it. I was resting on a skylight on the hurricane deck, watching the working of the ship very slowly about, that she might head for England. It was high noon on a most brilliant day in April, and the beautiful bay was glorious and glowing. Full many a time on shore there had I seen the snow come down, 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 itself like down, until it lay deep in all the ways of men, and particularly, as it seemed, in my way, for I had not gone dry-shod many hours for months. Within 2 or 3 days last past had I watched the feathery fall setting in with the ardor of a new idea, instead of dragging at the skirts of a worn-out winter, and permitting glimpses of a fresh young spring. But a bright sun and a clear sky had melted the snow in the great crucible of nature, and it had been poured out again that morning over sea and land, transformed into myriads of gold and silver sparkles. The ship was fragrant with flowers. Something of the old Mexican passion for flowers may have gradually passed into North America, where flowers are luxuriously grown, and tastefully combined in the richest profusion. But be that as it may, such gorgeous farewells in flowers had come on board, that the small officer's cabin on deck, which I tenanted, bloomed over into the adjacent scuppers, and banks of other flowers that it couldn't hold made a garden of the unoccupied tables in the passengers' saloon. These delicious scents of the shore, mingling with the fresh airs of the sea, made the atmosphere a dreamy and enchanting one. And so, with the watch aloft setting all the sails, and with the screw below revolving at a mighty rate, and occasionally giving the ship an angry shake for resisting, I fell into my idlest ways, and lost myself. As for instance, whether it was I lying there or some other entity even more mysterious, was a matter I was far too lazy to look into. What did it signify to me if it were I, or to the more mysterious entity if it were he? Equally as to the remembrances that drowsily floated by me, or by him, why ask when or where the things happened? Was it not enough that they befell at some time, somewhere? There was that assisting at the church service on board another steamship one Sunday in a stiff breeze. Perhaps on the passage out, no matter. Pleasant to hear the ship's bells go as like church bells as they could. Pleasant to see the watch off duty mustered and come in. Best hats, best guernseys, washed hands and faces, smoothed heads. But then arose a set of circumstances so rampantly comical that no check which the gravest intentions could put upon them would hold them in hand. Thus the scene. Some 70 passengers assembled at the saloon tables, prayer books on tables, ship rolling heavily, pause, no minister. Rumor has related that a modest young clergyman on board has responded to the captain's request that he will officiate. Pause again, and very heavy rolling. Closed double doors suddenly burst open, and 2 strong stewards skate in, supporting minister between them. General appearance as of somebody picked up drunk and incapable, and under conveyance to station house. Stoppage, pause, and particularly heavy rolling. Stewards watch their opportunity, and balance themselves, but cannot balance minister, who, struggling with a drooping head and a backward tendency, seems determined to return below, while they are as determined that he shall be got to the reading desk in mid-saloon. Desk portable, sliding away down a long table, and aiming itself at the breasts of various members of the congregation. Here the double doors, which have been carefully closed by other stewards, fly open again, and worldly passenger tumbles in, seemingly with pale ale designs, who, seeking friend, says, "Joe!" Perceiving incongruity, says, "Hullo, beg your pardon," and tumbles out again. All this time the congregation have been breaking up into sects, as the manner of congregations often is, each sect sliding away by itself, and all pounding the weakest sect which slid first into the corner. Utmost point of descent soon attained in every corner, and violent rolling. Stewards at length make a dash, conduct minister to the mast in the centre of the saloon, which he embraces with both arms, skate out, and leave him in that condition to arrange affairs with flock. There was another Sunday when an officer of the ship read the service. It was quiet and impressive until we fell upon the dangerous and perfectly unnecessary experiment of striking up a hymn. After it was given out, we all rose, but everybody left it to somebody else to begin. Silence resulting, the officer, no singer himself, rather reproachfully gave us the first line again, upon which a rosy pippin of an old gentleman, remarkable throughout the passage for his cheerful politeness, gave a little stamp with his boot, as if we were leading off a country dance, and blithely warbled us into a show of joining. At the end of the first verse we became, through these tactics, so much refreshed and encouraged that none of us, howsoever unmelodious, would submit to be left out of the second verse, while as to the third we lifted up our voices in a sacred howl that left it doubtful whether we were the more boastful of the sentiments we united in professing, or of professing them with a most discordant defiance of time and tune. Lord bless us, thought I, when the fresh remembrance of these things made me laugh heartily alone in the dead water gurgling waste of the night. What time I was wedged into my berth by a wooden bar, or I must have rolled out of it. What errand was I then upon, and to what Abyssinian point had public events then marched? No matter as to me. And as to them, if the wonderful popular rage for a plaything, utterly confounding in its inscrutable unreason, I had not then lighted on a poor young savage boy, and a poor old screw of a horse, and hauled the first off by the hair of his princely head to inspect the British volunteers, and hauled the second off by the hair of his equine tail to the Crystal Palace, why, so much the better for all of us outside Bedlam. So, sticking to the ship, I was at the trouble of asking myself would I like to show the grog distribution in the Fiddle at noon to the Grand United Amalgamated Total Abstinence Society. Yes, I think I should. I think it would do them good to smell the rum, under the circumstances. Over the grog, mixed in a bucket, presides the boatswain's mate, small tin can in hand. Enter the crew, the guilty consumers, the grown-up brood of giant despair, in contradistinction to the band of youthful angel Hope. Some in boots, some in leggings, some in tarpaulin overalls, some in frocks, some in pea-coats, a very few in jackets, most with sou'wester hats, all with something rough and rugged round the throat, all dripping salt water where they stand, all pelted by weather, besmeared with grease, and blackened by the sooty rigging. Each man's knife in its sheath in his girdle, loosened for dinner. As the first man, with a knowingly kindled eye, watches the filling of the poisoned chalice, truly but a very small tin mug, to be prosaic, and tossing back his head, tosses the contents into himself, and passes the empty chalice, and passes on, so the second man, with an anticipatory wipe of his mouth on sleeve or handkerchief, bides his turn, and drinks and hands and passes on, in whom, and in each as his turn approaches, beams a knowingly kindled eye, a brighter temper, and a suddenly awakened tendency to be jocose with some shipmate. Nor do I even observe that the man in charge of the ship's lamps, who, in right of his office, has a double allowance of poisoned chalices, seems thereby vastly degraded, even though he empties the chalices into himself, one after the other, much as if he were delivering their contents at some absorbent establishment in which he had no personal interest. But vastly comforted, I note them all to be on deck presently, even to the circulation of redder blood in their cold blue knuckles. And when I look up at them lying out on the yards, and holding on for life among the beating sails, I cannot for my life see the justice of visiting on them, or on me, the drunken crimes of any number of criminals arraigned at the heaviest of assizes. Abetting myself in my idle humor, I closed my eyes, and recalled life on board of one of those mail packets as I lay part of that day in the Bay of New York. The regular life began, mine always did, for I never got to sleep afterwards, with the rigging of the pump while it was yet dark, and washing down of decks. Any enormous giant, at a prodigious hydropathic establishment, conscientiously undergoing the water cure in all its departments, and extremely particular about cleaning his teeth, would make those noises. Swash, splash, scrub, rub, toothbrush, bubble, swash, splash, bubble, toothbrush, splash, splash, bubble, rub. Then the day would break, and descending from my berth by a graceful ladder composed of half-open drawers beneath it, I would reopen my outer deadlight and my inner sliding window, closed by a watchman during the water cure, and would look out at the long rolling, lead-colored, white-topped waves over which the dawn, on a cold winter morning, cast a level, lonely glance, and through which the ship fought her melancholy way at a terrific rate. And now, lying down again, awaiting the season for broiled ham and tea, I would be compelled to listen to the voice of conscience, the screw. It might be, in some cases, no more than the voice of stomach, but I called it in my fancy by the higher name, because it seemed to me that we were all of us, all day long, endeavoring to stifle the voice, because it was under everybody's pillow, everybody's plate, everybody's camp-stool, everybody's book, everybody's occupation, because we pretended not to hear it, especially at meal-times, evening whist, and morning conversation on deck, but it was always among us in an under-monotone, not to be drowned in pea-soup, not to be shuffled with cards, not to be diverted by books, not to be knitted into any pattern, not to be walked away from. It was smoked in the weediest cigar, and drunk in the strongest cocktail. It was conveyed on deck at noon with limp ladies who lay there in their wrappers until the stars shone. It waited at table with the stewards. Nobody could put it out with the lights. It was considered, as on shore, ill-bred to acknowledge the voice of conscience. It was not polite to mention it. One squally day an amiable gentleman in love gave much offence to a surrounding circle, including the object of his attachment, by saying of it, after it had goaded him over 2 easy-chairs and a skylight, "Screw!" Sometimes it would appear subdued, in fleeting moments when bubbles of champagne pervaded the nose, or when there was hot pot in the bill of fare, or when an old dish we had had regularly every day was described in that official document by a new name. Under such excitements one would almost believe it hushed. The ceremony of washing plates on deck, performed after every meal by a circle as of ringers of crockery, triple bob majors for a prize, would keep it down. Hauling the reel, taking the sun at noon, posting the 24 hours run, altering the ship's time by the meridian, casting the waste food overboard, and attracting the eager gulls that followed in our wake, these events would suppress it for a while. But the instant any break or pause took place in any such diversion, the voice would be at it again, importuning us to the last extent. A newly married young pair, who walked the deck affectionately some 20 miles per day, would, in the full flush of their exercise, suddenly become stricken by it, and stand trembling, but otherwise immovable, under its reproaches. When this terrible monitor was most severe with us was when the time approached for our retiring to our dens for the night, when the lighted candles in the saloon grew fewer and fewer, when the deserted glasses with spoons in them grew more and more numerous, when waifs of toasted cheese and strays of sardines fried in batter slid languidly to and fro in the table-racks, when the man who always read had shut up his book and blown out his candle, when the man who always talked had ceased from troubling, when the man who was always medically reported as going to have delirium tremens had put it off till tomorrow, when the man who every night devoted himself to a midnight smoke on deck 2 hours in length, and who every night was in bed within 10 minutes afterwards, was buttoning himself up in his 3rd coat for his hearty vigil. For then, as we fell off one by one, and entering our several hutches, came into a peculiar atmosphere of bilge water and Windsor soap, the voice would shake us to the centre. Woe to us when we sat down on our sofa, watching the swinging candle forever trying and retrying to stand upon his head, or our coat upon its peg, imitating us as we appeared in our gymnastic days by sustaining itself horizontally from the wall, in emulation of the lighter and more facile towels. Then would the voice especially claim us for its prey, and rend us all to pieces. Lights out, we in our berths, and the wind rising, the voice grows angrier and deeper. Under the mattress and under the pillow, under the sofa and under the washing-stand, under the ship and under the sea, seeming to rise from the foundations under the earth, with every scoop of the great Atlantic, and oh, why scoop so? Always the voice. Vain to deny its existence in the night season, impossible to be hard of hearing. Screw, screw, screw. Sometimes it lifts out of the water and revolves with a whir like a ferocious firework, except that it never expends itself, but is always ready to go off again. Sometimes it seems to be in anguish and shivers. Sometimes it seems to be terrified by its last plunge, and has a fit which causes it to struggle, quiver, and for an instant stop. And now the ship sets in rolling, as only ships so fiercely screwed through time and space, day and night, fair weather and foul, can roll. Did she ever take a roll before like that last? Did she ever take a roll before like this worse one that is coming now? Here is the partition at my ear, down in the deep on the lee side. Are we ever coming up again together? I think not. The partition and I are so long about it that I really do believe we have overdone it this time. Heavens, what a scoop! What a deep scoop! What a hollow scoop! What a long scoop! Will it ever end, and can we bear the heavy mass of water we have taken on board, and which has let loose all the table furniture in the officers' mess, and has beaten open the door of the little passage between the purser and me, and is swashing about, even there and even here? The purser snores reassuringly, and the ship's bells striking. I hear the cheerful "All's well" of the watch, musically given back the length of the deck, as the lately diving partition, now high in air, tries, unsoftened by what we have gone through together, to force me out of bed and berth. All's well! Comforting to know, though surely all might be better. Put aside the rolling and the rush of water, and think of darting through such darkness with such velocity. Think of any other similar object coming in the opposite direction. Whether there may be an attraction in two such moving bodies out at sea, which may help accident to bring them into collision? Thoughts, too, arise, the voice never silent all the while, but marvellously suggestive, of the gulf below, of the strange, unfruitful mountain ranges and deep valleys over which we are passing, of monstrous fish midway, of the ship's suddenly altering her course on her own account, and with a wild plunge settling down, and making that voyage with a crew of dead discoverers. Now, too, one recalls an almost universal tendency on the part of passengers to stumble, at some time or other in the day, on the topic of a certain large steamer making this same run, which was lost at sea and never heard of more. Everybody has seemed under a spell, compelling approach to the threshold of the grim subject, stoppage, discomfiture, and pretence of never having been near it. The boatswain's whistle sounds, a change in the wind, hoarse orders issuing, and the watch very busy. Sails come crashing home overhead, ropes that seem all knot, ditto. Every man engaged appears to have 20 feet, with 20 times the average amount of stamping power in each. Gradually the noise slackens, the hoarse cries die away. The boatswain's whistle softens into the soothing and contented notes, which rather reluctantly admit that the job is done for the time, and the voice sets in again. Thus come unintelligible dreams of uphill and down, and swinging and swaying, until consciousness revives of atmospherical Windsor soap and bilge water, and the voice announces that the giant has come for the water cure again. Such were my fanciful reminiscences as I lay, part of that day, in the Bay of New York. Also as we passed clear of the Narrows and got out to sea, also in many an idle hour at sea in sunny weather. At length the observations and computations showed that we should make the coast of Ireland to-night. So I stood watch on deck all night to-night to see how we made the coast of Ireland. Very dark, and the sea most brilliantly phosphorescent. Great way on the ship, and double lookout kept. Vigilant captain on the bridge, vigilant first officer looking over the port side, vigilant second officer standing by the quartermaster at the compass, vigilant third officer posted at the stern rail with a lantern. No passengers on the quiet decks, but expectation everywhere, nevertheless. The two men at the wheel very steady, very serious, and very prompt to answer orders. An order issued sharply now and then, and echoed back. Otherwise the night dragged slowly, silently, with no change. All of a sudden, at the blank hour of 2 in the morning, a vague movement of relief from a long strain expresses itself in all hands. The third officer's lantern tinkles, and he fires a rocket and another rocket. A sullen, solitary light is pointed out to me in the black sky yonder. A change is expected in the light, but none takes place. "Give them 2 more rockets, Mr. Vigilant." 2 more, and a blue light burnt. All eyes watch the light again. At last a little toy skyrocket is flashed up from it, and even as that small streak in the darkness dies away, we are telegraphed to Queenstown, Liverpool, and London, and back again under the ocean to America. Then up come the half-dozen passengers who are going ashore at Queenstown, and up comes the mail agent in charge of the bags, and up come the men who are to carry the bags into the mail tender that will come off for them out of the harbor. Lamps and lanterns gleam here and there about the decks, and impeding bulks are knocked away with handspikes, and the port-side bulwark, barren but a moment ago, bursts into a crop of heads of seamen, stewards, and engineers. The light begins to be gained upon, begins to be alongside, begins to be left astern. More rockets, and between us and the land steams beautifully the Inman steamship City of Paris for New York, outward bound. We observe with complacency that the wind is dead against her, it being with us, and that she rolls and pitches. The sickest passenger on board is the most delighted by this circumstance. Time rushes by as we rush on, and now we see the light in Queenstown harbor, and now the lights of the mail tender coming out to us. What vagaries the mail tender performs on the way in every point of the compass, especially in those where she has no business, and why she performs them, heaven only knows. At length she is seen plunging within a cable's length of our port broadside, and is being roared at through our speaking trumpets to do this thing and not to do that, and to stand by the other, as if she were a very demented tender indeed. Then, we slackening amidst a deafening roar of steam, this much-abused tender is made fast to us by hawsers, and the men in readiness carry the bags aboard, and return for more, bending under their burdens, and looking just like the pasteboard figures of the miller and his men in the theatre of our boyhood, and comporting themselves almost as unsteadily. All the while the unfortunate tender plunges high and low, and is roared at. Then the Queenstown passengers are put on board of her, with infinite plunging and roaring, and the tender gets heaved up on the sea to that surprising extent that she looks within an ace of washing aboard of us high and dry. Roared at with contumely to the last, this wretched tender is at length let go, with a final plunge of great ignominy, and falls spinning into our wake. The voice of conscience resumed its dominion as the day climbed up the sky, and kept by all of us passengers into port, kept by us as we passed other lighthouses and dangerous islands off the coast, where some of the officers with whom I stood my watch had gone ashore in sailing ships in fogs, and of which by that token they seemed to have quite an affectionate remembrance, and past the Welsh coast, and past the Cheshire coast, and past everything and everywhere lying between our ship and our own special dock in the Mersey, off which, at last, at 9 of the clock, on a fair evening early in May, we stopped, and the voice ceased. A very curious sensation, not unlike having my own ears stopped, ensued upon that silence, and it was with a no less curious sensation that I went over the side of the good Cunard ship Russia, whom prosperity attend through all her voyages, and surveyed the outer hull of the gracious monster that the voice had inhabited. So perhaps shall we all, in the spirit, one day survey the frame that held the busier voice from which my vagrant fancy derived.
Chapter 32 of The Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Brabin, The Uncommercial Traveller, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 32, A Small Star in the East. I had been looking yesternight through the famous Dance of Death, and today the grim old woodcuts arose in my mind, with the new significance of a ghastly monotony not to be found in the original. The weird skeleton rattled along the streets before me, and struck fiercely, but it was never at the pains of assuming a disguise. It played on no dulcimer here, was crowned with no flowers, waved no plume, minced in no flowing robe or train, lifted no wine-cup, sat at no feast, cast no dice, counted no gold. It was simply a bare, gaunt, famished skeleton, slaying his way along. The borders of Ratcliffe and Stepney, eastward of London and giving on the impure river, were the scene of this uncompromising dance of death upon a drizzling November day. A squalid maze of streets, courts, and alleys of miserable houses let out in single rooms. A wilderness of dirt, rags, and hunger. A mud desert, chiefly inhabited by a tribe from whom employment has departed, or to whom it comes but fitfully and rarely. They are not skilled mechanics in any wise, they are but labourers, dock labourers, waterside labourers, coal porters, ballast heavers, such like hewers of wood and drawers of water. But they have come into existence, and they propagate their wretched race. One grisly joke alone, methought, the skeleton seemed to play off here. It had stuck election bills on the walls, which the wind and rain had deteriorated into suitable rags. It had even summed up the state of the poll in chalk on the shutters of one ruined house. It adjured the free and independent starvers to vote for this man and vote for that man, not to plump, as they valued the state of parties and the national prosperity, both of great importance to them, I think, but by returning this man and that man, each naught without the other, to compound a glorious and immortal whole. Surely the skeleton is nowhere more cruelly ironical in the original monkish idea. Pondering in my mind the far-seeing schemes of this man and that man, and of the public blessing called party, for staying the degeneracy, physical and moral, of many thousands, who shall say how many, of the English race, for devising employment useful to the community for those who want but to work and live, for equalizing rates, cultivating waste lands, facilitating emigration, and above all things saving and utilizing the oncoming generations, and thereby changing ever-growing national weakness into strength, pondering in my mind, I say, these hopeful exertions, I turned down a narrow street to look into a house or two. It was a dark street with a dead wall on one side. Nearly all the outer doors of the houses stood open, I took the first entry and knocked at a parlour door. Might I come in? I might, if I pleased, sir. The woman of the room, Irish, had picked up some long strips of wood about some wharf or barge, and they had just now been thrust into the otherwise empty grate to make 2 iron pots boil. There was some fish in one, and there were some potatoes in the other. The flare of the burning wood enabled me to see a table and a broken chair or so, and some old cheap crockery ornaments about the chimney-piece. It was not until I had spoken with the woman a few minutes that I saw a horrible brown heap on the floor in a corner, which, but for previous experience in this dismal wise, I might not have suspected to be the bed. There was something thrown upon it, and I asked what that was. "'Tis the poor creature that stays here, sir, and 'tis very bad she is, and 'tis very bad she's been this long time, and 'tis better she'll never be. And 'tis sleep she does all day, and 'tis wake she does all night, and 'tis the lead, sir." "The what?" "The lead, sir. Sure, 'tis the lead mills, where the women gets took on at 18 pence a day, sir, when they makes application early enough, and is lucky and wanted. And 'tis lead poison she is, sir. And some of 'em gets lead poisoned soon, and some of them gets lead poisoned later, and some, but not many, never. And 'tis all according to the constitution, sir. And some constitutions is strong and some is weak, and her constitution is lead poisoned, bad as can be, sir. And her brain is coming out at her ear, and it hurts so dreadful, and that's what it is, and never no more and never no less, sir." The sick young woman moaning here, the speaker bent over her, took a bandage from her head, and threw open a back door to let in the daylight upon it, from the smallest and most miserable backyard I ever saw. "That's what comes from her, sir, being lead poisoned, and it comes from her night and day, the poor sick creature, and the pain of it is dreadful. And God, he knows that my husband has walked the streets these 4 days, being a labourer, and is walking them now, and is ready to work and no work for him, and no fire and no food but the bit in the pot, and no more than 10 shillings in a fortnight, God be good to us. And it is poor we are, and dark it is, and cold it is indeed." Knowing that I could compensate myself thereafter for my self-denial, if I saw fit, I had resolved that I would give nothing in the course of these visits. I did this to try the people. I may state at once that my closest observation could not detect any indication whatever of an expectation that I would give money. They were grateful to be talked to about their miserable affairs, and sympathy was plainly a comfort to them. But they neither asked for money in any case, nor showed the least trace of surprise or disappointment or resentment at my giving none. The woman's married daughter had by this time come down from her room on the floor above to join in the conversation. She herself had been to the lead mills very early that morning to be took on, but had not succeeded. She had 4 children, and her husband, also a waterside labourer, and then out seeking work, seemed in no better case as to finding it than her father. She was English, and by nature of a buxom figure, and cheerful. Both in her poor dress and in her mother's there was an effort to keep up some appearance of neatness. She knew all about the sufferings of the unfortunate invalid, and all about the lead poisoning, and how the symptoms came on and how they grew, having often seen them. The very smell when you stood inside the door of the works was enough to knock you down, she said. Yet she was going back again to get took on. What could she do? Better be ulcerated and paralysed for 18 pence a day while it lasted, than see the children starve. A dark and squalid cupboard in this room, touching the back door and all manner of offence, had been for some time the sleeping place of the sick young woman. But the nights being now wintry, and the blankets and coverlets gone to the leaving shop, she lay all night where she lay all day, and was lying then. The woman of the room, her husband, this most miserable patient, and 2 others, lay on the one brown heap together for warmth. "God bless you, sir, and thank you," were the parting words from these people, gratefully spoken, too, with which I left this place. Some streets away I tapped at another parlour door on another ground floor. Looking in, I found a man, his wife, and 4 children, sitting at a washing-stool by way of table, at their dinner of bread and infused tea-leaves. There was a very scanty cinderous fire in the grate by which they sat, and there was a tent bedstead in the room with a bed upon it and a coverlet. The man did not rise when I went in, nor during my stay, but civilly inclined his head on my pulling off my hat, and in answer to my inquiry whether I might ask him a question or two, said, "Certainly." There being a window at each end of this room, back and front, it might have been ventilated, but it was shut up tight to keep the cold out, and was very sickening. The wife, an intelligent, quick woman, rose and stood at her husband's elbow, and he glanced up at her as if for help. It soon appeared that he was rather deaf. He was a slow, simple fellow of about 30. What was he by trade? "Gentleman asks, what are you by trade, John?" "I'm a boiler-maker," looking about him with an exceedingly perplexed air, as if for a boiler that had unaccountably vanished. "He ain't a mechanic, you understand, sir," the wife put in. "He's only a labourer." "Are you in work?" He looked up at his wife again. "Gentleman says, are you in work, John?" "In work?" cried this forlorn boiler-maker, staring aghast at his wife, and then working his vision's way very slowly round to me. "Lord, no." "Ah, he ain't indeed," said the poor woman, shaking her head as she looked at the 4 children in succession, and then at him. "Work," said the boiler-maker, still seeking that evaporated boiler, first in my countenance, then in the air, and then in the features of his second son at his knee. "I wish I was in work. I haven't had more than a day's work to do this 3 weeks." "How have you lived?" A faint gleam of admiration lighted up the face of the would-be boiler-maker as he stretched out the short sleeve of his threadbare canvas jacket and replied, pointing her out, "On the work of the wife." I forget where boiler-making had gone to, or where he supposed it had gone to, but he added some resigned information on that head, coupled with an expression of his belief that it was never coming back. The cheery helpfulness of the wife was very remarkable. She did slop work, made pea-jackets. She produced the pea-jacket then in hand and spread it out upon the bed, the only piece of furniture in the room on which to spread it. She showed how much of it she made, and how much was afterwards finished off by the machine. According to her calculation at the moment, deducting what her trimming cost her, she got for making a pea-jacket 10 halfpenny, and she could make one in something less than 2 days. "But you see, it come to her through 2 hands, and of course it didn't come through the second hand for nothing." "Why did it come through the second hand at all?" "Why, this way. The second hand took the risk of all the given-out work, you see. If she had money enough to pay the security deposit, call it £2, she could get the work from the first hand, and so the second would not have to be deducted for. But having no money at all, the second hand come in and took its profit, and so the whole worked down to 10 halfpenny." Having explained all this with great intelligence, even with some little pride, and without a whine or murmur, she folded her work again, sat down by her husband's side at the washing-stool, and resumed her dinner of dry bread. Mean as the meal was on the bare board, with its old gallipots for cups and what-not other sordid makeshifts, shabby as the woman was in dress, and toning down towards the Bochjesman colour with want of nutriment and washing, there was positively a dignity in her, as the family anchor, just holding the poor shipwrecked boiler-maker's bark. When I left the room, the boiler-maker's eyes were slowly turned towards her, as if his last hope of ever again seeing that vanished boiler lay in her direction. These people had never applied for parish relief but once, and that was when the husband had met with a disabling accident at his work. Not many doors from here I went into a room on the 1st floor. The woman apologized for its being in an untidy mess. The day was Saturday, and she was boiling the children's clothes in a saucepan on the hearth. There was nothing else into which she could have put them. There was no crockery or tinware or tub or bucket. There was an old gallipot or two, and there was a broken bottle or so, and there were some broken boxes for seats. The last small scraping of coals left was raked together in a corner of the floor. There were some rags in an open cupboard, also on the floor. In a corner of the room was a crazy old French bedstead, with a man lying on his back upon it in a ragged pilot jacket and rough oilskin fantail hat. The room was perfectly black. It was difficult to believe at first that it was not purposely coloured black, the walls were so begrimed. As I stood opposite the woman, boiling the children's clothes, she had not even a piece of soap to wash them with, and apologizing for her occupation, I could take in all these things without appearing to notice them, and could even correct my inventory. I had missed, at the first glance, some half-a-pound of bread in the otherwise empty safe, an old red ragged crinoline hanging on the handle of the door by which I had entered, and certain fragments of rusty iron scattered on the floor, which looked like broken tools and a piece of stovepipe. A child stood looking on. On the box nearest to the fire sat two younger children, one a delicate and pretty little creature, whom the other sometimes kissed. This woman, like the last, was woefully shabby, and was degenerating to the Boschesman complexion. But her figure, and the ghost of a certain vivacity about her, and the spectre of a dimple in her cheek, carried my memory strangely back to the old days of the Adelphi Theatre, London, when Mrs. Fitzwilliam was the friend of Victorine. "May I ask you what your husband is?" "He's a coal porter, sir," with a glance and a sigh towards the bed. "Is he out of work?" "Oh, yes, sir, and works at all times very, very scanty with him, and now he's laid up." "It's my legs," said the man upon the bed. "I'll unroll 'em," and immediately began. "Have you any older children?" "I have a daughter that does the needlework, and I have a son that does what he can. She's at her work now, and he's trying for work." "Do they live here?" "They sleep here. They can't afford to pay more rent, so they come here at night. The rent is very hard upon us, throws upon us too now, 6pence a week, on account of these new changes in the law, about the rates. We're a week behind. The landlord's been shaking and rattling at that door frightfully. He says he'll turn us out. I don't know what's to come of it." The man upon the bed ruefully interposed. "Here's my legs. The skin's broke, besides the swelling. I have had a many kicks working one way and another." He looked at his legs, which were much discoloured and misshapen, for a while, and then, appearing to remember that they were not popular with his family, rolled them up again as if they were something in the nature of maps or plans that were not wanted to be referred to, lay hopelessly down on his back once more, with his fantail hat over his face, and stirred not. "Do your eldest son and daughter sleep in that cupboard?" "Yes," replied the woman. "With the children?" "Yes, we have to get together for warmth. We have little to cover us." "Have you nothing by you to eat but the piece of bread I see there?" "Nothing, and we had the rest of the loaf for our breakfast, with water. I don't know what's to come of it." "Have you no prospect of improvement?" "If my eldest son earns anything today, he'll bring it home. Then we shall have something to eat tonight, and may be able to do something towards the rent. If not, I don't know what's to come of it." "This is a sad state of things." "Yes, sir, it's a hard, hard life." "Take care of the stairs as you go, sir. They're broken. And good day, sir." These people had a mortal dread of entering the workhouse and received no out-of-door relief. In another room, in still another tenement, I found a very decent woman with 5 children, the last a baby, and she herself a patient of the parish doctor, to whom, her husband being in the hospital, the union allowed for the support of herself and family 4 shillings a week and 5 loaves. I suppose when this man MP and that man MP and the public blessing party lay their heads together in the course of time and come to an equalization of rating, she may go down to the dance of death to the tune of 6pence more. I could enter no other houses for that one while, for I could not bear the contemplation of the children. Such heart as I had summoned to sustain me against the miseries of the adults failed me when I looked at the children. I saw how young they were, how hungry, how serious and still. I thought of them sick and dying in those lairs. I think of them dead without anguish, but to think of them so suffering and so dying quite unmanned me. Down by the river's bank in Ratcliffe, I was turning upward by a side street, therefore, to regain the railway, when my eyes rested on the inscription across the road. East London Children's Hospital. I could scarcely have seen an inscription better suited to my frame of mind, and I went across and went straight in. I found the Children's Hospital established in an old sail loft or storehouse, of the roughest nature and on the simplest means. There were trapdoors in the floors where goods had been hoisted up and down. Heavy feet and heavy weights had started every knot in the well-trodden planking. Inconvenient bulks and beams and awkward staircases perplexed my passage through the wards, but I found it airy, sweet, and clean. In its 37 beds I saw but little beauty, for starvation in the second or third generation takes a pinched look. But I saw the sufferings both of infancy and childhood tenderly assuaged. I heard the little patients answering to pet, playful names. The light touch of a delicate lady laid bare the wasted sticks of arms for me to pity, and the claw-like little hands, as she did so, twined themselves lovingly around her wedding ring. One baby mite there was as pretty as any of Raphael's angels. The tiny head was bandaged for water on the brain, and it was suffering with acute bronchitis too, and made from time to time a plaintive, though not impatient or complaining, little sound. The smooth curve of the cheeks and of the chin was faultless in its condensation of infantine beauty, and the large bright eyes were most lovely. It happened, as I stopped at the foot of the bed, that these eyes rested upon mine with that wistful expression of wondering thoughtfulness which we all know sometimes in very little children. They remained fixed on mine and never turned from me while I stood there. When the utterance of that plaintive sound shook the little form, the gaze still remained unchanged. I felt as though the child implored me to tell the story of the little hospital in which it was sheltered to any gentle heart I could address. Laying my world-worn hand upon the little unmarked clasped hand at the chin, I gave it a silent promise that I would do so. A gentleman and lady, a young husband and wife, have bought and fitted up this building for its present noble use, and have quietly settled themselves in it as its medical officers and directors. Both have had considerable practical experience of medicine and surgery. He as house surgeon of a great London hospital, she is a very earnest student, tested by severe examination, and also as a nurse of the sick poor during the prevalence of cholera. With every qualification to lure them away, with youth and accomplishments and tastes and habits that can have no response in any breast near them, close begirt by every repulsive circumstance inseparable from such a neighbourhood, there they dwell. They live in the hospital itself, and their rooms are on its first floor. Sitting at their dinner-table, they could hear the cry of one of the children in pain. The lady's piano, drawing materials, books, and other such evidences of refinement are as much a part of the rough place as the iron bedsteads of the little patients. They are put to shifts for room like passengers on board ship. The dispenser of medicines, attracted to them not by self-interest, but by their own magnetism and that of their cause, sleeps in a recess in the dining-room, and has his washing apparatus in the sideboard. Their contented manner of making the best of the things around them I found so pleasantly inseparable from their usefulness. Their pride in this partition that we put up ourselves, or in that partition that we took down, or in that other partition that we moved, or in the stove that was given us for the waiting-room, or in our nightly conversion of the little consulting-room into a smoking-room. Their admiration of the situation, if we could only get rid of its one objectionable incident, the coal-yard at the back. Our hospital carriage, presented by a friend and very useful. That was my presentation to a perambulator, for which a coach-house had been discovered in a corner downstairs just large enough to hold it. Coloured prints, in all stages of preparation for being added to those already decorating the wards, were plentiful. A charming wooden phenomenon of a bird with an impossible top-knot, who ducked his head when you set a counterweight going, had been inaugurated as a public statue that very morning. And trotting about among the beds, on familiar terms with all the patients, was a comical mongrel dog called Poodles. This comical dog, quite a tonic in himself, was found characteristically starving at the door of the institution, and was taken in and fed and has lived here ever since. An admirer of his mental endowments has presented him with a collar bearing the legend, "Judge not poodles by external appearances." He was merrily wagging his tail on a boy's pillow when he made this modest appeal to me. When this hospital was first opened in January of the present year, the people could not possibly conceive but that somebody paid for the services rendered there, and were disposed to claim them as a right, and to find fault if out of temper. They soon came to understand the case better, and have much increased in gratitude. The mothers of the patients avail themselves very freely of the visiting rules, the fathers often on Sundays. There is an unreasonable, but still I think touching and intelligible tendency in the parents to take a child away to its wretched home if on the point of death. One boy who had been thus carried off on a rainy night, when in a violent state of inflammation, and who had been afterwards brought back, had been recovered with exceeding difficulty. But he was a jolly boy, with a specially strong interest in his dinner when I saw him. Insufficient food and unwholesome living are the main causes of disease among these small patients, so nourishment, cleanliness, and ventilation are the main remedies. Discharged patients are looked after, and invited to come and dine now and then. So are certain famishing creatures who were never patients. Both the lady and the gentleman are well acquainted not only with the histories of the patients and their families, but with the characters and circumstances of great numbers of their neighbours. Of these they keep a register. It is their common experience that people, sinking down by inches into deeper and deeper poverty, will conceal it even from them, if possible, unto the very last extremity. The nurses of this hospital are all young, ranging, say, from 19 to 24. They have, even within these narrow limits, what many well-endowed hospitals would not give them, a comfortable room of their own in which to take their meals. It is a beautiful truth that interest in the children and sympathy with their sorrows bind these young women to their places far more strongly than any other consideration could. The best skilled of the nurses came originally from a kindred neighbourhood almost as poor, and she knew how much the work was needed. She is a fair dressmaker. The hospital cannot pay her as many pounds in the year as there are months in it, and one day the lady regarded it as a duty to speak to her about her improving her prospects and following her trade. No, she said, she could never be so useful or so happy elsewhere any more. She must stay among the children. And she stays. One of the nurses, as I passed her, was washing a baby boy. Liking her pleasant face, I stopped to speak to her charge, a common, bullet-headed, frowning charge enough, laying hold of his own nose with a slippery grasp, and staring very solemnly out of a blanket. The melting of the pleasant face into delighted smiles, as this young gentleman gave an unexpected kick and laughed at me, was almost worth my previous pain. An affecting play was acted in Paris years ago called The Children's Doctor. As I parted from my children's doctor, now in question, I saw, in his easy black necktie, in his loose-buttoned black frock-coat, in his pensive face, in the flow of his dark hair, in his eyelashes, in the very turn of his moustache, the exact realization of the Paris artist's ideal as it was presented on the stage. But no romancer that I know of has had the boldness to prefigure the life and home of this young husband and young wife in the Children's Hospital in the east of London. I came away from Radcliffe by the Stepney railway station to the
Chapter 33 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 33. It fell out on a day in this last autumn that I had to go to town from London to a place of seaside resort, on an hour's business, accompanied by my esteemed friend Bullfinch. Let the place of seaside resort be, for the nonce, called Namelesston. I had been loitering about Paris in very hot weather, pleasantly breakfasting in the open air in the garden of the Palais Royal or the Tuileries, pleasantly dining in the open air in the Elysian Fields, pleasantly taking my cigar and lemonade in the open air on the Italian Boulevard towards the small hours after midnight. Bullfinch, an excellent man of business, has summoned me back across the Channel to transact this sad hour's business at Namelesston, and thus it fell out that Bullfinch and I were in a railway carriage together on our way to Namelesston, each with his return ticket in his waistcoat pocket. Says Bullfinch, "I have a proposal to make. Let us dine at the Temeraire." I asked Bullfinch did he recommend the Temeraire, inasmuch as I had not been rated on the books of the Temeraire for many years. Bullfinch declined to accept the responsibility of recommending the Temeraire, but on the whole was rather sanguine about it. He seemed to remember, Bullfinch said, that he had dined well there, a plain dinner but good, certainly not like a Parisian dinner. Here Bullfinch obviously became the prey of want of confidence, but of its kind very fair. I appealed to Bullfinch's intimate knowledge of my wants and ways to decide whether I was usually ready to be pleased with any dinner, or, for the matter of that, with anything that was fair of its kind and really what it claimed to be. Bullfinch doing me the honour to respond in the affirmative, I agreed to ship myself as an able trencherman on board the Temeraire. "Now, our plan shall be this," said Bullfinch, with his forefinger at his nose. "As soon as we get to Namelesston, we'll drive straight to the Temeraire, and order a little dinner in an hour, and as we shall not have more than enough time in which to dispose of it comfortably, what do you say to giving the house the best opportunities of serving it hot and quickly by dining in the coffee-room?" What I had to say was, certainly. Bullfinch, who was by nature of a hopeful constitution, then began to babble of green geese, but I checked him in that Falstaffian vein, urging considerations of time and cookery. In due sequence of events we drove up to Temeraire and alighted. A youth in livery received us on the doorstep. "Looks well," said Bullfinch confidentially, and then aloud, "Coffee-room." The youth in livery, now perceived to be Mouldy, conducted us to the desired haven, and was enjoined by Bullfinch to send the waiter at once, as we wished to order a little dinner in an hour. Then Bullfinch and I waited for the waiter, until, the waiter continuing to wait in some unknown and invisible sphere of action, we rang for the waiter, which ring produced the waiter, who announced himself as not the waiter who ought to wait upon us, and who didn't wait a moment longer. So Bullfinch approached the coffee-room door, and melodiously pitching his voice into a bar where two young ladies were keeping the books of the Temeraire, apologetically explained that we wished to order a little dinner in an hour, and that we were debarred from the execution of our inoffensive purpose by consignment to solitude. Hereupon one of the young ladies rang a bell, which reproduced, at the bar this time, the waiter who was not the waiter who ought to wait upon us. That extraordinary man, whose life seemed consumed in waiting upon people to say that he wouldn't wait upon them, repeated his former protest with great indignation, and retired. Bullfinch, with a fallen countenance, was about to say to me, "This won't do," when the waiter who ought to wait upon us left off keeping us waiting at last. "Waiter," said Bullfinch piteously, "we have been a long time waiting." The waiter who ought to wait upon us laid the blame upon the waiter who ought not to wait upon us, and said it was all that waiter's fault. "We wish," said Bullfinch, much depressed, "to order a little dinner in an hour. What can we have? What would you like to have, gentlemen?" Bullfinch, with an extreme mournfulness of speech and action, and with a forlorn old fly-blown bill of fare in his hand which the waiter had given him, and which was a sort of general manuscript indexed to any cookery book you please, moved the previous question. We could have mock turtle soup, a sole, curry, and roast duck. Agreed. at this table by this window, punctually in an hour. I had been feigning to look out of this window, but I had been taking note of the crumbs on all the tables, the dirty tablecloths, the stuffy, soupy, airless atmosphere, the stale leavings everywhere about, the deep gloom of the waiter who ought to wait upon us, and the stomach-ache with which a lonely traveller at a distant table in a corner was too evidently afflicted. I now pointed out to Bullfinch the alarming circumstance that this traveller had dined. We hurriedly debated whether, without infringement of good breeding, we could ask him to disclose if he had partaken of mock turtle, sole, curry, or roast duck. We decided that the thing could not be politely done, and we had set our own stomachs on a cast, and they must stand the hazard of the dive. I held phrenology, within certain limits, to be true. I am much of the same mind as to the subtler expressions of the hand. I hold physiognomy to be infallible, though all these sciences demand rare qualities in the student. But I also hold that there is no more certain index to a personal character than the condition of a set of casters is to the character of any hotel. Knowing, and having often tested this theory of mine, Bullfinch resigned himself to the worst, when, laying aside any remaining veil of disguise, I held up before him in succession the cloudy oil and furry vinegar, the clogged cayenne, the dirty salt, the obscene dregs of soy, and the anchovy sauce in a flannel waistcoat of decomposition. We went out to transact our business, so inspiriting was the relief of passing into the clean and windy streets of Namelesston, from the heavy and vapid closeness of the coffee-room of the Temeraire, that hope began to revive within us. We began to consider that perhaps the lonely traveller had taken physic, or done something injudicious to bring his complaint on. Bullfinch remarked that he thought the waiter who ought to wait upon us had brightened a little when suggesting curry, and although I knew him to have been at that moment the express image of despair, I allowed myself to become elevated in spirits. As we walked by the softly lapping sea, all the notabilities of Namelesston, who are for ever going up and down with the changelessness of the tides, passed to and fro in procession. Pretty girls on horseback, and with detested riding-masters, pretty girls on foot, mature ladies in hats, spectacled, strong-minded, and glaring at the opposite or weaker sex. The Stock Exchange was strongly represented. Jerusalem was insolvency, in a curricle, to closely buttoned swindlery in doubtful boots, on the sharp lookout for any likely young gentleman disposed to play a game at billiards round the corner. Masters of languages, their lessons finished for the day, were going to their homes out of sight of the sea. Mistresses of accomplishments, carrying small portfolios, likewise tripped homeward. Pairs of scholastic pupils, 2 and 2, went languidly along the beach, surveying the face of the waters as if waiting for some ark to come and take them off. Spectres of the George IV days flitted unsteadily among the crowd, bearing the outward semblance of ancient dandies, of every one of whom it might be said, not that he had one leg in the grave, or both legs, but that he was steeped in grave to the summit of his high shirt collar, and had nothing real about him but his bones. Alone stationary in the midst of all the movements, the Namelesston boatman leaned against the railings and yawned, and looked out to sea, or looked at the moored fishing boats and at nothing. Such is the unchanging manner of life with this nursery of our hardy seamen, and very dry nurses they are, and always wanting something to drink. The only 2 nautical personages detached from the railing were the 2 fortunate possessors of the celebrated monstrous unknown barking fish, just caught, frequently just caught off Namelesston, who carried him about in a hamper, and pressed the scientific to look in at the lid. The sands of the hour had all run out when we got back to the Temeraire. Says Bullfinch then to the youth in livery with boldness, "Levitry." When we arrived at the family vault with a skylight, which the youth in livery presented as the institution sought, we had already whisked off our cravats and coats, but finding ourselves in the presence of an evil smell, and no linen but 2 crumpled towels newly damp from the countenances of 2 somebody else's, we put on our cravats and coats again, and fled unwashed to the coffee-room. There the waiter, who ought to wait upon us, had set forth our knives and forks and glasses on the cloth whose dirty acquaintance we had already had the pleasure of making, and which we were pleased to recognize by the familiar expression of its stains. And now there occurred the truly surprising phenomenon that the waiter who ought not to wait upon us swooped down upon us, clutched our loaf of bread, and vanished with the same. Bullfinch, with distracted eyes, was following this unaccountable figure out at the portal, like the ghost in Hamlet, when the waiter who ought to wait upon us jostled against it, carrying a tureen. "Waiter!" said a severe diner, lately finished, perusing his bill fiercely through his eyeglass. The waiter put down our tureen on a remote side table, and went to see what was amiss in this new direction. "This is not right, you know, waiter. Look here. Here's yesterday's sherry, 1 and 8 pence, and here we are again, 2 shillings. And what does 6 pence mean?" So far from knowing what 6 pence meant, the waiter protested that he didn't know what anything meant. He wiped the perspiration from his clammy brow, and said it was impossible to do it, not particularizing what, and the kitchen was so far off. "Take the bill to the bar and get it altered," said Mr. Indignation Cocker, so to call him. The waiter took it, looked intensely at it, didn't seem to like the idea of taking it to the bar, and submitted, as a new light upon the case, that perhaps 6 pence meant 6 pence. "I tell you again," said Mr. Indignation Cocker, "here's yesterday's sherry, can't you see it? 1 and 8 pence, and here we are again, 2 shillings. What do you make of 1 and 8 pence and 2 shillings? Totally unable to make anything of 1 and 8 pence and 2 shillings, the waiter went out to try if anybody else could, merely casting a helpless backward glance at Bullfinch, in acknowledgment of his pathetic entreaties for our soup tureen. After a pause, during which Mr. Indignation Cocker read a newspaper and coughed defiant coughs, Bullfinch arose to get the tureen. When the waiter reappeared and brought it, dropping Mr. Indignation Cocker's altered bill on Mr. Indignation Cocker's table as he came along. "It's quite impossible to do it, gentlemen," murmured the waiter, "and the kitchen is so far off." "Well, you don't keep the house. It's not your fault, we suppose. Bring some sherry." "Waiter!" from Mr. Indignation Cocker, with a new and burning sense of injury upon him. The waiter rested on his way to our sherry, stopped short, and came back to see what was wrong now. "Will you look here? This is worse than before. Do you understand? Here's yesterday's sherry, 1 and 8 pence, and here we are again, 2 shillings. And what the devil does 9 pence mean?" This new portent utterly confounded the waiter. He wrung his napkin, and mutely appealing to the ceiling, "Waiter, fetch that sherry," says Bullfinch, in an open wrath and revolt. "I want to know," persisted Mr. Indignation Cocker, "the meaning of 9 pence. I want to know the meaning of sherry 1 and 8 pence yesterday, and of here we are again, 2 shillings. Send somebody." The distracted waiter got out of the room on pretext of sending somebody, and by that means got our wine. But the instant he appeared with our decanter, Mr. Indignation Cocker descended on him again. "Waiter!" "You will now have the goodness to attend to our dinner, waiter," said Bullfinch sternly. "I'm very sorry, but it's quite impossible to do it, gentlemen," pleaded the waiter, "and the kitchen—" "Waiter!" said Mr. Indignation Cocker. "Is," resumed the waiter, "so far off that—" "Waiter!" persisted Mr. Indignation Cocker, "send somebody." We were not without our fears that the waiter rushed out to hang himself, and we were much relieved by his fetching somebody in graceful flowing skirts and with a waist, who very soon settled Mr. Indignation Cocker's business. "Oh," said Mr. Cocker, with his fire surprisingly quenched by this apparition, "I wish to ask about this bill of mine, 'cause it appears to me that there's a little mistake here. Let me show you. Here's yesterday's sherry, 1 and 8 pence, and here we are again, 2 shillings. How do you explain 9 pence? However it was explained, in tones too soft to be overheard, Mr. Cocker was heard to say nothing more than, "Ah, indeed, thank you, yes," and shortly afterwards went out a milder man. The lonely traveller with the stomach-ache had all this time suffered severely, drawing up a leg now and then, and sipping hot brandy and water with grated ginger in it. When we tasted our mock turtle soup, and were instantly seized with the symptoms of some disorder simulating apoplexy, and occasioned by the surcharge of nose and brain, with lukewarm dish-water, holding in solution sour flour, poisonous condiments, and 75% of miscellaneous kitchen stuff rolled into balls, we were inclined to trace his disorder to that source. On the other hand, there was a silent anguish upon him too strongly resembling the results established within ourselves by the sherry, to be discarded from alarmed consideration. Again we observed him, with terror, to be much overcome by our souls being aired in a temporary retreat close to him, while the waiter went out, as we conceived, to see his friends, and when the curry made its appearance, he suddenly retired in great disorder. In fine, for the unbeatable part of this little dinner, as contradistinguished from the undrinkable, we paid only 7 shillings and 6 each, and Bullfinch and I agreed unanimously that no such ill-served, ill-appointed, ill-cooked, nasty little dinner could be got for the money anywhere else under the sun. With that comfort to our backs, we turned them on the dear old Temeraire, the charging Temeraire, and resolved, in the Scotch dialect, to gang nae mair to the flabby Temeraire. Chapter 34 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 34. A great reader of good fiction at an unusually early age, it seems to me as though I had been born under the superintendence of the estimable but terrific gentleman whose name stands at the head of my present reflections. The instructive monomaniac Mr. Barlow will be remembered as the tutor of Master Harry Sandford and Master Tommy Merton. He knew everything, and didactically improved all sorts of occasions, from the consumption of a plate of cherries to the contemplation of a starlight night. What youth came to without Mr. Barlow was displayed in the history of Sandford and Merton, by the example of a certain awful Master Mash. This young wretch wore buckles and powder, conducted himself with insupportable levity at the theatre, had no idea of facing a mad bull single-handed, in which I think him less reprehensible, as remotely reflecting my own character, and was a frightful instance of the enervating effects of luxury upon the human race. Strange destiny on the part of Mr. Barlow, to go down to posterity as childhood's experience of a bore. Immortal Mr. Barlow, boring his way through the verdant freshness of ages. My personal indictment against Mr. Barlow is one of many counts. I will proceed to set forth a few of the injuries he has done to me. In the first place, he never made or took a joke. This insensibility on Mr. Barlow's part not only cast its own gloom over my boyhood, but blighted even the 6-penny jest books of the time. For, groaning under a moral spell constraining me to refer all things to Mr. Barlow, I could not choose but ask myself in a whisper, when tickled by a printed jest, what would he think of it? What would he see in it? The point of the jest immediately became a sting, and stung my conscience. For my mind's eye saw him stolid, frigid, perchance taking from its shelf some dreary Greek book, and translating at full length what some dismal sage said, and touched up afterwards, perhaps, for publication, when he banished some unlucky joker from Athens. The incompatibility of Mr. Barlow with all other portions of my young life but himself, the adamantine inadaptability of the man to my favorite fancies and amusements, is the thing for which I hate him the most. What right had he to bore his way into my Arabian Nights? Yet he did. He was always hinting doubts of the veracity of Sinbad the Sailor. If he could have got hold of the wonderful lamp, I knew he would have trimmed it and lighted it, and delivered a lecture over it on the qualities of sperm oil, with a glance at the whale fisheries. He would so soon have found out, on mechanical principles, the peg in the neck of the enchanted horse, and would have turned it the right way in so workmanlike a manner that the horse could never have gotten any height in the air, and the story couldn't have been. He would have proved, by map and compass, that there was no such kingdom as the delightful kingdom of Kaskar on the frontiers of Tartary. He would have caused that hypocritical young prig Harry to make an experiment, with the aid of a temporary building in the garden and a dummy, demonstrating that you couldn't let a choked hunchback down an eastern chimney with a cord, and leave him upright on the hearth to terrify the Sultan's purveyor. The golden sounds of the overture to the first Metropolitan pantomime, I remember, were alloyed by Mr. Barlow. Click, click, ting, ting, bang, bang, wheedle, 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 bang! I recall the chilling air that ran across my frame and cooled my hot delight as a thought occurred to me. This would never do for Mr. Barlow. After the curtain drew up, dreadful doubts of Mr. Barlow's considering the costumes of the nymphs of the nebula as being sufficiently opaque obtruded themselves on my enjoyment. In the clown I perceived two persons, one a fascinating, unaccountable creature of a hectic complexion, joyous in spirits, though feeble in intellect, with flashes of brilliancy; the other a pupil for Mr. Barlow. I thought how Mr. Barlow would secretly rise early in the morning and butter the pavement for him, and when he had brought him down would look severely out of his study window and ask him how he enjoyed the fun. I thought how Mr. Barlow would heat all the pokers in the house, and singe him with the whole collection, to bring him better acquainted with the properties of incandescent iron, on which he, Barlow, would fully expatiate. I pictured Mr. Barlow's instituting a comparison between the clown's conduct at his studies, drinking up the ink, licking his copybook, and using his head for blotting paper, and that of the already mentioned young prig of prigs, Harry, sitting at the Barlovian feet, sneakingly pretending to be in rapture of youthful knowledge. I thought how soon Mr. Barlow would smooth the clown's hair down, instead of letting it stand erect in three tall tufts, and how, after a couple of years or so with Mr. Barlow, he would keep his legs close together when he walked, and would take his hands out of his big, loose pockets, and wouldn't have a jump left in him. That I am particularly ignorant what most things in the universe are made of, how they are made, is another of my charges against Mr. Barlow. With a dread upon me of developing into a Harry, and with a further dread upon me of being Barlowed, if I made inquiries, by bringing down upon myself a cold shower bath of explanations and experiments, I forebore enlightenment in my youth, and became, as they say in melodramas, the wreck you now behold. That I consorted with idlers and dunces is another of the melancholy facts for which I hold Mr. Barlow responsible. That pragmatical prig, Harry, became so detestable in my sight, that, he being reported studious in the South, I would have fled idle to the extremest North. Better to learn misconduct from a Master Mash than science and statistics from a Sandford. So I took the path which, but for Mr. Barlow, I might never have trodden. Thought I, with a shudder, Mr. Barlow is a bore, with an immense constructive power of making bores. His prize specimen is a bore. He seeks to make a bore of me. That knowledge is power I am not prepared to gainsay, but, with Mr. Barlow, knowledge is power to bore. Therefore I took refuge in the caves of ignorance, wherein I have resided ever since, and which are still my private address. But the weightiest charge of all my charges against Mr. Barlow is, that he still walks the earth in various disguises, seeking to make a Tommy of me, even in my maturity. Irrepressible, instructive monomaniac, Mr. Barlow fills my life with pitfalls, and lies hiding at the bottom to burst out upon me when I least expect him. A few of these dismal experiences of mine shall suffice. Knowing Mr. Barlow to have invested largely in the moving panorama trade, and having on various occasions identified him in the dark, with a long wand in his hand, holding forth in his old way, made more appalling in this connection by his sometimes cracking a piece of Mr. Carlyle's own Dead Sea fruit in mistake for a joke, I systematically shunned pictorial entertainment on rollers. Similarly, I should demand responsible bail and guarantee against the appearance of Mr. Barlow before committing myself to attendance at any assemblage of my fellow creatures where a bottle of water and a note-book were conspicuous objects, for in either of those associations I should expressly expect him. But such is the designing nature of the man, that he steals in where no reasoning precaution or provision could expect him, as in the following case. Adjoining the Caves of Ignorance is a country town. In this country town the Mississippi Momuses, 9 in number, were announced to appear in the town hall, for the general delectation, this last Christmas week. Knowing Mr. Barlow to be unconnected with the Mississippi, though holding Republican opinions, and deeming myself secure, I took a stall. My object was to hear and see the Mississippi Momuses in what the bills described as their national ballads, plantation breakdowns, nigger part songs, choice conundrums, sparkling repartees, and see. I found the 9 dressed alike in the black coat and trousers, white waistcoats, very large shirt front, very large shirt collar, and very large white tie and wristbands, which constitute the dress of the mass of the African race, and which has been observed by travelers to prevail over a vast number of degrees of latitude. All the 9 rolled their eyes exceedingly, and had very red lips. At the extremities of the curve they formed, seated in their chairs, were the performers on the tambourine and bones. The center Momus, a black of melancholy aspect, who inspired me with a vague uneasiness for which I could not then account, performed on a Mississippi instrument closely resembling what was once called in this island a hurdy-gurdy. The Momuses on either side of him had each another instrument peculiar to the Father of Waters, which may be likened to a stringed weather glass held upside down. There were likewise a little flute and a violin. All went well for a while, and we had had several sparkling repartees exchanged between the performers on the tambourine and bones, when the black of melancholy aspect, turning to the latter, and addressing him in a deep and improving voice as "Bones, sir," delivered certain grave remarks to him concerning the juveniles president, and the season of the year, whereon I perceived that I was in the presence of Mr. Barlow, corked. Another night, and this was in London, I attended the representation of a little comedy. As the characters were lifelike, and consequently not improving, and as they went upon their several ways and designs without personally addressing themselves to me, I felt rather confident of coming through it without being regarded as Tommy, the more so, as we were clearly getting close to the end. But I deceived myself. All of a sudden, apropos of nothing, everybody concerned came to a check and halt, advanced to the footlights in a general rally to take dead aim at me, and brought me down with a moral homily, in which I detected the dread hand of Barlow. Nay, so intricate and subtle are the toils of this hunter, that on the very next night after that, I was again entrapped, where no vestige of a spring could have been apprehended by the timidest. It was a burlesque that I saw perform, an uncompromising burlesque, where everybody concerned, but especially the ladies, carried on at a very considerable rate indeed. Most prominent and active among the corps of performers was what I took to be, and she really gave me very fair opportunities of coming to a right conclusion, a young lady of a pretty figure. She was dressed as a picturesque young gentleman, whose pantaloons had been cut off in their infancy, and she had very neat knees and very neat satin boots. Immediately after singing a slang song and dancing a slang dance, this engaging figure approached the fatal lamps, and bending over them, delivered in a thrilling voice a random eulogium on, an exhortation to pursue, the virtues. "Great heavens!" was my exclamation. "Barlow!" There is still another aspect in which Mr. Barlow perpetually insists on my sustaining the character of Tommy, which is more unendurable yet, on account of its extreme aggressiveness. For the purposes of a review or newspaper, he will get up an abstruse subject with definite pains, will Barlow, utterly regardless of the price of midnight oil, and indeed of everything else, say cramming himself to the eyes. But mark, when Mr. Barlow blows his information off, he is not contented with having rammed it home, and discharged it upon me, Tommy, his target, but he pretends that he was always in possession of it, and made nothing of it, that he imbibed it with mother's milk, and that I, the wretched Tommy, am most abjectly behindhand in not having done the same. I ask, why is Tommy to be always the foil of Mr. Barlow to this extent? What Mr. Barlow had not the slightest notion of himself a week ago, it surely cannot be any very heavy backsliding in me not to have at my fingers' ends to-day. And yet Mr. Barlow systematically carries it over me with a high hand, and will tauntingly ask me, in his articles, whether it is possible that I am not aware that every schoolboy knows that the 14th turning on the left in the steppes of Russia will conduct to such and such a wandering tribe, with other disparaging questions of like nature. So, when Mr. Barlow addresses a letter to any journal as a volunteer correspondent, which I frequently find him doing, he will previously have gotten somebody to tell him some tremendous technicality, and will write in the coolest manner, "Now, sir, I may assume that every reader of your columns, possessing average information and intelligence, knows as well as I do that, say that the draught from the touch-hole of a cannon of such a caliber bears such a proportion in the nicest fractions to the draught from the muzzle, or some equally familiar little fact. But, whatever it is, be certain that it always tends to the exaltation of Mr. Barlow, and the depression of his enforced and enslaved pupil." Mr. Barlow's knowledge of my own pursuits I find to be so profound that my own knowledge of them becomes as nothing. Mr. Barlow, disguised and bearing a feigned name, but detected by me, has occasionally taught me, in a sonorous voice, from end to end of a long dinner-table, trifles that I took the liberty of teaching him 25 years ago. My closing article of impeachment against Mr. Barlow is, that he goes out to breakfast, goes out to dinner, goes out everywhere, high and low, and that he will preach to me, and that I can't get rid of him. He makes me a Promethean Tommy, bound, and he is the vulture that gorges itself upon the liver of my uninstructed mind.
Chapter 35 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 35 on an Amateur Beat. It is one of my fancies that even my idlest walk must always have its appointed destination. I set myself a task before I leave my lodging in Covent Garden on a street expedition, and should no more think of altering my route by the way, or turning back and leaving a part of it unachieved, than I should think of fraudulently violating an agreement entered into with somebody else. The other day, finding myself under this kind of obligation to proceed to Limehouse, I started punctually at noon, in compliance with the terms of the contract with myself, to which my good faith was pledged. On such an occasion, it is my habit to regard my walk as my beat, and myself as a higher sort of police constable, doing duty on the same. There is many a ruffian in the streets whom I mentally collar and clear out of them, who would see mighty little of London, I can tell him, if I could deal with him physically. Issuing forth upon this very beat, and following with my eyes 3 hulking garrotters on their way home, which home I could confidently swear to be within so many yards of Drury Lane, in such a narrow and restricted direction, though they live in their lodging quite as undisturbed as I in mine, I went on duty with a consideration which I respectfully offered to the new Chief Commissioner, in whom I thoroughly confide as a tried and efficient public servant. How often, thought I, have I been forced to swallow, in police reports, the intolerable stereotyped pill of nonsense, how that the police constable informed the worthy magistrate how that the associates of the prisoner did, at that present speaking, dwell in a street or court which no man dared go down, and how that the worthy magistrate had heard of the dark reputation of such street or court, and how that our readers would doubtless remember that it was always the same street or court which was thus edifyingly discoursed about, say, once a fortnight. Now suppose that a chief commissioner sent round a circular to every division of police employed in London, requiring instantly the names in all districts of all such much puffed streets or courts, which no man durst go down, and suppose that in such circular he gave plain warning, if those places really exist, they are proof of police inefficiency, which I mean to punish, and if they do not exist, but are a conventional fiction, then they are a proof of lazy, tacit police connivance with professional crime, which I also mean to punish. What then? Fictions or realities? Could they survive the touchstone of this atom of common sense? To tell us in open court, until it has become as trite a feature of news as the great gooseberry, that a costly police system, such as was never before heard of, has left in London, in the days of steam and gas and photographs of thieves and electric telegraphs, the sanctuaries and stews of the Stuarts. Why, a parity of practice in all departments would bring back the plague in 2 summers, and the Druids in a century. Walking faster under my share of this public injury, I overturned a wretched little creature, who, clutching at the rags of a pair of trousers with one of its claws, and at its ragged hair with the other, pattered with bare feet over the muddy stones. I stopped to raise and succour this poor weeping wretch, and 50 like it, but of both sexes, were about me in a moment, begging, tumbling, fighting, clamoring, yelling, shivering in their nakedness and hunger. The piece of money I had put into the claw of the child I had overturned was clawed out of it, and was again clawed out of that wolfish gripe, and again out of that, and soon I had no notion in what part of the obscene scuffle in the mud, of rags and legs and arms and dirt, the money might be. In raising the child, I had drawn it aside out of the main thoroughfare, and this took place among some wooden hoardings and barriers, and ruins of demolished buildings, hard by Temple Bar. Unexpectedly, from among them emerged a genuine police constable, before whom the dreadful brood dispersed in various directions, he making feints and darts in this direction and in that, and catching nothing. When all were frightened away, he took off his hat, pulled out a handkerchief from it, wiped his heated brow, and restored the handkerchief and hat to their places, with the air of a man who had discharged a great moral duty, as indeed he had, in doing what was set down for him. I looked at him, and I looked about at the disorderly traces in the mud, and I thought of the drops of rain and the footprints of an extinct creature, hoary ages upon ages old, that geologists have identified on the face of a cliff, and this speculation came over me. If this mud could petrify at this moment, and could lie concealed here for 10,000 years, I wonder whether the race of men then to be our successors on the earth could, from these or any marks, by the utmost force of the human intellect, unassisted by tradition, deduce such an astounding inference as the existence of a polished state of society that bore with the public savagery of neglected children in the streets of its capital city, and was proud of its power by sea and land, and never used its power to seize and save them. After this, when I came to the Old Bailey, and glanced up it towards Newgate, I found that the prison had an inconsistent look. There seemed to be some unlucky inconsistency in the atmosphere that day, for though the proportions of St. Paul's Cathedral are very beautiful, it had an air of being somewhat out of drawing in my eyes. I felt as though the cross were too high up, and perched upon the intervening golden ball too far away. Facing eastward, I left behind me Smithfield and Old Bailey, fire and faggot, condemned hold, public hanging, whipping through the city at the cart tail, pillory, branding iron, and other beautiful ancestral landmarks, which rude hands have rooted up, without bringing the stars quite down upon us as yet, and went my way upon my beat, noting how oddly characteristic neighborhoods are divided from one another, hereabout, as though by an invisible line across the way. Here shall cease the bankers and the money changers. Here shall begin the shipping interest and the nautical instrument shops. Here shall follow a scarcely perceptible flavoring of groceries and drugs. Here shall come a strong infusion of butchers. Now small hosiers shall be in the ascendant. Henceforth, everything exposed for sale shall have its ticketed price attached. All this as if specially ordered and appointed. A single stride at Houndsditch Church, no wider than sufficed to cross the kennel at the bottom of the Canongate, which the debtors in Holyrood Sanctuary were wont to relieve their minds by skipping over, as Scott relates, and standing in delightful daring of catchpoles on the free side, a single stride, and everything is entirely changed in grain and character. West of the stride, a table or a chest of drawers on sale shall be of mahogany and French polished. East of the stride it shall be of deal, smeared with a cheap counterfeit resembling lip salve. West of the stride, a penny loaf or bun shall be compact and self-contained. East of the stride, it shall be of a sprawling and splay-footed character, as seeking to make more of itself for the money. My beat, lying round by Whitechapel Church and the adjacent sugar factories, great buildings, tier upon tier, that have the appearance of being nearly related to the dock warehouses at Liverpool, I turned off to my right, and passing round the awkward corner on my left, came suddenly on an apparition familiar to London streets afar off. What London peripatetic of these times has not seen the woman who has fallen forward double through some affection of the spine, and whose head has of late taken a turn to one side, so that it now droops over the back of one of her arms at about the wrist? Who does not know her staff and her shawl and her basket, as she gropes her way along, capable of seeing nothing but the pavement, never begging, never stopping, forever going somewhere on no business. How does she live? Whence does she come? Whither does she go? And why? I mind the time when her yellow arms were naught but bone and parchment. Slight changes steal over her, for there is a shadowy suggestion of human skin on them now. The strand may be taken as the central point about which she revolves in a half-mile orbit. How comes she so far east as this? And coming back, too, having been how much farther? She is a rare spectacle in this neighborhood. I receive intelligent information to this effect from a dog, a lopsided mongrel with a foolish tail, plodding along with his tail up and his ears pricked, and displaying an amiable interest in the ways of his fellow men, if I may be allowed the expression. After pausing at a pork shop, he is jogging eastward like myself, with a benevolent countenance and a watery mouth, as though musing on the many excellences of pork. When he beholds this doubled-up bundle approaching, he is not so much astonished at the bundle, though amazed by that, as the circumstance that it has within itself the means of locomotion. He stops, pricks his ears higher, makes a slight point, stares, utters a short, low growl, and glistens at the nose, as I conceive, with terror. The bundle continuing to approach, he barks, turns tail, and is about to fly, when, arguing with himself that flight is not becoming in a dog, he turns, and once more faces the advancing heap of clothes. After much hesitation, it occurs to him that there may be a face in it somewhere. Desperately resolving to undertake the adventure, and pursue the inquiry, he goes slowly up to the bundle, goes slowly round it, and coming at length upon the human countenance down there where never human countenance should be, gives a yelp of horror, and flies for the East India Docks. Being now in the commercial road district of my beat, and bethinking myself that Stepney station is near, I quicken my pace, that I may turn out of the road at that point, and see how my small eastern star is shining. The Children's Hospital, to which I gave that name, is in full force. All its beds are occupied. There is a new face on the bed where my pretty baby lay, and that sweet little child is now at rest forever. Much kind sympathy has been here since my former visit, and it is good to see the walls profusely garnished with dolls. I wonder what poodles may think of them, as they stretch out their arms above the beds, and stare and display their splendid dresses. Poodles has a greater interest in the patients. I find him making the round of the beds like a house surgeon, attended by another dog, a friend, who appears to trot about with him in the character of his pupil dresser. Poodles is anxious to make me known to a pretty little girl looking wonderfully healthy, who had had a leg taken off for cancer of the knee. A difficult operation, Poodles intimates, wagging his tail on the counterpane, but perfectly successful, as you see, dear sir. The patient, patting Poodles, adds with a smile, "The leg was so much trouble to me that I am glad it's gone." I never saw anything in doggery finer than the deportment of Poodles, when another little girl opens her mouth to show a peculiar enlargement of the tongue. Poodles, at that time on a table, to be on a level with the occasion, looks at the tongue with his own sympathetically out, so very gravely and knowingly, that I feel inclined to put my hand in my waistcoat pocket, and give him a guinea, wrapped in paper. On my beat again, and close to Limehouse Church, its termination, I found myself near to certain lead mills. Struck by the name, which was fresh in my memory, and finding on inquiry that these same lead mills were identified with those same lead mills of which I made mention when I first visited the East London Children's Hospital and its neighbourhood as Uncommercial Traveller, I resolved to have a look at them. Received by two very intelligent gentlemen, brothers and partners with their father in the concern, and who testified every desire to show their works to me freely, I went over the lead mills. The purport of such works is the conversion of pig lead into white lead. This conversion is brought about by the slow and gradual effecting of certain successive chemical changes in the lead itself. The processes are picturesque and interesting, the most so being the burying of the lead, at a certain stage of preparation, in pots, each pot containing a certain quantity of acid besides, and all the pots being buried in vast numbers, in layers, under tan, for some 10 weeks. Hopping up ladders and across planks and on elevated perches, until I was uncertain whether to liken myself to a bird or a bricklayer, I became conscious of standing on nothing particular, looking down into one of a series of large cock-lofts, with the outer day peeping in through the chinks of the tiled roof above. A number of women were ascending to and descending from this cock-loft, each carrying on the upward journey a pot of prepared lead and acid for deposition under the smoking tan. When one layer of pots was completely filled, it was carefully covered in with planks, and those were carefully covered with tan again, and then another layer of pots was begun above, sufficient means of ventilation being preserved through wooden tubes. Going down into the cockloft then filling, I found the heat of the tan to be surprisingly great, and also the odor of the lead and acid to be not absolutely exquisite, though I believe not noxious at that stage. In other cocklofts, where the pots were being exhumed, the heat of the steaming tan was much greater, and the smell was penetrating and peculiar. There were cocklofts in all stages, full and empty, half filled and half emptied. Strong, active women were clambering about them busily, and the whole thing had rather the air of the upper part of the house of some immensely rich old Turk, whose faithful seraglio were hiding his money because the Sultan or the Pasha was coming. As is the case with most pulps or pigments, so in the instance of this white lead, processes of stirring, separating, washing, grinding, rolling, and pressing succeed. Some of these are unquestionably inimical to health, the danger arising from inhalation of particles of lead, or from contact between the lead and the touch, or both. Against these dangers I found good respirators provided, simply made of flannel and muslin so as to be inexpensively renewed, and in some instances washed with scented soap, and gauntlet gloves, and loose gowns. Everywhere there was as much fresh air as windows well placed and opened could possibly admit, and it was explained that the precaution of frequently changing the women employed in the worst parts of the work, a precaution originating in their own experience or apprehension of its ill effects, was found salutary. They had a mysterious and singular appearance, with the mouth and nose covered, and the loose gown on, and yet bore out the simile of the old Turk and the seraglio all the better for the disguise. At last this vexed white lead, having been buried and resuscitated, and heated and cooled and stirred, and separated and washed and ground, and rolled and pressed, is subjected to the action of intense fiery heat. A row of women, dressed as above described, stood, let us say, in a large stone bake-house, passing on the baking dishes as they were given out by the cooks from hand to hand into the ovens. The oven, or stove, cold as yet, looked as high as an ordinary house, and was full of men and women on temporary footholds, briskly passing up and stowing away the dishes. The door of another oven, or stove, about to be cooled and emptied, was opened from above for the uncommercial countenance to peer down into. The uncommercial countenance withdrew itself with expedition and a sense of suffocation from the dull glowing heat and the overpowering smell. On the whole, perhaps the going into the stoves to work, when they are freshly opened, may be the worst part of the occupation. But I made it out to be indubitable that the owners of these lead mills honestly and sedulously try to reduce the dangers of the occupation to the lowest point. A washing place is provided for the women. I thought there might have been more towels. And a room in which they hang their clothes and take their meals, and where they have a good fire range and fire, and a female attendant to help them, and to watch that they do not neglect the cleansing of their hands before touching their food. An experienced medical attendant is provided for them, and any premonitory symptoms of lead poisoning are carefully treated. Their teapots and such things were set out on tables ready for their afternoon meal, when I saw their room, and it had a homely look. It is found that they bear the work much better than men. Some few of them have been at it for years, and the great majority of those I observed were strong and active. On the other hand, it should be remembered that most of them are very capricious and irregular in their attendance. American inventiveness would seem to indicate that before very long white lead may be made entirely by machinery. The sooner the better. In the meantime, I parted from my two frank conductors over the mills by telling them that they had nothing there to be concealed and nothing to be blamed for. As to the rest, the philosophy of the matter of lead poisoning and work people seems to me to have been pretty fairly summed up by the Irishwoman whom I quoted in my former paper. Some of them gets lead poisoned soon, and some of them gets lead poisoned later, and some, but not many, niver, and 'tis all according to the Constitution, sir. Some constitutions is strong, and some is weak. Retracing my footsteps over my beat, I went off duty.
Chapter 36 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukolo. The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 36. Once upon a time, no matter when, I was engaged in a pursuit, no matter what, which could be transacted by myself alone, and which I could have no help, which imposed a constant strain on the attention, memory, observation, and physical powers, and which involved an almost fabulous amount of change of place and rapid railway travelling. I had followed this pursuit through an exceptionally trying winter and an always trying climate, and had resumed it in England after but a brief repose. Thus it came to be prolonged until, at length, and, as it seemed, all of a sudden, it so wore me out that I could not rely, with my usual cheerful confidence, upon myself to achieve the constantly recurring task, and begin to feel, for the first time in my life, giddy, jarred, shaken, faint, uncertain of voice and sight and tread and touch, and dull of spirit. The medical advice I sought within a few hours was given in 2 words: instant rest. Being accustomed to observe myself as curiously as if I were another man, and knowing the advice to meet my only need, I instantly halted in the pursuit of which I speak, and rested. My intention was to interpose, as it were, a fly-leaf in the book of my life, in which nothing should be written from without for a brief season of a few weeks. But some very singular experiences recorded themselves on this same fly-leaf, and I am going to relate them literally. I repeat the word, literally. My first odd experience was of the remarkable coincidence between my case in the general mind, and one Mr. Myrtle's, as I find it recorded in a work of fiction called Little Dorrit. To be sure, Mr. Myrtle was a swindler, forger, and thief, and my calling had been of a less harmful and less remunerative nature, but it was all one for that. Here is Mr. Myrtle's case. At first he was dead of all the diseases that ever were known, and of several brand new maladies, invented with the speed of light to meet the demand of the occasion. He had concealed a dropsy from infancy. He had inherited a large estate of water on the chest from his grandfather. He had had an operation performed upon him every morning of his life for 18 years. He had been subject to the explosion of important veins in his body after the manner of fireworks. He had had something the matter with his lungs. He had had something the matter with his heart. He had had something the matter with his brain. 500 people who sat down to breakfast entirely uninformed on the whole subject believed before they had done with the breakfast that they privately and personally knew physician to have said to Mr. Myrtle, "You must expect to go out some day like the snuff of a candle," and that they knew Mr. Myrtle to have said to the physician, "A man can die but once." By about 11 o'clock in the forenoon something the matter with the brain became the favorite theory against the field, and by 12 the something had been distinctly ascertained to be pressure. Pressure was so entirely satisfactory to the public mind, and seemed to make every one so comfortable, that it might have lasted all day but for Barr's having taken the real state of the case into court at 9:30. Pressure, however, so far from being overthrown by the discovery, became a greater favorite than ever. There was a general moralizing upon pressure in every street. All the people who had tried to make money had not been able to do it said, "There you were. You no sooner began to devote yourself to the pursuit of wealth than you got pressure." The idle people improved the occasion in a similar manner. "See," they said, "what you brought yourself to by work, work, work. You persisted in working. You overdid it. Pressure came on, and you were done for." This consideration was very potent in many quarters, but nowhere more so than among the young clerks and partners who had never been in the slightest danger of overdoing it. These, one and all, declared, quite piously, that they hoped they would never forget the warning as long as they lived, and that their conduct might be so regulated as to keep off pressure and preserved them, a comfort to their friends for many years. Just my case, if I had only known it, when I was quietly basking in the sunshine in my Kentish meadow. But while I so rested, thankfully recovering every hour, I had experiences more odd than this. I had experiences of spiritual conceit, for which, as giving me a new warning against that curse of mankind, I shall always feel grateful to the supposition that I was too far gone to protest against playing sick lion to any stray donkey with an itching hoof. All sorts of people seemed to become vicariously religious at my expense. I received the most uncompromising warning that I was a heathen, on the conclusive authority of a field preacher who, like the most of his ignorant and vain and daring class, could not construct a tolerable sentence in his native tongue or pen a fair letter. This inspired individual called me to order roundly, and knew in the freest and easiest way where I was going to, and what would become of me if I failed to fashion myself on his bright example, and was on terms of blasphemous confidence with the heavenly host. He was in the secrets of my heart, and in the lowest soundings of my soul, and could read the depths of my nature better than his ABC, and could turn me inside out like his own clammy glove. But what is far more extraordinary than this, for such dirty water as this could alone be drawn from such a shallow and muddy source, I found from the information of a beneficed clergyman, of whom I never heard and whom I never saw, that I had not, as I rather supposed I had, lived a life of some reading, contemplation, and inquiry, that I had too tenderly towards the knowledge and love of Saviour, that I had never had, as I rather supposed I had, departed friends, or stood beside open graves, but that I had lived a life of uninterrupted prosperity, and that I needed this check overmuch, and that the way to turn it to account was to read these sermons and these poems, enclosed, and written and issued by my correspondent. I beg it may be understood that I relate facts of my own uncommercial experience, and no vain imaginings. The documents in proof lie near my hand. Another odd entry on the fly-leaf, of a more entertaining character, was the wonderful persistency with which kind sympathizers assumed that I had injuriously coupled with the so suddenly relinquished pursuit those personal habits of mine most obviously incompatible with it, and most plainly impossible of being maintained along with it, as all that exercise, all that cold bathing, all that wind and weather, all that uphill training, all that everything else, say, which is usually carried about by express trains in a portmanteau and hat-box, and partaken of under a flaming row of gas-lights in the company of 2,000 people. This assuming of a whole case against all fact and likelihood struck me as particularly droll, and was an oddity of which I certainly had had no adequate experience in life until I turned that curious fly-leaf. My old acquaintances, the begging letter writers, came out on the fly-leaf very piously indeed. They were glad at such a serious crisis to afford me another opportunity of sending that post-office order. I needn't make it £1, as previously insisted on. 10 shillings might ease my mind. And heaven forbid that they should refuse, at such an insignificant figure, to take a weight off the memory of an erring fellow creature. One gentleman, of an artistic turn, and copiously illustrating the books of the Mendicity Society, thought it might soothe my conscience, in the tender respects of gifts misused, if I would immediately cash up in aid of his lowly talent for original design, as a specimen of which he enclosed me a work of art, which I recognized as a tracing from a woodcut originally published in the late Mr. Trollope's book on America, 40 or 50 years ago. The number of people who were prepared to live long years after me, untiring benefactors to their species, for £50 apiece down, was astonishing. Also of those who wanted banknotes for stiff penitential amounts to give away, not to keep on any account. Divers wonderful medicines and machines insinuated recommendations of themselves into the fly-leaf that was to have been so blank. It was specifically observable that every prescriber, whether in a moral or physical direction, knew me thoroughly, knew me from head to heel, in and out, through and through, upside down. I was a glass piece of general property, and everybody was on the most surprisingly intimate terms with me. A few public institutions had complimentary perceptions of corners in my mind of which, after considerable self-examination, I have not discovered any indication. Neat little printed forms were addressed to those corners, beginning with the words, "I give and bequeath." Will it seem exaggerative to state my belief that the most honest, the most modest, and the least vainglorious of all the records upon this strange fly-leaf was a letter from the self-deceived discoverer of the recondite secret how to live 400 or 500 years? Doubtless it will seem so, yet the statement is not exaggerative by any means, but is made in my serious and sincere conviction. With this, and with a laugh at the rest that shall not be cynical, I turn the fly-leaf and go on again. Chapter 37 of the Uncommercial Traveller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Uncommon Traveller by Charles Dickens. Chapter 37. One day this last Whitsuntide, at precisely 11 o'clock in the forenoon, there suddenly rode into the field of view commanded by the windows of my lodging an equestrian phenomenon. It was a fellow creature on horseback, dressed in the absurdest manner. The fellow creature wore high boots. Some other, and much larger, fellow creature's breeches, of a slack-baked doughy color and a baggy form. A blue shirt, whereof the skirt, or tail, was puffily tucked into the waistband of the said breeches. No coat. A red shoulder-belt. And a semi-military scarlet hat, with a feathered ornament in the front, which, to the uninstructed human vision, had the appearance of a moulting shuttlecock. I laid down the newspaper with which I had been occupied, and surveyed the fellow man in question with astonishment. Whether he had been sitting to any painter as a frontispiece for a new edition of Sartorus Artis, whether the husk or shell of him, as the esteemed Herr Teufelsdropp might put it, were founded on a jockey, on a circus, on General Garibaldi, on cheap porcelain, on a toy shop, on Guy Fawkes, on waxwork, on gold-digging, on Bedlam, or on all, were doubts that greatly exercised my mind. Meanwhile, my fellow-man stumbled and slided, excessively against his will, on the slippery stones of my Covent Garden street, and elicited shrieks from several sympathetic females, by convulsively restraining himself from pitching over his horse's head. In the very crisis of these evolutions, and indeed at the trying moment when his charger's tail was in a tobacconist's shop, and his head anywhere about town, this cavalier was joined by two similar portents, who, likewise stumbling and sliding, caused him to stumble and slide the more distressingly. At length this Gilpinian triumvirate effected a halt, and, looking northward, waved their three right hands as commanding unseated troops to "Up, gods, and at 'em!" Hereupon a brazen band burst forth, which caused them to be instantly bolted with to some remote spot of the earth in the direction of the Surrey hills. Judging from these appearances that a procession was under way, I threw up my window, and craning out, had the satisfaction of beholding it advancing along the streets. It was a teetotal procession, as I learned from its banners, and was long enough to consume 20 minutes in passing. There were a great number of children in it, some of them so very young in their mothers' arms as to be in the act of practically exemplifying their abstinence from fermented liquors, and attachment to an unintoxicating drink, while the procession defiled. The display was, on the whole, pleasant to see, as any good-humored holiday assemblage of clean, cheerful, and well-conducted people should be. It was bright with ribbons, tinsel, and shoulder belts, and abounded in flowers, as if those latter trophies had come up in profusion under much watering. The day being breezy, the insubordination of the large banners was very reprehensible, each of these being borne aloft on 2 poles, and stayed with some half-dozen lines, was something between the anxiety attendant and the balancing art, and that inseparable from the pastime of kite-flying, with a touch of the angler's quality in landing his scaly prey, much impressed me. Suddenly, too, a banner would shiver in the wind, and go about in the most inconvenient manner. This always happened, often set, with such gorgeous standards as those representing a gentleman in black, corpulent with tea and water, in the laudable act of summarily reforming a family, feeble and pinched with beer. The gentleman in black, distended by wind, would then conduct himself with the most unbecoming levity, while the beery family, growing beerier, would frantically try to tear themselves away from his ministration. Some of the inscriptions accompanying the banners were of a highly determined character, as, "We never, never will give up the temperance cause," with similar sound resolutions rather suggested to the profane mind of Mr. Micawber's, "I never will desert Mr. Micawber," and of Mr. Micawber's retort, "Really, my dear, I am not aware that you were ever required by any human being to do anything of the sort." At intervals a gloom would fall on the passing members of the procession, for which I was at first unable to account. But this I discovered, after a little observation, to be occasioned by the coming on of the executioners, the terrible official beings who were to make the speeches by and by, who were distributed in open carriages at various points of the cavalcade. A dark cloud and a sensation of dampness, as from many wet blankets, invariably preceded the rolling on of the dreadful cars containing these headsmen, and I noticed that the wretched people who closely followed them, and who were in a manner forced to contemplate their folded arms, complacent countenances, and threatening lips, were more overshadowed by the cloud and damp than those in front. Indeed, I perceived in some of these so moody an implacability towards the magnates of the scaffold, and so plain a desire to tear them from limb to limb, that I would respectfully suggest to the managers the expediency of conveying the executioners to the scene of their dismal labours by unfrequented ways, and in closely tilted carts, next Whitsuntide. The procession was composed of a series of smaller processions which had come together, each from its own metropolitan district. An infusion of allegory became perceptible when patriotic Peckham advanced. So I judged, from the circumstance of Peckham's unfurling a silken banner that fanned heaven and earth with the words, "The Peckham Lifeboat," no boat being in attendance, though life, in the likeness of a gallant crew, in nautical uniform, followed the flag. I was led to meditate on the fact that Peckham is described by geographers as an inland settlement, with no larger or nearer shore line than the towing path of the Surrey Canal, on which stormy station I had been given to understand no lifeboat exists. Thus I deduced an allegorical meaning, and came to the conclusion that if patriotic Peckham picked a peck of pickled poetry, this was the peck of pickled poetry which patriotic Peckham picked. I have observed that the aggregate procession was on the whole pleasant to see. I made use of that qualified expression with a direct meaning, which I will now explain. It involves the title of this paper, and a little fair trying of teetotalism by its own tests. There were many people on foot, and many people in vehicles of various kinds. The former were pleasant to see, and the latter were not pleasant to see, for the reason that I never, on any occasion, or under any circumstances, have beheld heavier overloading of horses than in this public show. Unless the imposition of a great van laden from 10 to 20 people on a single horse be a moderate tasking of the poor creature, then the temperate use of horses was immoderate and cruel. From the smallest and lightest horse to the largest and heaviest, there were many instances in which the beast of burden was so shamefully overladen that the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals have frequently interposed in less gross cases. Now, I have always held that there may be, and that there unquestionably is, such a thing as use without abuse, and that therefore the total abolitionists are irrational and wrong-headed. but the procession completely converted me. For so large a number of the people using draught horses in it were so clearly unable to use them without abusing them, that I perceived total abstinence from horseflesh to be the only remedy of which the case admitted. As it is all one to teetotalers whether you take half a pint of beer or half a gallon, so it was all one here whether the beast of burden were a pony or a cart horse. Indeed, my case had the special strength that the half-pint quadrupled underwent as much suffering as the half-gallon quadrupled. Moral: total abstinence from horseflesh through the whole length and breadth of the scale. This pledge will be in course of administration to all teetotal processionists, not pedestrians, at the publishing office of All the Year Round. On the 1st day of April, 1870. Observe a point for consideration. This procession comprised many persons in their gigs, broughams, tax-carts, barouches, chaises, and what not, who were merciful to the dumb beasts that drew them, and did not overcharge their strength. What is to be done with those unoffending persons? I will not run amuck and vilify and defame them, as teetotal tracks and platforms would most assuredly do, if the question were one of drinking instead of driving. I merely ask what is to be done with them. The reply admits of no dispute whatever. Manifestly, in strict accordance with teetotal doctrines, they must come into, and make the total abstinence from horseflesh pledge. It is not pretended that those members of the procession misuse certain auxiliaries which in most countries and all ages have been bestowed upon man for his use, but it is undeniable that other members of the procession did. Teetotal mathematics demonstrate that the less includes the greater, that the guilty include the innocent, the blind the seeing, the deaf the hearing, the dumb the speaking, the drunken the sober. If any of the moderate users of draught cattle in question should deem that there is any gentle violence done to their reason by these elements of logic, they are invited to come out of the procession next Whitsuntide, and look at it from my window. End of chapter 37.